up. All right.
Too late, my
This
boy.
is the Triple Play Fantasy Basketball Podcast, doing our first live NBA show. The NBA draft, things that Coach Kevin, Coach Lewis, myself, Bradley Kilgore, Eric Mendelson have waited all year for, and we are here. So as the picks are named, we're going to give you our takes. We're going to show you some graphics, go over some videos. But here you are in the flesh. I'm hosting Coach Lewis. There goes Adam Silver up at the deck, and he's about to, as he always does, man. That the barber's got to get paid extra. I mean, he's got to get touched up every day.
He looks like a cue ball every day, man. And I know he's got little hairs growing, so he's smooth, he's clean. He's always getting that fresh cut.
Absolutely. And we'll kind of be bouncing all over the place with the big news. Russell Westbrook, maybe deal going down.
Please don't.
Congratulations to the Milwaukee Bucks, who just won the NBA championships. And we'll see if people drafting will kind of take their blueprint as far as the type of players that help them lead to an NBA championship, whether that's like Evan Mobley fold of a Giannis potentially, or a Jalen Suggs of a Drew Holiday perhaps.
Did everyone mute Woj tonight?
No, I thought about muting him, but I kind of want to know what's going on.
He's invited. Woj is always invited, whether you like it or not. He's gonna blow a bomb somehow.
Anytime, especially on a night where like Ben Simmons might get traded or something like that, I kind of got to know what he's dealing with.
Hey,
Woj, find out.
Woj, you have an open invite on this podcast and channel. Like, if you want to come on here and talk to us, we will not mute you. You are a guy. But it is interesting. I'm excited to watch these kids get drafted. That's one of the other cool parts, that you get to see these kids live their dreams and do those type of things. And that's the exciting part. Like, hopefully ESPN doesn't do that like sad thing where like they talk about these kids' lives being all messed up.
His father died when he was 4 months old.
Kevin, you're giving away your age. I hope these kids do well.
Hey Kev, based on looking in on these backgrounds, I think that it's much different than what we kind of saw in the NFL draft. We got some kids that come from some polished families and have been in the system. The top 5 picks have all played USA basketball. So they have some great foundational pieces, whether it's mom, whether it's both mom and dad, whether it's a little bit of help. There's a lot of little brothers in this draft.
Yeah. Even so, like we're here to talk basketball. We're here to talk fits. We're here to, give takes. We're not going to do the ESPN thing where we kind of we relish in the potential.
We're gonna attempt to do better.
Lives, and the negatives of their lives, just to create some sort of human connection when they're already human. We already respect them. We don't need to feel badly for them. We already love them. Let's just talk basketball.
Shout out Benny the Butcher. He's the profile musician here. He's just blown up.
You were a Griselda guy, Coach.
Oh, absolutely. Benny's my favorite current rapper going right now.
Yeah, man. I like that. I like that. I'm a big Griselda guy. See, we learn something new every day. This is supposed to be a basketball podcast. We're talking rap. Oh, wow, Kate Cunningham got a cute little daughter. I didn't know.
Riley. He had her when he was 16, going on 17 in high school. That adds to his maturity.
Hey,
all right. So, what time do you guys think the first pick is actually?
Girl dad of the year
right now.
Are you gauging a bet, Eric, as you typically do?
No,
Eric's got the over under right now.
I did not make any bets. Actually, this is the least amount I've followed the NBA draft in years. Still active, but not as confident. Don't like any of the lines.
Woj already said the first pick is Kate Cunningham, right?
Yeah, it's minus 10,000, which means you'd have to bet 1,000 to win 10. I'm not going to do that
or you'd have to bet 10,000 to win $100. That's what I want to see you doing.
Also, ESPN has Reese Davis, so they have a casual. We can have a casual. There's one invited to these types of parties.
You don't know that Reese Davis is a casual. He might be a full-fledged basketball aficionado.
Eric just said that this is the draft that he's covered the least, or he's done the least amount of research.
I'm not a casual. Come on, let's be real. I'm not David.
He could be watching it at home. You don't know about Reese. Just because he's not on TV doesn't mean he's not full-fledged in it.
I didn't know Kendrick Perkins was on this broadcast. I'm gonna have to leave this broadcast now. I don't
He's
know if
wonderful.
I don't know if I can handle it.
Stop hating. He's the best.
So Brad's guest that we can't have on. He won't allow Shaq on. Kevin, is that you? No Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah, I'm out on Kendrick Perkins.
I'm in on Perk. I go solo
Kendrick,
Perk.
no
That's my
Shaq.
guy.
No.
I would like Jalen Rose. I'm a big Jalen Rose guy.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm a big
I would like
guy.
Jalen Rose on the pod.
We got to get Maria Taylor on here.
We almost Keith Smith was about to come on, and then he got a new job.
Look at this kid.
What happened with that?
In and out. He's got it everything. I can't wait to talk about him.
Keith Smith
T-minus 90 seconds.
Took 6 months to write back to me, apologized, and then got a new job the next day. I was like, it's going to be another year before I hear back from him.
Let's not put him on blast.
I will say, the nice thing about the NBA draft is the clock's way quicker than the NFL drafts.
Yes.
We'll be able to get into this stuff. We got a minute on the clock for Detroit. So I know I'm a big Jalen guy. I know Brad's a big Jalen guy. Coach is a big Cade
I'm team
guy.
Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, we're split on Cade here.
We are split on Cade. I think he's going to be good. I just don't think he's going to be the best player in this draft by the time it's all said and done. I
think he's the safest pick. And I think that's what you need if you're the Pistons.
So Doc, I know you're a turnover.
He's a superstar.
I know you're a turnover assist ratio guy. Did you know he had more turnovers than assists while he was playing at OK State?
Yeah, you put that in the group chat today. And
thank you.
I mean,
man, you're using your finest ammo really early on this one.
Yeah,
I mean, baby, I got ammo. I got ammo for days.
Look, he can improve.
I got my note up right now.
You're looking. He can handle the ball. He can score. I think he's a good foundation piece. They already have Jeremy Grant there.
He's safe. He's certainly safe.
He's the most put together prospect that we've seen.
I don't need the Pistons. I don't think the Pistons need a scorer. Like he's
not a scorer. If they needed a scorer,
that's good. If they're going to draft him,
that's what I'm saying. I don't think they need Jalen Green.
Okay.
I think Cade is the best fit here.
I respect that, Doc. I hear you. I just don't. There's nobody for him to facilitate to. They just traded Mason Plumlee.
I mean, were you banking on Mason Plumlee being your long-term solution at center?
No, but he's competent. He's very good. Like, it's not like he had a bad year. If his name wasn't Mason Plumlee and he put up the numbers that he was putting up, we'd be talking about him as like a potential, role player piece.
He's a role player.
I think they thought about.
They were 26 out of 30 in offensive rating, so they do need some scoring. It's like they got to get some guys in there and do that, and I think Jalen could do that for them.
He's the best player.
Yeah. Go ahead, Coach. I know you're bursting at the This is your pick.
Silver's here.
The pick is in. We know what's coming. So let's talk a little bit about Cade Cunningham.
Look at his daughter. His daughter doesn't even realize the magnitude. Her dad just got picked number 1 in the NBA.
He secured the bag.
He's gonna get that guaranteed
6'8", 220.
Oh wow, is that his dad in the fresh suit with the pocket square, the burgundy pocket square?
Here he comes.
I think.
The promised one, the guy that's going to save Detroit's franchise.
So, Coach, let me ask you this. What do you think Cade Cunningham's ceiling is? Like, give me his accolades and give me his stat line.
Ceiling, Hall of Fame.
Really? Okay.
All NBA multiple times. I mean, we're talking about his ceiling. He is a floor general. He operates the offense, and he's a versatile defender. So we're looking at all right. So if we want to break down Cade Cunningham, it's time for it. So as you see his averages, he took Oklahoma State to a great season, 4 game winners under his belt, or at least buckets in the final minute to give his team a lead. I see him as Luka Doncic, as it's widely been talked about. He's got very similar feel and IQ, but he's mixed with a little like Paul Pierce and Jimmy Butler. That goes in hand with his versatility. I'm trying to find a synonym for the truth, so I'm just gonna call him the Gospel. So Cade the Gospel Cunningham. That's my new nickname for him. What separates him, what makes him different, as ESPN explaining that he reminds them of Luka Doncic, size-wise, 6'8", 200 plus pounds. So these things separate him and make him, for me, a bona fide star. So the gospel, because everything he does is the truth. Outside of that assist to turnover ratio. That hang pull up is beautiful. His shooting in the past 2 years completely transferred. We see that double shimmy move, a la Jimmy Butler does. He does that
luxurious,
step forward back. Yeah, then that gives you some height, and we'll see that with Ayo DeSumo later on.
That's right.
His shimmy fake to the baseline, we call that the Smitty. He does that. His jump hooks with both hands in the post. He abuses little guys in the post. He passes left hand, right hand, ambidextrously. Those winners though that we love the most. Oklahoma, when he dropped 40 and 11, he put that game away with free throws. He had a game winner against Arkansas, Wichita State, Oral Roberts. When the game is at balance, you put the ball in his hands and he gets it done. As we take a look at his highlights.
Am I crazy I know they compared him to Chris Middleton and Luka Doncic. I kind of see some De'Aaron Fox in his game. A guy that handles the ball, that can pass it, that can score in a variety of ways.
Malika Andrews alert.
Yeah, you talk about the fits. She's got the best fit of the night.
Malika Andrews alert.
Hello.
I'm a married man. Yeah, so anyway, when you look at Cade, I like the Fox call. I think he's a little bigger. I think he has a little bit more strength. He can do a little bit more of a post-up game, as you see there when we're watching the highlights. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can see the highlights. If you're on the podcast, you can like and subscribe us on there. I think he's okay. Like, I like what he comes from. I do think that he's limited. His 3-point shots got to get better, coach, and you got to admit that. Like,
that's right.
I do. I think he and in the NBA 3-point shot. NBA 3-point shooters got to get a little bit better. I question whether or not he's going to be able to be consistently there.
40%. And he was shooting over 5 a game. And in the last 6 games, he shot at least 8 of them, and he was making them at a high clip. Coach, you could shoot 40% in college, but I'm talking about NBA and that ability to be there. I think Jalen has that ability. That's why I'm just talking about this. I like him, but can he be a transcendental star in the NBA? I don't know. I'm not a Hall of Fame guy. You just put everybody in a Hall of Fame, coach. Damian Lillard, Cade Cunningham. You got Damian Lillard is 91% a Hall of Famer today. If he never played another game, I was right on that argument by far. He's a 6-time All NBA player. He's about to win Olympic gold.
Right, but me and Kevin are we're the gospel on this one.
You guys went with the Ben Simmons trajectory argument when he's played 4 seasons and averages 15 points per game for his career. Get out of here.
I'm really mad I missed that pod.
You're not a fan on defense, man. But listen,
I am. That's why I like Cade Cunningham.
Cade is saves the Dave with the comment there. Cade was the safe pick. I think you're not going to make anybody mad. You're not going to lose your job if you pick Cade Cunningham. I just don't think he's the best player for Detroit. I don't think he's the best player, period. A lot of times we talk about hoopers, right? What is a hooper? A hooper is somebody who can, they're getting buckets for any team. They're playing defense for any team. They're making their teammates better for any team. When I look at OK State with him last year, they were bad. I'm sorry.
Well, they weren't.
They were bad. They were bad. And
they weren't. They had the best record they had since Marcus Smart played there.
How'd they do in the tournament?
They made it to the second round and lost, and he had 24 in that game.
How did Virginia do in 2018 compared to 2019, Brad? That's night and day.
What's that?
I said, how did Virginia do in 2018 compared to 2019? They lost in the first round as a 1 seed, and then they won.
You want to talk about his winning pedigree, though? You want to talk about his winning pedigree?
And I'm a believer in the NCAA tournament can only help your resume. You can have a Shabazz Napier that goes from a late second round.
All right, here we go. This has got to be, when we're looking at team needs, you look at team, everything in bigs.
No, Jalen time. I love it. I'm glad they didn't mess this up. This is my guy, man. I think Jalen Green's the best player in the draft, and I love the fit for any team. I truly believe he can average 25 points per game plus in his rookie season. That's the kind of scorer he is. The only other scoring will come from KPJ and Chris Wood. He's going to get all the shots he can handle. He's a certified.
Are you assuming John Wall's not on the team?
Yeah, but that's fair. John Wall.
I would include John Wall, but besides that, I think you're right.
Yeah, I just think he's going to be him and KPJ are going to be the primary go-to scorers. If they can trade John Wall, they probably will. But you're right. It's fair to assume that he's still going to be on the team because of his contract. I really love the college prospects that played pro first. You know, we talk about Lonzo or LaMelo Ball. We talk about Luka Doncic. We talk about, some of the other players that we're going to mention in this draft.
Brandon Jennings.
Like, if you've had experience playing against grown men who need to do this to feed their family, people who are already better than college players, you're going to come in ahead of rookies in this draft that have just played college. You know how to travel, you know how to train, you know how, game planning works, you know how studying works. There's just so much you're ahead of. And I love the fact that Jalen Green went to the G League route. I think the big difference from Jalen Green and Cade Cunningham is Cade Cunningham felt that he needed to go to college to show off his game. Jalen Green went to the G League because he couldn't go pro. That's kind of how I look at those two. So I really think Jalen Green's the best player in this draft. I think the Rockets made a great pick, and I'm excited to see what he does.
Coach is so mad right now. What I will say about Jalen, I coach. Everybody knows on the channel that I coach against him as a freshman. We talked about this pre-show, or actually during the beginning of the show. He's a great kid. He comes from an amazing family in Fresno. They made him go to San Joaquin Memorial, and it's a small little private school in the middle of Fresno because they wanted him to be around at a good school, get a good education. His senior year, he did transfer and kind of did the circuit thing. But when you watch him play, every year this kid's improved. I've watched it personally. I've seen it. He can score. He's athletic. He can shoot, which he's getting better. And I think the G League helped him out. His ability to do this right here, and I think this is underrated because he couldn't do this in high school when I watched him play. Well, he could do that shit, but he couldn't do this. Like when you watch him here, he could not pull up and hit that 3-point consistently. And I think he did, and he really proved that in the G League. Their head coach, Roz, he used to tell us that the things he did in practice were some of the most amazing things he's ever seen. And I think that when you look at like a transitional star, like he's going to be that guy. Now, I do want to know from Coach, because he's a fantasy guy and we're a fantasy place, who you picking first in your dynasty leagues for basketball, Cade or Jalen?
Cade Cunningham.
Really? Even with the scoring? Because he's going to be putting up 25.
He's gonna give you a 25 and 5 his rookie year at least.
You think Cade Cunningham's going to do 25 and 5, huh?
Yep. 25 and 5 at least.
I respect that. I don't think of Cade as like a 25 points per game scorer, but I respect that he's going to have.
He averaged 20 in college now.
Yeah, that was college, buddy.
As a freshman. Yeah. Well, guess what? They've played together. They were on Team USA together. And guess who was the best player on that team? It was Cade Cunningham. They had Jalen Suggs. They had Jalen Green. They had Tyrese Halliburton. He had 21 in that under 19 championship game. He was the bona fide leader on that team. On the Mount Vert team, went 25-0. That had Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes was on the USA team too. Cade Cunningham, again, bona fide leader, best player on the team because he has no flaws.
Coach.
Jalen Green has to be in a good situation for his team to be a winning team. And that's why his comparisons are Zach LaVine.
We got a Woj alert.
Oh, it's official. The Russell Westbrook trade.
See, and the Cleveland pick is in. This is gonna take away.
Can I break the Russell Westbrook news?
Go ahead, Doc.
All right, Brad. Hold the tears back. Russell Westbrook to the Lakers for a 2024 second-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick. To the Lakers for Kuzma, KCP, Montrezl Harrell, and the number 22 pick tonight. So Wizards giving up Russell Westbrook and 2 second-round picks that we probably will forget about for Kuzma, KCP, Montrezl Harrell, and the 22nd pick tonight. Love it. Let me
tell you something. If I told you there was a guy who averaged a triple-double and is probably a top, just based off of last year, top 20 player in the league, don't you think he'd be able to get it better than a number 22 pick?
No, because of his salary.
The salary is
44, 45 mil.
Salary.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. We got Cleveland up. They got the 103. They finished 22-50. team needs offense, front court help, perimeter defender. They need a lot of stuff there, perimeter defender. And it looks like they took Evan Mobley for USC. Coach, what do you think of Evan Mobley?
I love Evan Mobley, and that's why it was announced till today that Detroit was going to go with Cade Cunningham, because you have 3 potential guys that could have gone number 1 in any other year. You see the numbers. He's known for his defense, but 17-9, really good passer. He can shoot with the right hand, left hand hook. This stat stands out to me in particular. Of the big man drafted in the top 5 since 2011, Evan Mobley has the highest number of stocks. That's steals and blocks combined at 3.7. Only behind Anthony Davis, whose stocks and blocks were already higher than anyone else. But what we see here is Jaren Jackson Jr. is on this list. Joel Embiid's on this list. Karl Anthony Towns is on this. DeAndre Ayton is also. But Evan Mobley has the least amount of fouls. That means he is a dominant defensive force. I think USC was the 6th rated defensive team in the league, and then they had the 2nd rated 2-point field goal percentage in the paint. That has to do with him shutting down everything. But I think you can run an offense through this kid. He's a little bro. His big bro, Isaiah, is still playing at USC. He's a big fella, so he had to play some guard growing up. So he's got guard skills. He can bring it up full court. Like I said, he is a potential huge threat in the screen and roll game, much like we saw Giannis in the NBA Finals just now. I think that you can run an NBA offense through this kid. What worries me is his slight frame. Obviously, he's 215. He weighs less than Cade Cunningham, and he needs to bulk up. But sometimes it takes time. You see Chris Bosh-esque type of fluid feel. I think he will eventually develop that 3-point shot. That is one of his question marks. Is can he stretch it out? His free throw shooting needs to improve as well. But the kid gets after it, and you have a potential lockdown all NBA defender here. And at the end of the day, this might be the best prospect on the board because how he affects the game of winning.
Kevin, you want to go before me? I'm gonna get kind of negative.
No, I mean, I like Mobley. I think that he's really good. I love that his skill set's going to translate very well. He's got to get strength. He's got to get some strength on him there. But I do think that his ability to kind of shoot, do what he does right here, and if you're watching the film, just his hook shots, I think that he has a good skill set. Like, I like him. I think this had to be the pick. I just am concerned, and I don't know if Brad's going to bring this up, with his fit with the Cavs. Like, I don't know where they're going to put him there with Jared Allen, Kevin Love, what's going on with Love. Like, that's my question mark. But as far as talent goes, I feel like you have to take him. If you were concerned about fit, maybe you trade this pick and get some assets, but they obviously didn't do that. They do need the help, though. Maybe he fits well with Garland and Sexton there, but I was that your concern, Brad?
Yeah, I thought the hype train on Mobley has been getting kind of out of control. I think he's a nice player, and he moves really well for his size. But I've been hearing Chris Bosh a lot for this dude. Bosh was a much better shooter, and was also more assertive on both ends. I think we're falling in love with his traits more than his game. I think he's going to get bullied in the post against the 5 because he's so wiry. So he'll probably play the 4 alongside Jared Allen. But having 2 bigs in the starting lineup doesn't really make a lot of sense to me in terms of pace. Sexton and Garland, they want to push and shoot threes. The Drummond Allen experiment didn't work. So they want to try again with a wiry center that can't shoot that well. So I think Cleveland would have been better served trading down, maybe moving Sexton with the 3 to get a big name. But they didn't do that. They took who they thought was the best player available, and I respect that. I do think, Mobley has a lot of great traits. But in terms of his game, I don't trust Cleveland to bring those traits out of him. I don't trust Cleveland to turn him into, Chris Bosh shooting the 3. Like, that's just not what I trust Cleveland to do. And I don't know that he'll have the room to do that alongside Jared Allen. I just think it's not a great fit, but to Kevin's point. But, I respect the pick. And I also, just like Cade Cunningham, I think it's safe. Nobody's going to lose their job taking Evan Mobley. So I get it.
When you're 22 and 50, you don't worry about, fit. And Jared Allen, he's good and all. That's not a franchise cornerstone. This kid could really be that, and then you could offload Allen in years. That's what their kind of approach is. I don't really see the direction on where they're going with all this, with the Sexland backcourt. Coach, I don't think that's going to work.
Coach, yes. Doc thinks he's going to get $100 million plus.
That's fine. That still doesn't make, to me,
that's cornerstone money. I'm saying that's not.
That's cornerstone money, but so does Andrew Wiggins gets cornerstone money. Like, a lot of these players get that, but that doesn't make them cornerstones just because you get paid.
That's a good
Everyone's getting
point.
paid these days, but the pick is in, and we got Jalen Suggs, and I'm gonna let you guys kind of dive in on this.
Did they take him? They took Jalen Suggs.
Pick is in. Oh,
You might be. I
I guess I'm jumping ahead of schedule, but
Yeah.
it's pretty guaranteed here. If they do not get Jalen
Oh
Suggs,
no! They took
slipping.
Scotty Barnes. Holy cannoli!
I'm behind.
Wow, Coach. They took
Coach,
Scotty
you jumped the
Barnes,
gun.
top 4 pick.
I
What happened to your
thought-
Jalen
I thought
Suggs
Scotty
love?
Barnes was going to Orlando. Wow, that's shocking.
I love Suggs, but this is wow.
Look
Wow.
at Scotty Barnes in the all-white suit. I love it.
Some people in Vegas just want some money.
Wow, I thought they were going Jalen Suggs for sure. You mind if
They
I start off with Scotty Barnes?
Yeah, they loafed. Go ahead.
So, in my eyes, I think of him a lot like Mobley. Like, I think we're drafting traits and not, hooping talent. This is
He's not Mobley though.
he's not Mobley, but I'm talking about drafting traits instead of
Okay.
talent. This is a Toronto team, that's kind of making the bet that they can transform a 6'8" rim running forward who shoots 27.5% from 3 into an all-star 3-and-D guy. And, that's kind of giving me vibes that, when the Bulls took Patrick Williams last year, he was at least a shooter in college. I think if the league valued defensive traits as much as they do in the draft, guys like Ben Simmons and Draymond Green wouldn't get as much hate as they do. And, as soon as the game happens, people are going to be disappointed that the number 4 pick didn't do more than Scotty Barnes is going to do. So, Scotty Barnes has the excellent traits to be a top pick, but nothing about his game translates to a future all-star to me. So I think he's a great role player. He'll be in the league for, 15 years or whatever, but he's not a 4 pick to me. And it's an interesting pick from Toronto, who's got a lot of holes, and they've been looking to possibly get in the Ben Simmons sweepstakes. This is
My first thought is
my
first thought is Kyle, they're retaining Kyle. This means that they're making a
so?
push, and this is like we're paying Kyle. We're gonna give him the end of the career money that he's gonna get. They're gonna keep Van Vliet. They got OG. They got Pascal, and then I think they're planning on trying to plug him at the 5 position, which he already said that he is willing to be. And he
like
kind of a
beautiful brain on
facilitator.
you, Coach.
Hey, Draymond Green. This is what I'm thinking because you
Small ball
don't take a
5.
franchise point guard in Jalen Suggs. If you passing up on him, to me, was a huge statement that they are not going in that tank direction. That they are going for. We still got a chance here.
Well, actually, Kevin, let me ask you this before you go into your diatribe. What do you think? Do you think Scotty Barnes is a reliable small ball 5?
Yeah, he can be. He's versatile enough. He can do it. He can be that 4-5 guy. I see them comparing him to Draymond Green. I don't necessarily know if Draymond Green would be the comparison that I would have. I saw someone compare him to like Nicholas Batum, kind of that guy.
But Batum's a better offensively.
Yes, and he's probably better defensively. So like just his body type and stuff.
He's not better offensively.
Yes,
at
he
all.
is.
I
Scotty
feel like
Barnes
he's,
shot
I feel like-
27.5 from 3.
I feel like he's what we wanted Tyrese Thomas to be, like a versatile guy that plays a little bit bigger than he actually is, with some offensive game. Probably won't create his own shot, but has good athleticism. I think it's interesting you said that Toronto is going to go all in. I think that they have a lot of holes on their team that they should just kind of try and either trade Siakam or build around him. I don't think you're going to get much value for Lowry for
Coach.
what you'd be paying him.
Coach, I was going to ask you, if they're going to go small ball 5 with Barnes, do you think they trade Siakam now?
No, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they're going for a win now player that brings the spirit, that is a good fit. They needed a center. That was their position that were terrible at. You put him with Siakam.
Scotty Barnes. I love that.
Look at this defensive, like the defensive makeup with him and OG and Pascal. Like, oh man, that's a front court. And in the East,
they're kind of stealing
the
they're kind of
Bucks.
stealing the Bucks blueprint of getting players that have very long wingspans.
Coach, when I see you this excited, it makes me think that you might be right. Like I honestly
let me still say that I'm still disappointed that they didn't go in the other direction and go with Jalen Suggs, who I love. I love Jalen Suggs so much that I'm so surprised that they went in this direction. but because Scotty Barnes has all the tools to be a really good player. Now, he was not asked to do much, but kind of look like facilitate and guard people 90 feet for Florida State. So his offensive game did not showcase for Florida State, but I think that it'll pop once he gets to the NBA and the ball's in his hands.
I bet you this means that OKC takes Jalen Suggs now instead of James Bouknight.
What do you think the Magic do?
You think Orlando passes on him just because of Cole Anthony?
I think they have to take Suggs.
They got Cole Anthony.
Yeah, but I love Cole Anthony, but you got to go best player available when you're Magic and you're just that bad.
They got Cole Anthony and they got Fultz, right?
Well, Fultz just tore his ACL. Like basically they have Cole Anthony and then they have Fultz and Jonathan Isaac on terrible contracts.
I like the Barnes and Isaac fit, so that's why I'm like, wow, they knew Orlando was going to take him, but
I think we see Moody or Kuminga to Orlando now.
I think you could,
but you could probably get him at 108, right? Like if you take Suggs now and then you just say, okay,
you can get one of those other guys at 108.
Kuminga, Moody. I think you have to do that because I'm not on the Cole Anthony train. I mean, he's okay, but Suggs is a different level talent, I believe.
I think so too. I love Cole Anthony.
Yeah, you never know if Cole Anthony is going to have the Michael Carter Williams effect where he puts up really good numbers, but it's just because he gets a lot of playing time. So that's why I think you got to bring in another guard. I mean, Fultz isn't probably going to play most of next year. I think you got to go best player available.
Shoot, the way the NBA is, you could plug Suggs and Anthony in together. Yeah. Suggs can play off ball. We saw that this year. We saw that in Team USA. He is jet quick. He's known defensively, which is an improvement on Anthony. And then if it comes to the point where they can't play well together, you put Cole Anthony on a bench. You got probably the best backup point guard in the NBA.
I honestly think Cole Anthony. He's a 20-point per game scorer. He's
right,
that kind of
smooth. Everybody's a 20-point per game scorer in your eyes. I'm a 20-point per game
not
scorer.
True. No, I think you could average 1 point a game off the free throw line.
Okay, I'll
in
take
the NBA.
Is TJ McConnell a 20-point per game guy?
Orlando took Jalen Suggs, huh?
Good, man. You guys are ahead of me, so that's why I was like Jalen Suggs, like guarantee.
My bad, coach. I'll slow it down for you a little bit.
No, you're good. You guys can break it. I'm great with it. So, things I love about Jalen Suggs. One, it's so funny because they were the best team in college basketball up until that championship game where they got showed up. They hadn't lost the game, but when the game was on the line, that's when he showed up. In the conference tournament, that's when he showed up. When he hit the game winner against UCLA, I know that was off the backboard, but look at these percentages: 50% from the field. In transition, he's cat quick. It reminds me a little bit of John Wall on the break. He's that good and transition. He creates separation on his step backs. He is a super leader. He's infectious. He's the coolest person in this draft too. Like you look at him, he's like he definitely won Mr. High School. I know he was Mr. Football, Mr. Basketball, the state of Minnesota, but he definitely was the prom king and everything. He is the coolest person in every room he walks in, and that's why he's glittered out tonight. But I just think he's infectious of winning. I think this is a great grab and a good steal.
One of his best friends is Paige Beckers.
She is amazing.
To me right now, this is a pick of the draft. And for Orlando, especially, because I don't think they would have thought they would have got someone like him. Because I thought it was a 4-person draft in terms of like the tiers, or even like 2 and then drop down a little bit to Mobley and Suggs. But for Orlando to get him, I think that's a top 8. This is exactly what they needed to rebuild. Like this is exactly what they have to have. And they got there. Because, yeah, you can maybe get Barnes and those guys, but Suggs could be that guy you lean on a little bit and have that ability to have that point guard. He's there. You can build around him. Now at 8, I really think they go after Moses Moody. I think Moses Moody would be a great pick if they could get him there. Like those are 2 center blocks. We could be talking about Orlando. Hey, they're pretty good in that Eastern Conference. Who knows? Like this is a hell of a pick for Orlando. I am so surprised that the Raptors passed on Suggs. That just means you're right. And Lowry's old. Is Lowry the same player that we like? I mean, I know they like Van Fleet. Like I know but
he hasn't dropped off at all yet. He really hasn't, Lowry.
There is something to that though, because how hard he plays. He is getting up there. But what he did for Toronto, that's why I feel like he might get that paycheck that he kind of deserves as a world champion and all that. But what does OKC do here though?
I like
mean-
Jalen Suggs' game, but I just don't see him as some future superstar.
I don't see him as a superstar, but I see
think
him
he's-
somebody. I see him as a stable presence in the organization.
Right.
I-
You know,
So I mean,
Eric,
if you think about it,
Eric, I agree completely. I see
Winning
him as
player.
a guy like DJ Augustin, like a guy who's going to be in the league
that's
for like
Oh.
a
15
little
years.
disrespectful. But if you think about it,
It's-
Orlando traded away Fournier,
not disrespectful.
Gordon, and
It is.
Vucevic. They
It's
DJ
so
traded
Augustin
away
is
disrespectful.
incredible.
They
He's
traded away-
5'11". This
around.
kid is 6'4", and he's a defensive stalwart like Drew
Orlando
Holiday.
traded 3 of their
He-
longest tenured players.
He is
I
not
think
Drew
that's-
Holiday, coach.
I think
He's
that's
got Drew
signaling where he is.
Holiday-esque characteristics.
He's not locking a single person up in the NBA. I promise you.
We see that he said the first person I want to match up with is Dame
If he
Lillard.
gets a st-
That's
if he
bold.
gets a steal,
That's
you
bold.
call me.
I'd say
if he gets
I'd
a
say
single
Malcolm
steal in the
Brogdon.
NBA,
Let's
you
put a
call
little
me.
respect on him. Let's say Malcolm Brogdon.
He's got really good balance. He's really got really good foot steal, foot speed. He gets steals. He gets deflections. He's got good anticipatory
Fucking bag up.
skills, and he's got a cannon as an arm. He can throw it full court.
He does.
He's seen
So-
full court bounce passes
He's got incredible court vision, just like DJ.
and
Augustin.
tangibles. That's why I like Drew.
So I want to ask you guys: do you think OKC makes any moves, like maybe trading for a vet, or I mean, we've seen SGA and the 6th pick rumored around to move up number 1. I mean, I think SGA is probably the only
Yeah.
certified player. I know Lou
They're
Dort
taking
did
a
well. I know Darius Bazley turned it on at the end of the year. I think those were kind of just more of the minutes received. What do you
If
think
they make a
what do you
move,
think they do here?
If they make a move, it's going to be small. It's going to be, maybe moving up a little bit, moving back, but nothing big name. I don't see them getting rid of Shea at all. I see them getting James Bouknight. I think that they love this kid, and they think that he might be a great pair for Shea in that backcourt, as he's a little bit more direct. And he's out there to try to go get buckets, and they hope that they can develop that, and that could be their future backcourt. I don't see them moving on from Shea.
So they have the 6, the 16, and the 18. So they have 3 picks that could potentially contribute this year. Do you think that they go best player? Or do you think that they try to fill a certain position with each pick? I kind of think they go Davion Mitchell a little bit.
I think they go with the guy they like, and I think that's either Bouknight or it's Josh Giddey to me. And it depends what happens.
I think they're going for future talent too. They're not going to get anybody like Chris Duarte or Bassey, like players that are a little bit older and ready to play right now. They're looking kind of.
I think they might
build going
I
forward.
think they might go Giddey because he's super young. He's a guy that, he didn't make the Australian team, but he could have. He gave Matisse Thybulle all he can handle. He also only shoots 30% from 3, but I watched a lot of highlights of him. He's very smooth. He's got a kind of a slow game. He reminds me of like James Harden, but Harden mixed up his pace so much that, it throws defenses off and he's able to draw fouls. And
I think if
Giddey's
they
kinda
go,
he's got a big body like that, and he also switches up his pace. He kind of reminds me of that, but he
The
needs
talent-
to go to a team. Giddey needs to go to a team that like he can get starters minutes and have the ball. He averaged 11, 7, and 7. He's that kind of guy. He's that kind of guy that controls the flow of the game. At OKC, he could do that. So I think that makes sense.
it's just interesting. I think if they do go Euro here, I think that they'll probably go Şengün instead. And
I love Şengün.
with the possibility of Wagner. But like I said, I think they go. I think they go Bouknight with this pick because I think that they were asking if he was going to come out last year because this was his sophomore season and they were going to use whatever their second round draft capital was to go and get him wherever he was, just like we saw Poco last year. Wherever he was going to go, OKC was going to spend whatever to go get him.
I got to tell you, I don't like OKC's plan though. I'm not a fan.
Pick is in, my boys.
I haven't heard it yet. Hold on.
All right, yeah, I haven't heard it yet either.
Nah, Brad, you can break them since you're
Nah.
ahead of
Oh,
everyone.
wow. You know what? I want to start because I picked this kid to
Yours
go
is
in.
faster than mine. I still don't know the pick.
I
Who is
picked
it?
this kid
Who is
in our
it?
first ever mock, Josh
Keon
Giddey.
Johnson? Oh.
No, it's Josh Giddey.
It
I
is.
picked
You were
him.
right,
Just like I
Brad. You were
called
right,
it.
Brad.
Thank you.
I
Yeah,
wrote
man.
him in. I think I wrote
Salute.
him in the lottery, number 14. And somebody on Reddit told me I was a moron. Josh Giddey wasn't going in the lottery. Who's this crack at? whoever you are on Reddit, I think your name was 123 Dumbass. I was right that he was going to go in the lottery. I just want you to know that Josh Giddey was
Get
going in
your
the lottery.
victory lap in, Kev.
Yes, I'm getting my victory lap in because
That
you know
was
what?
my victory lap.
You
That
get a
was
victory
some
lap too, but I get
All
it first.
All right, y'all get a victory lap.
dad
And then-
smack
and then-
talk right
and
there.
then
1,
Coach
2,
and I
3,
get it
dumbass.
when Dame makes the Hall of Fame.
1, 2, 3, dumbass. I love
All
that.
right, so the kid Josh Giddey, he showed out in the exhibition for Australia. He looks like he's a foundational piece for
He
the
should have
national
made
team
that
going
team.
forward. He had it well, yeah, especially when Ben Simmons decided to,
All right.
flake on his team because that
Stop
was
it.
some Bama shit.
Stop
Josh
it.
Giddey at one time in this Australian league, which is the same one that we saw RJ Hampton, we saw LaMelo Ball come out of. He had triple doubles in 3 out of 5 games. Look at his stats. He's a walking triple double. He's 11, 7, and 7. You can make a case this is the best passer in the draft here. And it was mentioned earlier. His thing is he's got to develop a jumper. It's really slow. He shoots at 30%. People go under
does need to
screens,
do that.
but he does affect the game in other ways because he gets in the lane. He gets to his spots where he wants to, and he creates openings for others.
Coach, you bring up great points. He's a game-changing player that is going to be. I honestly think he can be an all-star point guard. But if he's going to be an all-star point guard, you can't shoot 30% from 3. I'm sorry. Like, that's not today's NBA. You got to do more. So I'm with you, Coach. He needs to.
You can make a case. He's at
Ben Simmons shoots 0%.
Stop. Ben Simmons is a totally different player. This is
Ben
not
Simmons
a
plays
point guard
defense.
right now.
He's a
Get out of
defensive
here.
player of the year.
You can make a case that Josh Giddey is kind of a taller Ricky Rubio. He reminds me of that, where he has this feel. He passes better than anyone. He's got kind of floor general in him. It's just I don't know if that it necessarily is what you want as far as trying to win NBA championships. I think he'll be a good pro for a long time, but all-star, I'll stay away from that. I'll take Jalen Suggs over him all day, every day of the week.
So let me ask you guys, from a macro perspective, do you like what OKC is doing, where they're basically trading any asset they have and stockpiling these first-round draft picks? I know, like, we kind of saw trust the process. This goes a step beyond that. What are your guys' thoughts?
Yes, I mean they fleeced the Clippers and they got other things from Houston. So I think that they have enough draft capital. They definitely got to hit in the lottery. They got to get one of these top picks, especially in this draft. I know that they really wish. I think that in the test of time, they will be a winning franchise. But they're going to have to hit a superstar for them to get over the edge, because Shea is really good. He's an all-star player, but he is not your superstar. But I think that they have enough draft capital that one of these players will fall in their laps within the next 3 years. So I think that the plan at the end of the day, it will work out. And I think they'll probably get something for Kemba. Kemba will start balling out and they'll get another first or second round pick.
Well, at some point they got to move these picks though. Like they can't just keep getting
agree.
like young guys and then trying to
You
fill.
can't win with a really young team. Sorry to cut you off, Kevin.
No, I'm just saying the roster wise, and you can't say, "Oh yeah, we're going to pay you this," and where the minutes going to come from at a certain point. I like this pick though. I think he fits well with Shai. I think they'll be very good together. But they got to hit some other picks. They got to get these next two guys are going to be interesting. But I do want to get your coach. I was never a big Jonathan Kuminga guy. You like Jonathan Kuminga. What do you think is happening with Kuminga here? Why is he falling?
So I mean I can't speak on the character things, but it seems like some of these other guys a little bit have been doing better in the room. When he first got to Ignite, people were talking about him being a potential number 1 pick. But I think what happened was he ran into I'm in high school and I've dominated everyone physically each and every way, and I can just do whatever I want and I'm going to score. And he found out that when he got in playing against grown men, that wasn't as easy as we see. His percentages weren't too high. He falls asleep on defense. I think one thing is the work ethic, where Jalen Green lives, eats, breathes in the gym. He's in the weight room. You didn't hear that same noise from Kuminga. And if they're both in the G League and you got Jared Jack just raving about Jalen Green, you're not really hearing that same thing of Kuminga. Does he think that he is too good? So I think it's a matter of everything that I was doing well in the high school level, dominating physically, is not translating the same way. Now, he also did move up a year. So he was a junior, moved up to the senior class, and then all of a sudden he's in the G League Ignite. So he really should have been a high school senior this past year. So that has something else. You move up not only a year, but you move it with the grown men. I mean, Anthony Edwards, it was no problem for him, but I think that's what you're kind of seeing here with Kuminga. There's got to be something character-wise.
So we got the Warriors now. You know, they got the 107 and the 114. We know that. They finished
This is
39,
huge.
33.
This is
Gotta
huge.
trade this, man. They gotta
Team
trade
needs,
this, right?
you know, 3D
Nah, they're-
wings, playmaking guards, ready now players. Like it's interesting to see. I thought maybe
Wow.
Giddey would be there later.
Pick
Who
is
is going to
in,
be in
huh?
that spot?
They
Maybe
said
think
Book
this
is
night?
in. I thought they were going to trade both of these picks for like Bradley Beal, and it's looking like they're going to take them.
I feel
Well,
like
Bradley
people don't
Beal's at
want-
Washington.
I
He's
feel
not
like
going
people
nowhere.
don't want to trade to the Warriors. Like, you don't want to trade to a team that's doing well. It's kind
I
of
like
like
that,
Danny
E.
Ainge. Like
Nice
Danny
take.
Ainge won enough trades that you don't want to trade to him and feel like that you got robbed. It's like you don't want to help the Warriors win another ring. You kind of want to let that dynasty die out.
D'Angelo Russell would disagree.
D'Angelo Russell was there half a season.
I know, and he got traded to him. They took Kuminga.
He's the best player there. They didn't need a guard.
I disagree. We still got Sengun in the building.
Shengun.
Shengun. Sorry, coach.
And
Jonathan
Shen-
Kuminga.
I'll take Kuminga over him.
We talked about him. The coach talked about him. He's 6'4", 205. Played in the G League, obviously, with Green. 17, 4, and 2, 46%. You know, 3-point percentages there.
No, it's not.
I don't know. For me, I think he's an athletic guy. Does he fit
He
this?
shot 25% from three this year.
yeah, it was a struggle.
Does he fit with this Warriors team? I don't know.
No.
It's weird. I guess you just take best player available, but maybe Bouknight wouldn't fit here. Now, I don't agree with Bouknight being drafted this high, especially after he doesn't play any D and those type of things. But
Yeah.
man, this is an interesting pick to me. This is maybe they saw talent, they had this, but in reality, I mean, when you look at who they've drafted, they've been pretty good at drafting picks. I trust them, but at the same time, I don't know.
At some
I
point, you got to
think,
think about the future, but you do get the best player available. Maybe this is a tradable
think this-
asset coming
I think this is
either now
this is-
or trade
This is
deadline.
the G League. This is a G League stash. I think they're gonna put him back. They're gonna draft him at 7, and they're gonna put him back in the G League. Let him play somewhere where he can get 30 minutes. Like you said, he might as well be like a high school senior right now. Like he's that young. You shoot 25% from 3 in the G League, and then you go to the Warriors, the team that has been made famous by shooting the 3. Like, no, you're not gonna play for them. Like they're gonna let him cook.
They could trade him and Wiseman mid-season. Like,
That's what I was thinking too.
I think they're going to
Let him show out a little bit.
I think they're going to see how Clay comes back from his.
But he'll show out.
multiple
He'll show
injuries.
out in the G League though. He won't show out in the NBA.
I would like him on Washington.
They'd be wise to let him show out in the NBA. I think maybe what they do is build his trade value up. I mean, anybody can look good on Golden State being the 4th option.
I don't know about that. I like what you said, Coach. I like what you said about him being in Washington. I'm fine. You give me Kuminga in Washington and whatever your other pick is in the lottery, Warriors for Beal. I'm fine with that.
We haven't unfastened the seatbelt on Brad Beal, and maybe that starts rumbling when we start getting destroyed at the beginning of the year, and then finally at the trade deadline, where like they got Kuminga and Wiseman, and they're throwing it out there, and we finally decide because Brad Beal forces our hand, we finally say yes to it. So maybe this is enticing for them going forward. But if I'm thinking about players that are going to help them win right now, Franz Wagner, Moses Moody seem like they fit the mold for if I'm trying to win a championship right now with the pick that I'm trying to get right now. But I guess because
Corey
he's the best
Kispert.
player available, Corey, I mean, he's probably our best shooter in this draft.
He is the best shooter in the draft.
Yeah,
They could
I
probably
mean,
get him at 14 though. Like he might be there still.
Yeah, he
a
might
little
be
bit
there.
later.
But
It would
why
be a
take the
jump, of
risk,
course.
man. Why take the risk when you can just go ahead and do it? Like, just go ahead and take your guy. Instead of a guy you're gonna have to stash. Like, I'm not even sure Kuminga is the best player available. Like, there's nothing. Everything about him is hope. Like, he's so talented and he's so young. So you're hopeful that you can take his traits and build him up into this all-star. Why don't you just take a guy that's already there? Like, what are you scared of? Like, that Kuminga is gone? Whoever Kuminga goes to, they're going to have to build him up. Like, he's not there yet. he's gonna be there. I think he's a very talented dude. But we're
So why
talking
not-
about
so
guys
why-
like
why not-
They
Şengün,
liked him.
Yeah, why not have him on a team full of vets then? I mean, I feel like that's the best.
because he's not gonna play.
Who,
He's not good enough to play right now.
how deep is the Warriors roster though? Like they have
Well,
so
all
much,
right. For
they have
instance,
so, they have
Wiggins,
so much money
Jordan
tied up.
Poole, Eric
Eric,
Pascal, all
for
play the same
instance,
position.
You're
yeah,
saying
those
Jordan Poole and
players.
Eric Pascal, you're worried about clogging up minutes.
Eric, I don't think you saw Jordan Poole last year. Like
Jordan
that
Poole,
dude was a
Jordan
force.
Poole is good. Jordan Poole is
Also,
good.
on
They're
top
taking
of
him
that,
with his 7th pick.
on top of that, let's think for a second. Like, look at what Nico Mannion's doing on the Italian team. Like that dude looks like a beast. Like all these, some of these guys they drafted, all they need is just run, and Kuminga's not going to get that run with this team.
Hey,
Oh,
to
wow.
Kuminga's
Orlando.
credit, he averaged 16 on Ignite.
Coach,
he was not a scrub.
Coach, check out Orlando's pick right here.
I can't. I'm waiting for it.
We'll wait for you, Coach. We'll wait for
All
you. You
right.
on that?
He's going to find out before me.
Wagner. Hey, Kevin's doing backflips because the Kings didn't get him.
Yours
That's
is,
right,
Kevin
baby.
is doing backflips right now.
yours
No
is going to be
Kings
ahead of
pick.
mine. I haven't even seen the pick yet.
Oh, I'm so
Coach-
glad. I did
Coach-
not want this dude on my roster. Thank you, King.
Oh, really?
Versatile defender.
Kevin, let me hear your take. I didn't know you didn't like Wagner.
I mean, he's all right, but he's not what the Kings need. And we've been drafting. I'm done with what I didn't think he fit the roster very well. I don't think he's athletic enough to play defense in the league. Like, I don't think he's
Okay.
going to be.
That's
I
his
don't think
staple,
he.
though. He's
I
a
like
good
that.
defender.
No,
Yeah,
his
Michigan.
staple is a shooter.
Yeah, I
No,
wanna
it's
see him-
not. His staple is defense. One block,
No.
1.3 steals. Look at his 3-point percentage, less than 35. He's not. His staple is not 3-point shooting. It is his ability to defend and his length at 6'9". The fact that he's still growing into himself.
That's you know what you're right about that. Actually, I'll
Versatile
I'll
defender.
cede that to
ESPN.
you. I think of a guy his height that shoots 35% from 3. I think of him as a shooter. But you're right.
It's just a white German kid you think shooter, but that's not his staple. But he's got a really good feel for the game.
I'm not doing the you know the
White man
Boom.
can't jump. And,
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm like I've watched
will.
him play. I look at his stats and I think of him as a shooter. I think of him as a versatile, you know, a guy with a high basketball IQ. But I never thought of him as a defender, at least not in the NBA. To
And
Kevin's point.
being a little bro, it's a Mo Wagner. He's being beat up his whole life.
Yeah.
Germans are typically tough, so I think this is not that soft
I don't-
Euro in for Michigan.
James,
he was the glue piece to that team.
Eric, James Bouknight's fallen, man. Did you take my under?
I didn't. I told you guys I didn't get into any props. You guys didn't really seem confident on anything. Kevin, I'm interested. Where do you want the Kings to go?
Shingun.
Şengün.
I mean,
Şengün.
they're keeping Buddy Hield now. It looks like.
If they take Şengün, then what's his name needs to go. Holmes, Rashard Holmes.
Well,
Yeah.
they're not going to be able to pay him anyways. He's going to make more. They have 11 million to spend. He's going to be like 13, 14 mil. They're going to just miss being able to pay him. So they have to move on.
Kevin, that's a corner piece. If you get him, he's a cornerstone of your organization.
Yeah, I would be.
Turkish League MVP.
You know,
Turkish League
Kings.
MVP as a baby. He's like 18 or 19.
So like,
They're going to take Corey Kispert. That's a Kings move.
so
That's a
listen
Kings
here.
move.
Defense, wing depth, and upside prospect is the Kings. Let me talk about my Kings real quick. I would love Şengün, whatever the hell you say his name. I would like Moses Moody. I think those two would fit. Like I do like the Moody fit in that roster. I know we're trying to move on from Bagley. Get the hell Bagley off my roster. Should have been Doncic. I'll never live that down. But I like both those guys. If we can come away from both those dudes, I'd be very happy. If we take like a Kispert, I'm going to leave the stream and you're not going to see me again because I dodged one with Wagner and now I'm going to hit Kispert. I like Kispert, but
Kispert's
we don't
very
need a
good,
Kispert.
man.
But we don't need a
Kispert. Kispert is never going to be a good pro.
He shot
Okay,
44%
whoa,
from 3,
yes,
man.
he
He's
is. Stop
6'7",
that.
44% from 3, Eric. You're crazy talking.
That's
I don't
disrespectful.
I don't like those slow. White
Have you
guys.
seen him shoot the ball? He's got the
not
quickest release out there, and he shoots
Eric,
it
he's
deeper
not
than anyone.
slow. He's
Eric,
not
get your
slow.
5'4" ass out of here. All right,
Hey, it's
Kispert can
5'5".
play. Okay.
It's 5'5", but I guess we'll have to see about Kispert. I'm
So, all right.
I'm
50,
Sacramento's
40,
on the
90
clock.
potential. 50, 40, 90 potential.
Sacramento's on the clock. This is all.
How
Kevin's
many
pick.
how many
I
good
need to
Gonzaga
know.
players pan out?
That's not fair.
Jalen
No,
Suggs.
it's totally a fair question. Name me the best player to come from Gonzaga.
John Stockton.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
a Hall of Famer.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And that was 40 years ago? Mm-hmm.
40 years ago.
Yeah.
About
Uh-huh.
40 years.
I'm waiting for some recent ones.
Oh, damn.
I mean,
Nigel Williams-Goss.
Sabonis wasn't bad. Sabonis is all right. Like
Sabonis is really
Sabonis
good.
is really
Yeah.
good.
Perennial all-star
Really
right there. Doma. Plus Chet's coming in there next year. Jalen Suggs,
Uh-huh.
future all-star.
Chet's gonna
Don't-
go maybe top 3 next year.
I'm thinking of the Nigel Williams-Gosses, the Adam Morrisons.
That's your
Who's
fault.
the other name that slipped my head? I mean, for as good as Gonzaga is, like I think they're a
'Cause they
very
play
good college
team
team and
basketball,
they play well
man.
together.
Listen,
They play
College.
team basketball.
Look at a team like Duke. Like college teams evolve over time. Duke, they used to recruit tough, scrappy white boy shooters, and then they started getting
And-
5-star players. And
And
that's
to
what
Mark
happened.
Few's credit, this was the first year he went with the one and done situation with Jalen
Yeah.
Suggs. So they
But
typically get
they're
transfers in,
changing-
overseas
exactly.
players that play
The
there a long
NBA
time. They're not.
The NBA is not a team game as much anymore. You don't see 04 Pistons where you don't
This
have
is
a
an
superstar.
absurd take, Eric.
This is.
I'm
this
gonna
is
delete
completely-
this.
This is
I'm gonna delete
completely-
this from the pod.
This is completely not an absurd take. Every team now has a superstar, and then they have role players or they have another all-star around them. Brad, you said it's a 2-superstar league. You don't see having a good
Eric, who won
balanced
the
team.
championship this year?
The Bucks.
And
Giannis
name
is a superstar.
and who was Drew Holiday? Who was Chris Middleton? Talk about their contracts.
They're
Talk about
all-stars.
Rui
man.
Hachimura,
All right,
Zach
pick us in,
Collins,
pick us in.
Tell me the
All right,
last.
stop
tell me the
Brandon
last-
Clark.
tell-
Pick
tell
us
me
in,
the
pick
last
us in,
time
pick
an
us in.
NBA team won without a superstar.
Oh, Kevin, you're gonna be
I
upset.
hadn't heard it yet.
Why would they-
Because I want to see Kevin's reaction.
No, I heard it. What the hell are they doing?
I
Who'd they
knew you were
take?
gonna be
Who'd
mad.
they take? I'm so
I knew
behind.
you were gonna be mad.
Davion
You know what?
Mitchell.
Kevin, you know what this means?
That's
They're
not
gonna
a
trade.
bad pick. They're just stacked up on cars now. They're
No,
getting rid
this
of
is
Buddy.
this is a bad pick, but this means Kevin, they're probably gonna trade Buddy Hield.
It's not a bad pick if they
Buddy.
trade Buddy Hield, though.
Kevin, do you? come on, give me your thoughts. I see you're befuddled right now. You don't know what
I
to
like
think.
Davion Mitchell.
No.
Yeah.
Let's let Kevin talk.
Well, I just don't understand where he goes. I guess when you look at his size isn't really for wing depth. I guess if they do get rid of Buddy, but why not just keep Buddy there? He's a win now piece. Do they think they really won the Davion Mitchell away from making the playoffs in the West? Like I don't see that upside with that pick there. I don't. God,
Yeah.
the Kings. What is wrong? I mean, I like Davion. I liked him as like a piece, like to go to like the Pelicans or go to the Hornets. The Hornets was my spot for him. I thought he would play really. Hornets or the Pelicans play really well in that situation, but I don't understand what the Kings are doing. Like I don't understand.
Here's my thing. Like, this is a guy. I had him going 14. He obviously went 9. You know, this is a guy that he made a name for himself in the tournament. And if you don't follow college basketball, that's where Davion Mitchell. He's only 6'1", which Kev mentioned. That's not great in a league that's shifting towards the bigger guards. But he's also the former defensive player of the year. And he also
this year,
shoots 45
he's the reigning.
this year. And he also shoots 45% from 3. And there's always room for a 3-and-D guy on any team, especially if you're guarding wings, especially if you're a playmaker. I really love Davion Mitchell, but the fit is strange unless they trade Buddy Hield. Otherwise, I don't understand what they're doing.
It's hard to stay in front of him. I think he's a perfect fit with Halliburton's length and playmaking
Halliburton
skills.
is great. Halliburton and
he's just a great defender.
Kevin, Coach is making a great point. I love Halliburton and Davion Mitchell together. I think you guys really have that's a backcourt that you're gonna have for the next 10 years.
Kevin, let me ask you, because I think Buddy Hield, the biggest thing with him is going to be hard to trade that contract. 4-year, $106 million. I think he just finished his first year of that. It's not awful, but he hasn't lived up to it. Who would you want?
Donovan Mitchell's brother with the tweet.
Who would you want him to go? Like, what would you want in return for Buddy Hield? Because it seems like he's on his way out.
for me, I just want that contract off the book. So I really don't with this pick, with this pick, and with Davion being there now, like whatever you can get for him, maybe. I did see a Knicks trade recently where they tried to make some things work with the Knicks, and I think, what was it? You got to give me a second.
I know they're not getting Julius Randle.
No, it wouldn't be Julius
They'll
Randle.
probably get Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, I did see.
I kind of like that.
I kind of like that as well, actually.
Yeah,
That's a good idea, Eric.
Yeah, if you can get Mitchell Robinson and somebody else to match the salary, I kind of like that trade.
That could work. Here's the deal I saw. I just pulled it up. So the Knicks would get Buddy Hield. We would get Obi Toppin, Kevin Knox, Frank Nikita, and a first-round pick.
I'd want Mitchell Robinson.
I love Obi Toppin as well, and Mitchell Robinson. If he can get like his he's got big problems fouling, but if he can get over that, he's gonna be an all-star.
Knox got to get out of New York though. Tibbs is not a believer. He needs a new look.
They have Nerlens Noel behind Mitchell Robinson, so they don't necessarily need both. And I think Mitchell Robinson carries more trade value.
Noel's a free agent, and it's looking like they're not going to be able to retain him either.
Kevin,
so they do need a backup big.
Kevin, this is a shock, but it's a good pick.
I
really like this pick.
I like it.
Well, yeah, but when you're in the position of the Kings, you want something more to believe in. A higher ceiling player as opposed to a
all of
floor
us are
player.
fans of teams that are kind of in no man's land and don't have very good success.
All right, boys. New Orleans just came through with an absolutely insane pick. I don't understand.
Trading up to they were talked about Giddey in this position, but Giddey's gone. So
I had this dude at 23.
Oh wow, you really can't ruin it.
Wow.
Zaire Williams, Stanford.
All right. Well, I got to invest in some better Wi-Fi for next draft. So
this was Eric's best when on the pod earlier. This is Eric's best player not in the NBA. So Eric, talk about your guy Zaire.
I just like that he does it all. I mean, 10, 4, 2. Now the shooting's got to get a little bit better, but I like the length, 6'8", 185. He's skinny. He's got to put a little weight on, and I think that's what we talk about. David chiming in saying that he doesn't like the Kings pick. For me, it's a little. I'm very interested with what the Pelicans are doing, trading for Valanciunas. I guess they're building around Zion, Brandon Ingram, and they're hoping they can get a traditional big man.
Isn't him though at his ceiling similar to a Brandon Ingram? Like he's a Brandon Ingram comp. Like how?
Coach.
Like
no,
he gets wiggle. He's got a good shot. Like he does better with the ball in his hands.
So
like I don't like the fit. I like his potential.
I'm not big on this guy. Like he's 6'9", very cool, but he averaged 11 and 5 at Stanford. Like he's very wiry, and he's also not a good shooter at under 30% from three. That's not.
He's got a good shot though, and he had an injury-riddled season.
Like the year before, he shot under 30% from three.
The year before at Sierra Canyon, he was the best player on that team, and he was really good all year. But his injury histories, even in high school, really worry me going forward. Like about his knees.
So here's
Coach,
my thinking.
Coach, hold on, Eric.
Smart as they get, player.
Eric, let me just say this. Like I honestly think he could use another season at Stanford, or be like a nice G League stash where he can get minutes and develop his game. Like I just don't think he's going to be an NBA difference maker on a roster this season, especially at number 10 overall. Like Eric, you can talk, but I'm almost shocked that this guy went 10 when you could have got him maybe in the second round.
So here's my thinking.
Oh no,
I feel like the Pelicans, look, they had some potential to make the playoffs this year. Like there was a stretch where they looked pretty good. They're going to get enough scoring from Zion and Brandon Ingram, and the haul they gave up for Valanciunas.
That's true.
I think they expect him to be a third scorer. So I don't think you draft him as a scorer, but all those other guys I mentioned aren't great defenders. Ingram has the length for it, but
you don't think Zion's a great defender?
I do not.
Okay.
As he starts playing more minutes and more years, I think that's going to be his Achilles heel. And I think you drafted him to be box office, to really kind of draw fans in. I think they're drafting Zaire as kind of like that kind of like a forward version of Patrick Beverly, like a guy that's going to box out someone or that's going to pick someone up full court or has the length to guard the team's best player so that you don't have to have Brandon Ingram or Zion do that. And you're right, Brad. It is a reach, but I guess they really believe in the versatility that he has and that scoring is kind of a second thing to him. I think that's what you're seeing some teams now is they have their scores and they say, look, you're not going to play defense. Like, we see the James Hardens. They don't play defense. If you can do one thing well, we'll draft other people or we'll put other people on the roster.
James Harden might be one of the greatest offensive players of all time.
He is.
That's not Zaire Williams.
But how many times did you see years prior where there was a player that could do one thing well and not another? Like Jordan. Jordan was a great scorer and a great defender.
Giannis.
Giannis is both.
To this point on Zaire, that he's like a both side. He is more of an offensive player. I know he only averaged 11 points, but he's a scorer. He's a person that has the ball in his hands and he gets his shot off. You wanted to go defense, you go Moses Moody, who's your perfect 3-and-D and perfect fit for Zion.
Why are you
but
saying
he's more of a forward, and that's
why are you saying he's a scorer though? Like, what are you basing that off of?
Basing on watching him, like watching him play the entire his process in high school, and I told you it was an injury riddled season. He had games where he came into the game, got hurt, and didn't play the rest of the game. That affects your points per game. But he was hobbled around.
If he didn't get injured, what do you think he would have averaged?
It was also awkward playing for Stanford. Their team was very bad, and the focal point was defense. Beat him up, and the physicality really got to him. He was too frail to handle that as well. So I think that in time in the NBA, that type of things will develop.
I feel that. I'm just saying, like, if he didn't get injured, what is it that you think he would have averaged? This number 10 overall pick that's a scorer.
I mean, Brandon Boston, we're going to look at a little bit later, but the same 11 points per game, but he's a bona fide scorer, and he was,
Brandon Boston might go in the second round, man.
I understand that. Yes.
But I'm saying, like, this dude got drafted number 10 overall. Like, what is it that you think? Like, what is he? Is he a 25 point per game scorer if he didn't get injured? Like, what are we talking about here?
I can't play the if game with the injuries. I don't do that. But like, it's just we got to give him some time. He's still 18 years old, and he's like I said, he's probably one of the smartest and top 5 smartest IQ players in the entire draft. He's just a great character guy, and I praise him for that. I'm worried about the injury thing, but he does. If you when you break down the film, he really does have moves. He can really create separation.
Coach, you're right. You're 100% right about that. But I'm talking about like at 10 pick. This is the guy who I had going 23, and you took him at 10. Like I don't see that. I think he can score more than 11 points a game. And obviously so do they, or they wouldn't have taken him at 10. But I don't, and obviously he has moves, and obviously he was injured. But I don't see his ceiling to be drafted at 10. I think it's a bad pick.
I agree with that part. I was just kind of defending him as a player and his potential. I would love him for like OKC team where like you're in complete rebuilding. You're like looking at him for the future and stash him. But with the Pelicans, it's terrible.
I thought you were defending him as a pick. I didn't know you were defending him.
Nah, I hate the pick. I actually hate the pick. Okay, I don't. Like I said, with him and Ingram, I think it's a terrible fit. I don't like our keys to them is Zion, quote unquote, fit. Like you have to build completely all the way on Zion, and then I think that's the clock ticking on Zion's trade request.
He wants to leave too.
And defense. They were the worst defensive team per rating in the NBA, and they just picked a kid that can't play defense.
See, Davion Mitchell would have been a perfect guy for their team. Davion Mitchell, but he wasn't there.
The Kings fucking sniped him.
Yep.
All right, so
Kevin, rejoice, man. That's a great pick. It's shocking, but it was great.
No, it's
yes,
not.
It is,
All right.
man. I'm telling you, you're gonna be happy with Davion Mitchell.
So we got the Hornets. They're next. I got to move on from my Kings. 111.
Brother.
33-9. Team needs center, scoring guard, 3-and-D wing. Based on what we got left on the board, Moses is still there. Book Knight is still there. We're looking at kind of some guys. Shangguan, however the hell you say that, is still there.
Shangguan. Even though they just got Mason Plumlee, they got to take Shangguan.
Let's see what they got here.
Sengun.
Şengün. Sorry,
It's been
but
talked
they
about
don't-
that Kai Jones was their
Coach-
guy that
Coach,
they were
they
looking
don't-
at this entire
They
time.
don't
But
take Kem. They don't
Wow.
take Şengün or Kai Jones. You're gonna be
Hornets
shocked.
gonna lead the league in threes.
Book Night, yeah.
Oh yeah, you were confident about that. You thought they were gonna take Book Night.
I slipped it in. You can play it back, but I did slip
No,
it
I
in right
believe you,
before the
brother.
name. They said it. That's the guard. They think that could pair well with LaMelo Ball, and obviously he's dropped a little bit because this was kind of his original pairing when Mox kind of came out, and then his workouts, like they're telling me, like he didn't miss anything. He wasn't missing any of his shots. He really has some of the best
cold as
offensive
hell.
packages in the entire in this thing. Now he got shut down against Maryland because he was just trying to run into a wall. And Daryl Marcel had him locked up in the
what's
NCAA
that, what's
tournament,
that
but
3-point percentage?
he's got moves. 32. But if you see him shoot, it shows promise, and you don't necessarily always have it all figured out. But he's got a sweet stroke. It's kind of like Jalen Suggs to me has a nice sweet stroke, but he's not at the highest, the high percentage. And I think that it'll get there. But this guy is a shot creator. And he's got actual dribble moves. And then as you see him in transition, I love his ability in transition. You got a runner with LaMelo Ball. This could be a good pairing in the future.
You guys mind if I break some MLB news?
Max Scherzer. If it's not Max Scherzer, I don't want to hear about it.
The Dodgers have traded for Max Scherzer and Trey Turner.
And Trey Turner? No.
Both
Stop
of them.
it. Stop.
Both of them.
No.
Absurd stuff.
I'm leaving.
I thought Scherzer was going to go to the Padres.
I'm grabbing a beer. This is
Like, hey, as a
no
Giants
way.
fan, this is trash. Anyway, let's look at Book Night, just so that
Yes.
doesn't make. This has been a rough night for California sports. If you're not a Lakers or a Dodger fan,
No. The Kings got a good one.
yeah, we'll see. The thing about Book Night that I like is that he's going to score. I do. You think him and LaMelo fit well together? I think they would. I think they're going to be a great offensive team. But when you're looking at kind of what they're doing, I don't know. When I look at kind of what they would look like, center, they didn't get that. Scoring guard, they did though. That was a need. So I do like Book Night, but we talked about him before. He plays no defense. He ain't.
No.
He's not
He doesn't
guarding
have
anybody.
to. He doesn't have to. He's a certified bucket.
Yeah. No, he is a bucket. No, he's gonna get points. I know we did that. So I think that's a fair pick. I don't hate it. But our boy Moses, Brad, is falling down the draft board.
Isn't it? I gotta think the Spurs take him here at 12. He's just their type. Those interchangeable guys you can mold.
Yeah.
Either him
Yeah.
or but they also love Şengün, who they a Turkish all-star who's 18 years old, who is probably a top 3 or 4 player in this draft, who's now slipped to 12. Like that's right up Pop's alley.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. At 112, they're 33 and 39. They need that wing front court depth, power forward. They need a forward. I think that's probably the pick. If I had to put money on it right now.
You want to hear my? It's kind of creepy. Do you want to hear my write-up on Şengün?
Sure.
sorry. I
All
need
right.
to take a walk. I'm back, fellas.
Yeah.
That is
right.
mind blowing. This is basketball. We got Şengün with we're talking about him possibly going to San Antonio.
Yeah.
Man,
So
love the fit. Love the
my
fit.
write-up for Şengün was 19-9, Turkish League MVP, only 18. For some of these foreign centers, they're very slow, and I wonder if their game will translate. His will absolutely translate. He's got quick feet, and he's a skillful big with a soft touch. If Paul Gasol moved like a forward, this is this guy. He's an intuitive passer. He always plays tremendous help defense. This is what the Warriors wanted out of Wiseman last year, but he hasn't played as much basketball as this kid. He's fourth on my personal big board. I have him behind Green, Cunningham, and Moody. He's also so young, you can mold him into whatever you need. The sky's the limit for this dude. I'm a huge Şengün fan, man. If he goes to San Antonio, Pop's going to coach for another 10 years.
He's retiring at the end of this year.
Nope,
But
not if they get Şengün.
Nah, it's okay though. Becky Hammond will have She's really good at developing players, and she'll
don't know,
do
man.
really well with him.
I feel like
But
she should have been got hired if she was going to get
to
hired.
Şengün's credit, you mentioned a lot of those. His footwork, his flexibility. He can do a full-fledged split and put his nose on the
He does
ground. Like
360 dunks and behind the back passes. Like the dude is just
he does acrobatic things and he tries things. Like you know how Jokic just be like shooting it like a mile in the air and like somehow it goes in. That's what this kid does. He's like a ballerina with his feet, with his footwork, and he can really garnish position in the low post, similar to Doma Sabonis. And that's another of the player comp. He's a sort of a Jokic Sabonis, maybe not that high ceiling, but in the Turkish league, MVP at 18. It was Kevin Pelton that had him as his number one like statistical player ranking. So for Brad, for you to have him at 4, it's not too surprising, and let's hope he gets off the board because we've said Şengün probably more than anyone else here.
He's too good. He's too good. He's too good to still be around.
I don't see them going anywhere else here, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't see.
Well,
Or Moses,
you know, they might tuck
They
Moses
can't.
Moody, man.
But they like one. I don't see them going guard. They have 4 developmental guards right now. But it's looking like they'll move on from DeRozan. Moody's a good fit. He fits in that profile. He could probably play well with Keldon Johnson as well. But you don't have any other bigs other than Jakob Poeltl.
Hey, yeah, I thought Wagner would have been a nice guy for them here too, but he already got taken off the board.
And Jakob's a good defensive player, but he sometimes gets played off the court because he's slew-footed.
Yeah, man.
So
he sure is.
you got to
He sure
address
is.
that. And then we know how the Spurs, they love drafting foreign players, and they obviously have done a great job at developing those guys like Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili. So
Eric, you here? No, he's
writing's
not.
on the
Check
wall.
him out.
all right.
That Trey Turner thing, though, I really did have to debrief.
You
'cause
walked out, man.
I got 2 uniform. I got 2 jerseys downstairs. Yeah, they're World Series guys, so they're lasting forever.
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news there, man.
To the rival, to the Dodgers. Sorry,
Yeah,
go
I know.
ahead.
They probably got some good prospects.
No, I'm just thinking
Bucks.
with the. Oh, here we go. Picks coming in right now. I'll wait for Coach. Coach is on a 5-minute sundial
Oh my
Wi-Fi
god!
going on.
Oh my god!
I haven't
I'm
heard it
shocked. They know something I don't know.
yet. Wow.
I
don't even
froze
think
up here. Can you guys let me in? Mine.
Yeah, it's
Joshua Primo.
Oh,
Oh
What?
my god!
this is
What?
ridiculous.
They took a guard.
He's the
that
youngest
they're gonna have
player
to
in the draft,
develop.
though. That is crazy. Crazy,
Wow.
crazy.
Okay,
Primo.
good for San Antonio.
Do we
like,
have Primo fans in here?
I don't-
Anybody
I
really
don't
want to
have
bang
a-
that drum?
I
Because
don't
this
know
takes the
anybody.
cake for most ridiculous pick so far.
Coach, we might need
There's
you
not even
to,
Alabama fans that are Primo fans.
Coach, we need you to pull up the Primo graphic when you get a chance. It's not on our thing, I don't think. Do you have
Yeah,
one?
because it's probably in Narnia
I
right now,
looked.
waiting for pick number 46.
Second
I'll
round.
get up
pick.
the film while we talk about it.
I'll tell
this
you what.
is-
Oh, go ahead, Kev. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying it's kind of a shock to me. I mean, I know he's good at Alabama. I like his athleticism and his size.
It's got a
And you'll
Cameron Payne jump shot.
Oh, that wasn't him. That was his teammate.
Okay.
I do think like he has athleticism. It's there. You know, we saw a little bit at Alabama. His ability to kind of create for others, I think, is there too. Like when I watched his highlight film, but nothing really. Like when you watch his film and you watch and hear, like that's a 12th pick, right? Was that the 12th pick? 12th pick
Yes.
12 pick.
in an NBA draft with all those other guys on the board, like we're talking about. That's an interesting pick. I don't even know if they had him in the. I think he had a 2nd round grade, didn't he, Coach?
Yeah.
There
late
was a
second
lot of
round.
buzz. No, there was a lot of buzz going for him in the late first.
But yeah, late
not
sec-
top.
No,
not lottery.
but
late-
not
in the
not
in the
at-
mock drafts. In the mock drafts, he was late second round. There was buzz of him going first, but he was late second round in the mock drafts.
This is an interesting pick, guys. Where does he
Ke-
fit?
Kevin
So-
Kevin O'Connor had him at 28 going to Philadelphia in his mock draft. So he did have first round buzz.
So Kevin and James, like I do before I like talk about the actual person, I want to give props to San Antonio if you got a guy, take your guy. I don't care. I don't care where he's projected to go. You can't mess around with who people are gonna take or who. You never know if somebody else's scouting department thinks the same way you do. If he's your guy, take your guy. They took their guy, and I respect it. And honestly, I
Yikes.
respect San Antonio's scouting department. If they
I-
took Joshua Primo mid first round, upper mid first round, they're gonna give him minutes, and he's gonna be okay. I feel good about Joshua Primo, man.
How many guards do you need
Yeah,
that you're
got a lot.
developing?
they got a lot.
And like seriously, we did this in fantasy basketball this year. This week it's Derek White Jr. The next week it's
Yeah,
you
Yeah.
plug it in. Like how many of these guys do you need? Look at these statistics with Kyra Lewis gone. You know he was the next guard that's gonna go.
but you know,
eight
he's-
points a game.
he's 6'6". They're gonna feed him some stuff. He's only
It's-
190 right now. He'll be probably 220 by the time they play this year.
It's an OKC pick. I don't understand why the San Antonio Spurs are picking him. Like this is
That is an
this is
OKC pick.
this is ridiculous. Look at him. Like he looks like he just, you know, like he just came from the varsity, you know, basketball practice.
He
Like,
does look like that. He's a young kid, man.
He-
You say he's the youngest kid in the draft?
he's 17 when he started college basketball, and he's
Yeah.
Canadian. So he does have some international experience. But then, you know, from watching him in like the U19, like he didn't scream like, "Oh, this is a potential next foreign superstar."
But,
I didn't
you know,
get that from him.
Nobody does. Neither did, Kawhi. Neither did a bunch of guys. Like sometimes your best players in the league come out of nowhere, and I really do.
But you could see it with Kawhi, like the San Antonio, like San Diego,
You could
like the
see-
fact that he was his
Well-
hands were bigger than any other human. The fact that he could defend so very
Fine.
well, he rebounded so well. Like you could see
the-
something with
you
Lin-
could see the tools with Kawhi, but you couldn't see that he was going to become what he became. You didn't see that he was going to become somebody that could will you a championship, and he became that. And at 6'6", whatever his weight ends up being, because it won't be 190, which is what he's listed at now.
They-
He's
they
a
they
big
drafted
body and he can play.
well they drafted Devin Vassell last year in the first round.
I like
have
Devin
Lonnie
Vassell.
Walker-
I still like Devin Vassell.
Lonnie Walker, the fourth, another first round
Lonnie
pick.
Walker, I
Derek
like
White
less.
Jr.
I like
the
Derek
first
White a
first round
lot.
pick. You
I
got
like
Patty
Keldon
White.
Johnson a lot.
Hey, DeJounte Murray. Maybe they'll just run 5 guards. This is
Fine.
their center. Keldon
it.
Johnson's playing center.
I
5
don't mind
guard
at all.
lineup. How many do you need?
There's a
This
reason
is-
he's on that USA basketball team, right?
Nah,
For
Pop's
defense.
lost it. I know this is a Buford thing, but Pop has lost it. He's completely lost it. This is the most
All right.
ridiculous thing of the draft.
Let's talk about the
Kevin,
Pacers. It is a
let's
ridiculous
talk about the
thing about
Pacers.
the draft. But I want Coach is all fired up about baseball right now. I can't wait to see. I cannot wait to see Kispert go at the 115. All right,
Oh,
so
wow, he's
2020
a
pick,
perfect.
34 and 38. What do the Pacers do? I feel like they're in a different spot right now. 3-and-D wings is kind of what we need. Power forward. Who left on the board? Best. Who do you think best available is? Moses Moody or your guy? Well, we know Brad's, but
Yeah, my guy.
yeah. Who would you go here, Coach?
Moses Moody. I think he is the best player on the board. I mean, you can make an argument that you go Keon Johnson to just kind of go for the future,
I like
but
Keon. That's a good call.
like he's got a real good upside. But I think that Moses
I thought that's
Moody
where the Spurs
plugs
were gonna
in,
go.
and I think Dougie McDermott, who had a pretty good year, I think he's a free agent as well, so they might have to fit in.
Ooh. We went from the youngest guy in the draft to the oldest guy in the draft.
Wow.
Was it Kispert?
No,
Chris Duarte.
Duarte.
Oh, Duarte. I mean,
What do
this
you
is
think,
this is the guy who won the Jerry West Shooting Guard Player of the Year. He is going to be 24 years old before the season starts. What I like about him is he's got defensive versatility. You don't got to worry about maturity issues at this moment. I feel like he's just seasoned. He's ready to play in the NBA right now. I guess it's a Pacer pick because they're middlers and they're going to find themselves in the middle of the Eastern Conference once again and losing the first round. And he's going to be all right for them. And that's just the Pacers. This is who we know they are. But I know that he was getting a lot of buzz from like these contending teams. They were talking about the Warriors at 14 and a guy that was coveted by any winning team, and so the Pacers liked him, and they like him clearly more than Kispert, probably because of his defensive upside, because he does play that end.
Kevin, let me hear what you think.
No, I think Coach is right in terms of like I do like fired up Coach, by the way. Every time fired up Coach comes out of the way, I like him. Hey, you know what? He is who he is. I think this is who he is going to be as a prospect, right? We talk about him like he can shoot, he's gonna be able to create. I actually like the fit though for the Pacers, right? Like I think that he's gonna fit in good. Now, is this guy gonna transcend your team? I don't think so. I think that he's a very solid role player and he'll give them minutes and good minutes. It's a surprising pick, but maybe he had a good workout for them and they like what they see there. I think he does fit that roster though. Like that is a pretty good fit. So I like it. Just it's interesting with Moody and those guys on the still on the board.
So I got a little speculatory, Brad. Just and you might want to chime in. You kind of like these things. So it's been talked that Malcolm Brogdon has been in some of these trade discussions, and that you do have Karis LeVert. Do you think that this is kind of a backup plan for maybe guest appearance, maybe him making an exit? The man, the myth, the legend himself, D. Mindy is in the building.
I was tired of my comments not being read, so I had to show up on the stream. I'm telling you, Mark.
I'm going on the baseball pod. I got a rant. Just give me 5 minutes.
To go on the baseball pod.
Give me 5 minutes on the baseball pod. What just happened? Wow.
So I know you all are breaking down basketball, but it's been documented. Baseball, like the trades have been bad. Like Darvish to the Padres, the haul that they gave up, the Padres gave up for him was awful.
Sorry, Dave. Just to interrupt you, the Orioles have the second best farm system out of based on Fantrax's grading in the entire league. Yeah, I just want to shout that out. But go ahead, Dave.
Grayson Rodriguez.
Good. They need eight positional players to fill in. They got one.
Yeah, it's because Adley Rutschman
is the
is
number
still
one pitching prospect in baseball that hasn't debuted yet, I think. So.
And Adley Rutschman is the best pitcher or best
catcher
batter in baseball, basically.
But the kid from LSU, I'm trying to remember his name.
Casual. It's getting casual already.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well, Brad doesn't remember either, so I feel bad.
No, you're talking about the baseball player?
No, the basketball player.
Oh,
Cam
basketball
Thomas?
player from LSU.
Cameron Thomas.
Yeah. He's going to the Wizards.
No, he's not.
I've been calling all night.
No, he's not.
All
The Wizards are going to take
interesting
Kispert
fit.
at this point.
Are they taking?
Kispert.
No,
Corey
they're
Kispert out of Gonzaga.
They're gonna disappoint all of us and get Garuba. And that's when I'm gonna take another 5-minute break once we get Uzma and Garuba, and then I'll settle myself and I'll be back because I'm on fire tonight.
Let me hear about hold on, the Warriors pick is in.
Ooh,
The Warriors pick is in.
Moses Moody.
Kevin, before it happens, who do you have? You think Moses Moody?
I think Moody's a perfect pick.
Yeah,
I don't see how he doesn't go here.
Moody's
I don't
gonna
know.
play too.
Unless you like Kispert
He's gonna
as the
play.
shooter.
Kispert could be the outlier, like the wild card. But we just saw the Spurs take someone that has a second round draft grade of 49. So I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Apparently, I almost skipped using that guy's film because I was like, he's not going to get drafted. All right, here we go.
Ooh, you're gonna like this. You're gonna like this, boys. I'm ahead. I got the premium scoop.
Great pick.
Great
Man, Adam Silver's so handsome.
Is he?
I don't know that I'd call him handsome.
I don't think that applies.
He looks like a cartoon character.
I call it put together. I'd say he's very there's no hair out of place, so to
He's
speak.
the best looking cue ball on TV.
All right, so let's talk about the great role player that is what our NBA is looking for is guys who can defend and who can hit the three. And he's one of the nice lights out off the catch shooters. He comes from winning pedigree. He just averaged 17 in college for his first year, coming from a Mount Vert team, which was loaded with Cade Cunningham and Scotty Barnes.
Let's run some film, Coach.
1 steal, 0.7 block a game, high percentages.
There we go.
Took his team far in the NCAA tournament.
This
looks
is the
pretty
guy
solid.
that his numbers don't really project what he's gonna be. You have to watch him play. He's so talented, it's out of control. This is a guy. He's gonna make his bones on defense. Like this is what he does. His defense turns into offense. Look at this.
What I love
This
about him
stuff
is
that you like teach your high schoolers.
his
and people
threes
don't
that he
do
shoot
at
are
college
deep.
level.
You see that? Like that's an
Yeah.
NBA three. Like the fact that he's
Yeah.
not on the line shooter, where you see Cade Cunningham a little bit on the line a lot more.
That's
you see
right.
this guy extend a little bit further, and he can show us his NBA range.
36% from three, and that's gonna go up with time.
I like how he's long and he's lengthy and he's going to be able to do everything in terms of 3-and-D going to be there. He's got that intangibles for me, like I talk about a lot. Like he works his ass off. He's going to fit in that team. Like he's a fit to me on this Warriors roster.
Yes. What I
Like-
like to think of guys like when I project their future, who's gonna get a max contract? Moses Moody is gonna be a guy that we talk about getting a max contract. You might not like it. You might say, "Oh, I wouldn't give him the max. I'd give him $100 million." Whatever. He's gonna be a guy that's always in the running to get a max contract because of the defense that he plays. He's always gonna be on the court because he matters so much on the defensive side. And that's the kind of thing, like we talk about some of these guys that got drafted top 10, they're not going to be on the court all the time. They're going to be brought on slowly, if brought on at all. Some of these guys are G League stashes. And Moses Moody, he's going to be playing NBA minutes because he can lock down anybody right now.
How
Coach, you're
excited
laughing
do you
at me.
think? Well, you said he was a max guy. Like I think he'll get paid handsomely in the future, but he's not. Like to me, he's not
You
a
don't
max
think
guy.
You
He'll
don't
get paid
think he
handsomely.
can be a max guy?
No, I don't think
No,
so. But
of course not
I-
right now. He's not a max guy, but I think eventually he's going to be.
I put myself in the mind of Bob Myers right here. He does not expect Moses Moody to be here at 14, and they are super, super excited. I know Clay and Steph and Draymond were like, okay, this guy has the mold that he can fit in with us and maybe be, even in his first year, maybe be part of that finishing five. Like he's this Andre Iguodala, Harrison Barnes role. I'm not saying he's that type of, he's them, but he's going to be a solid defender. I think this is just a perfect fit. And I think that the Warriors, we're going to watch out for them next year, but this guy is going to have he's going to be able to get in with the guys, as opposed to Wiseman was kind of a step back because there was such a learning curve. I think this guy is ready to play right now.
Coach,
Who the Wizards take here?
Who
do you guys want?
The Wizards are picking. I'm hoping they take Corey Kispert. I think he's the best shooter in the draft.
Hey, Şengün, isn't he number 4 on your list? He's still there. He's still out there.
Şengün he's the best player available. But
need a 5.
Thomas Bryant,
Cam
he's
Thomas.
serviceable. I want the best shooter.
You know
I
what?
want the best shooter.
Thomas.
After the move in Russell Westbrook, we didn't need to talk about it as much as we will at some point. They're probably going to move Beal. They got to hit this pick, guys, or you're going to be stuck in purgatory. Like this is they've got to hit. Cam Thomas is not the pick, David. If he's the pick, you guys are staying in the lottery for the rest of your life.
I mean, they also have the 22nd pick too from the Lakers. They could take him.
Yeah, that's
hey,
true.
David, don't get me wrong. I love Cameron Thomas.
Me too.
Him. He's one of the most surest things at he's got a 15-year career. He's going to give you 15, 20 points per game, like maybe even that first year. But we still have Bradley Beal. You don't plan on getting Bradley Beal's replacement with this pick.
Cameron Thomas reminds me of James Bouknight. Like he's looked at as a scorer, but I'm not sure the type of scoring will translate to a team that doesn't give him starters minutes. He's not a great shooter, but maybe he'll develop that over time. It's one of those things where, if you can draft a Bouknight type, low in the first round, you made a great pick. But if you don't give him the price of a high pick, he might not get the minutes to help him develop. So I don't know. I like Cameron Thomas, but I don't know that it's going to happen for him. When I think of the Wizards,
you guys to know that's my guy. So if he ends up being like an all-star, I was the one that scouted him out of this group.
Hey, that's Oak Hill Academy's all-time leading scorer over the likes of Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Durant, and all the other pros.
Secret formula.
I don't know what's happening right now.
You had that in the bag, D. Mindy. You had those stats in the pocket.
It's a tribute to Terrence Clark, I believe, right now.
Yeah.
They're doing a tribute.
Oh, that's making me sad. Why'd they do this with the Wizards pick? Now I'm sad.
I know.
Terrence Clark.
He was
good, man.
Pick.
He was.
Terrence Clark was a lottery pick.
He
man.
was.
The thought process was this wasn't the end of the lottery, and I guess this was the break from lottery to the next. And
see, yes. I don't want this. I don't want to see
this sucks
tragedy.
because he could have changed his family's life with this pick, and he passed away. That's the hard part.
He probably had an insurance policy.
He does. He does, because him and Brandon Boston Jr. they signed with Clutch Sports, and there wasn't there was some type of allocation where he's going to get at least $1 million or $2 million to come in his way. I don't have the exact number, but that is
it's not.
They're going to have some security,
but that's going to help. Yeah,
she is.
Which is another reminder: wear your seatbelts.
Hey, Malika.
Hey! Stop that! This is a family show. We're talking about the Wizards at number 15.
Malika is. You know what? We need to get Malika on the show. We gotta figure this out.
Talk about Corey.
She's too big now for us.
My beautiful lady just walked out. She's raising the thermostat. She's a little cold.
She's mad.
You talk about the best fit here, like Jalen Suggs, like nice look. You saw Jalen Green with the chest open, but like, let's be honest here. Malika Andrews got the best fit of the night.
Let's be honest. Malika Andrews can do whatever she wants to do.
Let's be honest. Mr.
Let's not get canceled.
Should be going at
you're borderline getting canceled soon. Like, I feel like there's some things that you're saying there. Where is your future wife? We need to talk.
She's great at her job. Let's be honest though. She's great at her job. There's a reason why she's on the sideline report. Like, she came in the phantom of the bubble, and her reporting is spot on. And she has a relationship with these players. She's amazing at her job.
She's gonna run the world. Like, I'm not like I'm half like joking with like, but she's like legit like a superstar. That's why like. They're okay with
let's talk about the Jack and Jill party we got going on. Give us the details.
Next weekend. Yeah. It's I didn't even know what it was.
This is a podcast, man. Don't worry about it. We're just shooting the shit here.
Well, it's
Russell Westbrook is like Russell Westbrook's gone, right? So this all has to change your mindset on who you're picking. Do you go point guard now? Like now you have a huge hole. Ish Smith is a free agent.
Coach Brad Beal's going to be going to. You go best player available. You try to get a cornerstone with every single pick.
I have a point guard in mind that I would love.
Who you got?
Sharif Cooper.
Wow, he's got a second round.
I love him.
Grade.
He is Chris Paul's little protege.
He was the guy. He was the guy that was like the
best playmaker.
Right?
I mean, you can't make up 20 and 8 on as a freshman. He can't shoot. But I think that you got a playmaking point guard.
He was the chin up meme, right? The guy he had a bad play, and he kind of forced his center to do the chin up. No, am I the only one?
Well, I possibly I'm drawing a blank on it. But I think there's
never mind. I'll delete
there are other point guard options here. You got Jared Butler that played for Baylor, but Jaden Springer is a guy that we like. I don't think he's your franchise point guard. No. I think that like you're looking for like a team like the Nets to really make an effort to get. Although they did just get Javon Carter, that kind of plays that same role.
Where do you have Şengün on your board?
Şengün was I had a top score. I don't have a number, I guess, on the top of my head, but he was in the top 15. He was definitely there. Like, I would be happy with him. I'd be disappointed with Garuba. That's kind of where my stance is on this. Sure. I like if we're gonna go foreign, I want Şengün, and I love his swag. I think him and Denny Advia would be good defensively, and then you got Rui, and then we're like, who are we? We're the new Toronto Raptors. We're just international all around.
Do you have Sharif better than Şengün?
No.
For the Wizards.
No. Şengün's higher.
Who do you want straight up? I want to know who
Şengün.
you want.
I want Şengün.
I want Şengün.
But this is in light of the Russell. Like, we got to think about point guard, but I want Şengün. Yeah. Thomas Bryant's coming off of an ACL injury. Our big men have been bad.
If we get Şengün, we'll never have another center again. Like, this is the guy.
Well, if we get him and he doesn't land, we'll never draft a foreign big man ever again, because the Wizards have failed on that time and time again, whether it's Jan Vesely, Peter John Ramos, Percheska, I'm not even pronouncing that right, but Alexi P.
Maybe we'll take Davion Mitchell.
Kev, besides Cameron
look at
Thomas,
Kevin, man. He's so stressed out about Davion Mitchell, man. Davion Mitchell is good. That's a great pick.
I'm so mad I missed the pick.
He's got pick 39. He's looking forward to 39.
if I was the Wizards here, I would take a guy like Şengün. I don't want to say his name wrong every time, but
You got it right.
just because of upside, I think that's the guy you try to grab. I like you said, I think that's the guy you try to. But hey, the Wizards are just like the Kings. I mean,
Yeah.
I could see them grabbing like
Especially
Jalen
now.
Johnson right now and then just throwing everything up in there.
Oh,
I
they
wouldn't
got
mind that.
they got another guy. I thought Corey Kispert.
Wait, didn't one of you say that Brad? You said you wanted them to get him.
Corey Kispert,
Well,
coach.
I said he was the best player in the best shooter in the draft.
Bye, Bertans.
So yeah,
We got
yeah,
a new
exactly.
shooter. Get Bertans
Bye-bye,
out the
Gert.
building.
Bye Bertans is right. So I love Corey Kispert. He's 6'7". He shot 44%. 44% from three.
I think that was
Did
his
you hear
mom.
me? He's the best shooter in the draft. He shot 44% for three.
Yeah, but
He played for a winning team and he took all the minutes he could handle. Suggs got all the love on that team, but couldn't have done it without Kispert. He's the best shooter in the draft, if you ask me, and he's getting the best shooter. And any draft at this point is, it's a great pick. I understand it. I'm happy
Wacky
with
player of the
it.
year.
I would have rather had Şengün, but this is a guy I can be solid with.
consensus
Especially with Rui.
All-American. What I love about him, and you're going to see it right here in this clip, he has the most lightning quick
Look
release.
at his shooter.
It
Look at
reminds
his-
you of Kyle
Look at his
Korver.
release, man.
Brad, does
Look at his release.
does he have a max deal coming?
Yes, Max Deal coming. He's 6'7".
And he shoots 44% from the line.
Did
Like,
we
or
really
from the
get
three-point
Corey
line.
From
Kispert?
three, yeah. Corey
Oh, my
Kispert is
gosh.
incredible.
I'm
Oh
a
wow, are
huge-
you a
Aaron,
are you a
were my
hater,
joke.
Eric?
I said, Brad, is there a max deal coming?
Oh, of course, for Brad.
Eric's the type
Corey-
of guy that loves Kyle Kuzma but hates Corey Kispert.
Exactly.
I'm not as much a
that's who he
Kuzma
is.
fan anymore.
Is
It's-
he going to stay on the team? I feel like he's not going to actually stay.
He has
No,
3
no,
years,
he'll be
39 mil left. Nobody's taking that.
He's gonna be there, and he might listen. The reason Kyle Kuzma got paid is because of what he showed, and if he gets a role where he can show that he's an elite scorer again, which it will be on the Wizards, I don't know.
I don't hate it, but
I hate it. I
he has,
hate it.
He
but
has
he
to
can be
mature.
okay.
He has to mature.
Yeah, I agree.
If this is so funny, but if we had like this team now that we got all these players with Russell Westbrook, we're all of a sudden like
Yes.
legitimate. These are
Coach,
perfect picks
yes.
for Russell, but we don't have Russell anymore.
If you
like,
had Russell and Beal and then you add Corey Kispert, this is
and Kyle
we were the
Kuzma,
8th
those are
seed
good
already.
fits. Yeah.
we were the 8th seed already, and we're gonna be better. with
Brad's
Russ and
bragging
Beal, and
about
they said
barely
no.
being about above the half team mark
Coach,
in need.
Eric, we're talking about a championship team that had Drew Holiday, Giannis, and Chris Middleton. Like, all it takes is a few injuries. If you get to the dance, if you get to the playoffs, you can win the championship. You just have to get lucky.
Milwaukee, even though they hadn't won it in years past, have looked like a perennial favorite. The Wizards have never gotten to the Eastern Conference Finals, nor been viewed as a favorite.
You say that like it's easy. Nobody gets to the Western Conference Finals except for
Yeah.
the same teams every year.
But there's team like the Bucks
Ooh.
have shown that ability in the past. They've been in the talk as a contender. There's usually like
So
4 to
what?
5.
So are the 76ers, and they haven't been there.
Yeah, but the Wizards have never been.
All right, Mindy, on your way. Oh, I was
Oh,
gonna
he's
ask him
gone.
how he felt. He was pissed, clearly, that
Yeah.
they didn't get Cameron Thomas and we got
Yeah.
Corey Kispert
The
instead.
Wizards are kind of in a weird position where I feel like they have a lot of every position, but no stars. Like they have like a lot of forward. They have a decent amount of big men.
Eric,
That
did
all
you see
happened
Rui?
in the last 2 hours. So
Eric, did you
Yeah.
see Rui today, Eric?
What about him?
So they played Latvia, which is they played Slovenia, which is Luka's team, obviously. So let me tell you his stat line as I try to fill time as I scroll. Okay. Rui Hachimura's stat line versus Slovenia: 34 points, 13 of 28 field goal, 3 of 5 from the 3-point line, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and a block. Luka Doncic, 25 points, 8 of 15, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, and Slovenia won.
I've been loving the Rui pick.
Rui, I did not love the Rui pick when he got drafted. He's evolved.
It was
so
him
much
or it
better
was
than
him
what
or
I
Cam
thought.
Reddish, and it's looking better than him.
I would have rather had Cam Reddish, but Rui's looking like the better pick of the two.
that might be the best value pick the Wizards have ever had in their life.
Yeah,
Wall,
absolutely.
Wall and Beal are really good, but they were the 1 and 3 picks. Like Otto Porter didn't really pan out. Like the big 3, we didn't
Kevin.
draft any of them.
Kevin, what do you think? How do you feel about the pick?
I mean, it's fine, but I think it just determines if Beal's going to be there or not, right? Like, what are they trying to build here? And I think with Kispert, I like him. He's older, so he's not like that piece that you're really going to be able to build around. Like, so for me, it's like,
guys, I'm sorry.
Where are you going to be at?
OKC and the Rockets have a trade going on right now.
I just
Şengün
read,
is grinning ear to ear. So
I just read a Woj bomb, and I found some information, and it looks like the Rockets are having the best draft of the entire league. The Rockets.
Let us in. Did they trade for
what is the trade
Şengün?
details? What are the trade details in his talent?
I'm going to say something. Yeah, they got Şengün.
Okay. I like it. I really like it.
So the Rockets traded. What was the details? Do you have the details yet?
I do. Okay.
OKC only got like 3 more picks probably out of this.
I was going to say, okay, so you got another first rounder.
They probably do.
Jeez.
Wow.
It doesn't matter. See, you do this
So,
shit like this.
Houston is sending OKC 2 future first rounds for number 16.
That's right.
So
that's right, Kevin.
So that means Houston keeps their next 2 picks too. So in this first round, so they're going to keep 23 and 24.
That they need to. They're not going to get everybody minutes, man. That like they need to decide who is going to be their core.
Well, Wall's going to be gone, I think.
Well, they now have 2 big men on the roster to go with Christian Wood since they don't have a single other big player. So he's definitely going to get plugged in right away, and we're going to see the fit if he can fit in with Christian Wood. I think I kind of like it.
Şengün is better than Christian Wood.
Stop it!
I'm so serious. I'm so serious.
Christian Wood averaged these numbers, but better in the NBA last year. You know that, right? And he can shoot the 3.
I can't.
You're talking about a
right
21-9
now.
guy,
Coach,
yes.
Kevin, Eric.
Yes.
I cannot prove it right now, but when it happens, please give me credit when I say Şengün is better than Chris Wood.
All right. Well, let's watch the film. So let's take a look at and see what he does. And what he does well. I mean, I love this pick for the Rockets. I think the Rockets, bro, with Jalen there and him, like they have their centerpieces. To be honest, like I think that they do. Like I absolutely love these 2 guys. And if some of these other guys keep dropping, and some guys that I like, hey, if Ayo goes to the Rockets and they get Ayo as well, if they're going to move on from Wall,
absurd.
I would love those 3 guys. That's a great fit.
That's a playoff team this year.
Yeah, I mean, look at his ability to pass. I love it. He plays basketball. He's a foreign kid. I mean, he's a foreign guy, and I love what he does on the court. I know coaches. I had a pick 15, so he was around my 15th overall guy in this draft. So he was in there. I think that's kind of where coaches at.
I thought he was going to go 12 to the Spurs. I didn't.
You're a little higher
here.
Brad, you're a little higher on than I
know you guys. I know you guys had him like where he was going, but where do you have him as like the best player in the draft?
No,
4. I had him 4.
I had him about 12 to 15 in that range.
Okay.
Like I had him in that. I thought he was lower in lottery. That's kind of where he was at. But again, he has potential. You see it here. I mean, the dude, he's athletic. Like, and he's not soft.
360 dunks, man. This dude he's not soft. He's an athlete.
He's very crafty, and I think that will always work well in basketball.
He's Paul Gasol with like somebody that can do it. He's Paul Gasol if he can do a 360 dunk. Like the dude he's incredible.
So what's your trajectory for him? Because you think he's better than Christian Wood, who was a borderline all-star if he wouldn't been hurt this year.
I have him as the 4th pick or the 4th overall player in this entire draft. My trajectory for him is I think he's an all-NBA guy. I think perennially. I think we're going to perennially. We're going to talk about him the same way we talk about Jokic. Maybe not this year, but in like 2 or 3 years, he's going to be somebody that we talk about as a top 15 guy each and every single year. I think he's
perennial all-NBA means
perennial.
You're going to the Hall of Fame. So you
perennial all-NBA.
You predict a Hall of Fame future with
Coach. He's a
guy
child.
You can't pronounce his first name or last name.
Coach, he's a child. He's 18 years old and he was
He was dominating the Turkish league, which is down this year.
He was the MVP of the
This
Turkish
isn't
league
EuroLeague
as a
MVP. This isn't Luka.
Okay,
This isn't
whatever.
EuroLeague MVP.
Look at what LaMelo did with the second or third Australia League. Like, listen, he's the guy. He is the guy. He has all the skills. He has no flaws in his game. If he gets a chance to play, which he will on Houston, he's going to play alongside Chris Wood, and he's better than Chris Wood, as I mentioned. He's got more versatility to him.
You call him Chris?
Chris,
You
just
call him
for-
Chris now?
No, just for
Christian. His
efficiency.
mother named him Christian.
It's Christian, but I called him Chris for efficiency. But the guy's talented, man. I really think he's a Hall of Fame talent. And you're gonna see like what he's doing at 18. You're gonna be blown away. Like this. dude
Never
is
short of
incredible.
the hot takes, Brad. Man,
No, I
you
like
are-
it.
Listen,
Hey,
give me credit. Give me credit when it happens.
don't
That's
hate
all I
it.
ask.
I don't
We'll
hate
give it
that.
20
I think-
years.
None of us know the future, but give me credit when it happens. That's all I ask.
I'm calling it right now. Rockets best draft of the night. All right,
Yeah,
done. Lock it in.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And Spurs,
They got the
worst
best
draft-
player.
Worst draft
They
of
got
the
the
night.
best player in the draft in Jalen Green, and then they got the probably in my eyes the fourth best player in the draft. And
It helps when you have 4 first-round picks. They still got 2
Şengün.
more.
Coach, but they made moves. Like, and you know what? It's weird how Houston's in a rebuild, and everybody says that, but then they just gave up 2 future firsts. I don't know what year they are, but to OKC, where OKC is just, I guess OKC has decided they're just going to take first till like 2040 and just hope that they hit on some of these guys.
Yeah, well, at some point you have to like we said, do something with them. I feel like with the Rockets, they filled 2 positions. They filled a scorer and that big man. And if you can have them as starters, you've locked in 2 out of 5 pieces on rookie contracts for 4 or 5 years.
Not to mention the doc that this is a good fit pick, but you have Eric Gordon, who's one of your best 6 men in the league. You have John Wall that's still playing your point guard position, and you got Kevin Porter Jr. You're gonna give that all a look with Christian Wood. Like they had 17 wins last year. They might have a drastic change in there. They might
This
win
is
like 6-7 more games.
They won. They
No,
won like
Coach.
they lost like 20 in a row. They were actually
Coach.
decent before that.
Coach, this is a playoff team now. Jalen Green and Şengün, this is a playoff team.
Stop it. We got a bet on it.
No, Coach.
You named the number. There ain't
Coach,
gonna be a
the play-
playoff team next year.
Coach, the playing game is back.
Top 10 seed. What's the number?
This is a top
You tell
10
me.
seed, I swear to you. Top
All right,
10.
well, let's make a bet, or we can make a gentleman's bet.
All right.
We'll do it.
Houston
gentleman's
Rockets
bet.
are not doing it.
We'll do it.
All right, so I think the
the
pick is in. So Grizzlies are picking, but I believe this is going to the Pelicans, right? And then the Pelicans they send Zaire to the Grizzlies.
I
Is that how
believe
that
so.
works? Is that
I
trade?
believe so.
Yeah.
So Zaire, he's not necessarily being in there. So we mentioned that earlier. We might have messed that up, but he's going to the Grizzlies. So this is the Pelicans pick, and
No, this is-
right.
No, you're right. Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So it's weird. NBA is weird. You know, NBA fixture shit. Like I hate like NFL when things get traded, they just put the teams there, so it could get kind of confusing. So we had mentioned it earlier, but this is now Trey Murphy from Virginia just got picked. So this would be this to the Grizzlies, but will be going to the Pelicans. So the Pelicans get their point guard.
No, he's a small forward, but this is a good fit.
I think
This is a
they're
really good.
basketball.
This is a really good fit. He can really shoot the ball and he can really defend. And he's got strong character and this is your prototypical
point guard-
3D player.
The point
I really
guard
like him.
comment was a joke, Coach. I was just joking.
Oh, my bad. I'm on one. 'cause
I
of
was
Trey
just
Turner.
messing around because they needed a point guard, but no, Trey Murphy.
50, 40, 90. Probably the only
Yeah.
person in college basketball doing that. And he played for Virginia. He was locking up the best players of the opposing team in ACC. And yes, he started at Rice University, but coming over in Virginia and playing some very strong minutes, he really can shoot the ball. And then he gets after it defensively, and he's got very good lateral speed. If he starts getting beat a little bit, he's got good length to recover as well. So I love Trey Murphy. I actually wanted him as our Washington pick before all the trades started rumbling in. I think this is a really good pick, and we slandered the whole Zion and the Pels earlier off of we made a mistake on the Grizzlies thing, which now I like the Grizzlies pick of Zaire Williams. Like develop him. They got time for that. But this is good. This is good. I like this with Zion.
Yeah, no, they got to get someone out there, kind of a banger, kind of going to be working a little bit with him. I think that he does have the ability to kind of stretch the floor and I think that's what they need, especially with Zion being there. And the fit is weird in terms of sometimes with Zion. Zion's an amazing player, but he's hard to fit guys around. And you saw that even at Duke when he played with a Barrett and those guys. It's hard to fit some guys around him. He needs that shooting ability. So I like that. I actually liked his tape. When I was cutting it up and doing it, I like what I saw from him. But what is this team going to be defensively? Can he really do that? I think those are the question marks that I have about Murphy. But not a bad pick. Nothing crazy. But it's all right.
He was going to go to the Wizards.
We knew the Pelicans were going to take a point guard when they traded Bledsoe the other day. You knew it was only a matter of time.
He's not a point guard, though. He's a wing.
He's not a point guard. He's going to be a 3-and-D wing.
I want him to take a point guard. I need them to take a point guard, but that's what was my joke was
This
about.
This is a great fit for the Pels and for Zion.
This is a great. Listen, who's the Pelicans GM now?
It's the guy from Cavs. It's
Griffin.
guy
David
with
Griffin.
Glasses.
Yeah.
Yes.
David Griffin. David Griffin.
Yeah. Okay, David Griffin. Good for him because he took a guy that is not necessarily the best player remaining, but it's who they need. They need a guy that can guard every position on the wing and a guy that can shoot threes. And that's this fella. What did he shoot from three? He was 40 what?
He's 50, 40, 90. So 43, 3.
Okay. He was a 50, 40, 90 guy. That's right. He was one of the only college players that was 50, 40, 90 at D1. He went to Virginia, that pack line defense. He knows how to play team defense. You're not worried about him at all on the defensive end. He's going to hit his threes. If you develop him as
scoring's not their issue.
If you develop him upside from what you already know he has, this is a guy that's got all-star talent, and even if he doesn't ever reach that, he's already gonna be somebody you can depend on for threes and defense, and the defense is what New Orleans needed. So this is a great pick.
Our team needs was shooting, defense, Zion fit. Check. You only got so many shots that you can take. Ingram and Zion take most of them. Spot up shooter. Defender.
To what Kevin said, Zion's not an easy guy to fit a team around. So this is a guy that's universally a good fit for anybody. A 3-and-D guy is good for anybody. And
Michael Bridges-esque.
Yes.
I like it.
Better defense.
Is anyone disappointed that we haven't seen more trades tonight? The Westbrook trade is huge, but the way that they were hyping up Shams and Woj, I thought we might see a few more.
Well, we just saw one. Sometimes it comes in later. Sometimes people are picking for other people, and then you find out, the Warriors drafted Kuminga for the Wizards because they had.
I meant with veteran players.
Ricky Rubio got moved to the Cavs.
Trade.
We'll talk about that later.
Trade was what it was. I didn't want Russ to go for a late first rounder and in pieces. I wanted to be a block. I wanted him to go for Ben Simmons if he was going to go for anybody.
I've wanted LeBron James to play with Russell Westbrook my whole life. I just love Westbrook. I'm so glad I had a year with him as a Wizards fan. But
now you got
LeBron to have a guy like that on his next to him.
The Lakers are the championship favorite in my eyes. Their defense is so much better than Brooklyn that I don't have to.
Doc, what's the numbers in Vegas on that? Because they clearly probably took that over, right? The betting odds.
I don't know if you can bet it. I don't know if you can bet it this early on my site. It's just crazy how much salary cap they have tied into those three players.
So, Kev, where do you think OKC goes now that they just stashed another two? Are you thinking Euro? You thinking? Or do you think they're going to trade whoever they're going to draft next for another couple picks? What are they doing here?
I don't know. This is on 2K when you're bored and then you just kind of blow it up for 5 straight years and you just kind of create players to draft. I don't know what's going on. I was trying to go through my big board right now and just look. I mean, to me, why did you trade those picks? To me, Seguin should have been the pick there. After that, there's a really big teardrop, right? I mean, unless you want to get Keon Johnson is still there, who I like. This can't be Garuba. I think Garuba is the most overrated player in this draft.
Oh, it is going to be Garuba. I feel
Kevin.
like it is because it's like Ibaka, Spain, OKC,
So-
San Presti. This is a development problem. I think
Garuba's
it is
trash.
Garuba. I think you just.
Garuba
I
is
agree with you,
bad.
but I think that this is probably Garuba
Kevin,
Jalen
I
Johnson,
just want to
maybe?
break. I
and
just want
Jalen
to break
Johnson.
some news to you, Kevin. Davion Mitchell says he doesn't want to discuss if he had a workout with the Kings prior to the draft.
Yeah, of course he doesn't because he didn't, and he didn't want to go there. I'm telling you, it is a terrible pick. I
But
can't.
he's good. He's going to play for them.
Yeah, but you're already starting off on a bad foot. Like, why didn't they
Nah.
work him out? Why didn't they do these things? It's just the Kings' MO. I don't
Okay.
understand.
They didn't work
To
him out 'cause
Kevin's
they didn't-
frustrational point, this is their strongest part of their team is their guard play. Like they have D Fox, who is a franchise point guard, is a really, really good young player. You had just drafted Tyrese Halliburton. You knocked it out the park. You got another guard. Plus, you got Buddy Hield, who averages 18, 19 points a game. Like, I
All right.
understand the frustration there.
Pick is in.
Pick is in. Let's see what OKC do. If they pick Garuba,
Oh, no
I don't know.
Aruba. That's an interesting pick. I had him late second or early second round, late first.
yeah. So they went Trey Man, coach.
So they did
Out
not
of
go.
Florida.
They did not go Book Knight, and they got like I
mean-
call him Trey Boy because he looks like a
He
kid.
shot. He shot
but
40. He shot 40% from three.
he's got
Like, I think
moves.
I think his
He's
role is
got
going to be
potential
interesting.
scoring ability, and he's still young. Like, I don't say like I hate this pick. He's not my favorite prospect, but he does have some of the best creatability skills that we have in this draft.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
You know, 6'4" guard. He can pass and he can shoot 40% from the three. You know, I think his role will be interesting. If he ends up playing the two, he's ready to play now. But if he ends up playing point guard, I'd like to see him get, G League starters minutes or go to a team that will let him, run the show. And I'm not sure that
He's on a team that will give him minutes. He's on a
They'll
team
give
that
him
give
minutes.
him minutes, and he's a
But will
knockdown
they give
shooter,
him-
and Shea can
but will
create.
they-
So
Will they give
Does
him
he fit
starters
with-
minutes at
does
point
he fit
guard?
with him,
That's
though?
the thing. He doesn't fit with them. Like I'd want him to play two for OKC, and he's not gonna play two for OKC. So I honestly think he's like a G League stash until you trade Shea.
I don't
That's
see him
kinda how I look
as
at
a
him.
point guard. I see him as a two in the league. And
6'4" too,
Yeah, I mean Shea's basically runs the one, and with how tall is he? He's 6'6".
6'6".
Like Shea or 6'5". He's a tall guy. Like I
He's
could
6'6".
I could see a decent fit here, but I don't see he necessarily has. He's got playmaking skills, but I'm not gonna say that he's a point guard. Or has,
Well, they
I
also
look
took
at him as
Giddy,
a point
right?
guard.
Like they took Giddy. So what are they?
That's what I'm saying. He's not gonna play point guard ahead of Giddy, so he's gonna play the two.
Not
and
ahead
he's
of
not gonna
Shy.
play- He's not gonna play two ahead of Shea. So
So
what are you gonna do with him?
What are you doing?
So
with
to
him?
me, he's
he's
a G League
developmental
stash.
project.
No, yeah, he's a G League stash until you trade Shea. That's what it is.
I mean, they do have Teo Meladon that was their starting point guard.
At what
Well,
point
he's
do they go
pretty
all
good.
in and not just keep trading players? 2030.
Just like a perpetual, he's just like the expansion, the expansion draft team. They just trade everybody that they want.
I think
on
you said it
OKC.
earlier, Brad. Where Şengün is there, and
Yeah.
you're so light at in the front court in the post, and you're drafting the Euro and to go for the future is like
Yeah, you already have three
you
first
sna- you-
rounders this year.
he snagged 2 first-round picks, but like I think that was worth it just holding on to him, especially with the grades that some of these expert scouts had on Şengün to
Coach.
take a chance.
Coach, what's going on with Şengün, man? Why hasn't he been drafted? I have him as my 4th best player on this board, and we're talking 19. The Knicks are about to pick. They've
No,
got
he
Mitchell Robinson. They're not
What
going
are you
to pick.
talking about? He just
Şengün.
got
He got
drafted.
drafted to the Rockets. We've been talking about it. They made the pick for the Rockets.
Oh, that's right.
It was a
Yeah,
trade.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's how they got the 2 first-round
All right,
picks.
I'm going to delete that.
All right, the Knicks are up at the.
Remember, you said he's a future Hall of Famer. Remember
I
that
did
part?
say he was a future Hall of
All right.
Famer.
The Knicks are
You
up.
also
at
said the
19.
Rockets are making
He
the
is a future
playoffs.
Hall of Famer, and they are going to make the playoffs.
All right, so go ahead, Kev. We're talking about the
Knicks
Knicks.
are up at 19. They also have 21. shooting, playmaking, maybe a backup center could be in the mold here.
2 hours, man. We've been doing this for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I can't remember who got drafted 5 minutes ago.
Not even
Who do
your
you-
guy.
They're
Not
going
even my
backup
guy.
center. Kai
Who do you
Jones.
think? Kai Jones here. They need
Yeah.
shooting. They need shooting, coach. They really need.
Yeah.
Cam,
Isaiah Todd. Okay.
I think a lot of people have
Maybe.
I apologize.
have Kai and Isaiah
Why wouldn't they go?
from Kentucky, Isaiah Jackson, probably
They
have
would-
higher grades. It wouldn't be the craziest thing if you get Todd, but they got 2 picks in like the next 2.
I like Cam Thomas.
I
Why
like
not
Cam
try to-
Thomas here,
Yeah.
but it would
Yeah.
be
Thomas
it would
is
be a
good.
Knicks thing to draft Jalen Johnson and have a small forward.
Yeah,
block
it
him.
would. It would be a Knicks thing.
You know what's funny? Well, I think it's they're gonna go Tibbs guy, so I think that they're gonna go somebody defensive, and so I think it's either gonna be Kai Jones, Isaiah Jackson, or Jaden Springer, with like 2 of those guys in the next couple picks. I actually see Cam Thomas being a perfect fit for the next team that's drafting, which is the Atlanta Hawks.
Atlanta Hawks.
I think that's where I have Cam pegged, and I think that it would be perfect. They just had Lou Will. And who knows if he'll stay or not. But I think that that's a great – you put him on the bench, and he's going to go get you some buckets when you're resting Trae Young, your star.
We got to trade. The Knicks
Wow.
trade to Charlotte, and Charlotte is going to select one of the guys that you mentioned. I'll let this play out.
They're getting Kai Jones. Remember I told you that they really liked him?
Yes,
I
you
would
did.
be very shocked if they did not get Kai Jones with this pick.
I'll let it play out. Well, it looks like it's going to take a while. Adam Silver's, he's buffering his head.
Rim running big, potential to help shut down the paint. He's Bahama pass, and he's a track and field guy. That's his like staple growing up, and he's obviously he's like 6'11", 7 foot. He started playing basketball at like 15, 16 with bump. So
Yeah.
he's still a developmental project, and maybe you see him with LaMelo going forward, since they have a very weak center position. Go ahead, Kevin.
So the Knicks are trading the 19th pick for a future first. So we don't know what future first that is. I don't know. I like that for these future firsts are kind of weird to me. I get you don't know what they're at, but Charlotte looks like they're coming up on the come up. Are you going to get this draft's pretty deep, right? Like we've been talking about it. Me and Coach have been looking at these draft prospects for it feels like forever. Like I really like this draft prospects. Like, if Kai Jones is a pick for him for Charlotte, I like that pick. I like him. When you watch his tape and you go through there, so I'll pull that up real quick for Kai. There's some things I like for him. When you watch it, I think he's athletic and he can. Yeah, it's Kai.
You did call it, Coach.
Yeah.
So Kai's going there to Charlotte. I think he feels a need for him, right? And we've had that on the team needs as well. Like he's athletic.
This is Mitchell Robinson to me. Like he's a guy that's not going to give you a lot offensively. He's going to give you some crazy blocks. He's going to rim run. He's going to get fouls, but he also has foul trouble. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. Why would you draft another Mitchell Robinson?
You don't re-sign Nerlens Noel.
I
That's right.
don't.
It's for sure.
I don't see. Yeah, I don't see that happening. Not based on like I've talked to the general
Nerlens
manager.
Noel
but,
could get Nerlens Noel could
rumors
get
that
a
I've
little
heard.
bit of bag in the
I
free
forgot
agency
this is
market.
for
Yeah.
Charlotte. I forgot this is for Charlotte.
Oh,
but-
it is for Charlotte.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, this is for Charlotte.
Okay,
ESPN's
that makes
gotta,
more
they gotta
sense.
fix that. But it does make more sense. But they got Mason Plumlee now. They have Vernon Carey, and now they're drafting Kai Jones. Like they're doing. You know how the Angels drafted like 20 pitchers in their entire draft because they want to make sure they hit on a few pitchers. I feel like that's what Charlotte's doing with center now. They're just drafting every center that they have on their board and hoping that it works out. Like I just don't.
They
I don't
clearly
know.
were targeting him as far as trading
Yeah.
first, future first.
You know,
to go
Coach,
get him.
you
They
called
really
it.
wanted him.
You called it. You said they liked him. They really wanted him, and they drafted him.
Sometimes you got to go get what you want, and we saw the Rockets just do that. And who knows, maybe OKC when Şengün says Brad becomes a future Hall of Famer, maybe they are shooting
Why are you
themselves in the
laughing
foot
at
and
me?
saying,
Why do you think that won't happen?
It's a bold take.
Well,
I'm just
You
pointing
didn't
it out.
even you didn't
Okay.
even know he got drafted after 5 minutes after
Oh,
saying that he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
I know he got drafted. I just forgot.
Okay.
Perennial All NBA performer.
All
I
right,
have,
hey,
I have a short memory. It's the trait of greatness.
this is an interesting pick. I think the Hawks. It looks like they're keeping it.
Yes.
You know, John Collins. What are we going to go here? 41-31. Obviously, they made we saw him make the Eastern Conference Finals. I think for team needs, backup guard, big depth. They could use that. It'll be interesting to see where they go. Coach, if you had to pick, where do you think they would go here?
So I did say Cameron Thomas, but you do make a point here. Like John Collins, it's not a 100% sure thing, but it has to be priority one of your offseason. If not, Okongwu just came out that
John Collins
he's
back?
getting that shoulder surgery, so he's going to be out 6 to 8 months. So maybe you want to address the front court depth, especially when you're a team that just went to the Eastern Conference Finals. But I liked Cameron Thomas to start, but I could see them going with a big just because they need some depth here, and you don't know 100% what is going to happen with John Collins. You don't know what they're going to throw at him, and they can't max out to the full potential. They just paid Gallo, they just paid Bogdanovich last year. So like, how much money can they?
But you can trade Gallo. Like, do you think they bring John Collins back if they make that a priority?
They need to.
They need to. I think
I
they
don't think they
will
can
because
afford
him
to.
and Trey Young and Gallo's contract is not the easiest thing to get off. It was a 60-year
is.
contract for like 3
He
years. It's
played-
not that
he
easy.
played-
It- that- that's a
great. He played
2-year
great in the
40.
playoffs. They can
Somebody's
get
got to accept it.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
Atlanta-
$20 million a year. That's a lot.
Atlanta's gonna,
Bertans is off the trade block. Would you rather have Bertans or Gallo? Like they can get rid of him if they want to.
Gallo, Kev, you were going to say something? Go ahead.
No, hear me out here because we did the Houston Rockets video, and I said one of their targets should be John Collins. Imagine adding John Collins to that Houston Rockets team that we're looking at tonight.
No, they just got Şengün.
Yeah, develop
But
him. Put him in a
develop
band. He's not going
him,
to come
have
in
him
and
be
be
there.
all NBA his first year.
Depth, having
Can
John
they-
Collins.
Kevin,
with
can they
Wood.
afford to pay him?
Yeah, they can. We talked about it. They're gonna have about $20 million in cap room, and if they move Wall or kind of move some pieces around, they
I feel like if
can.
they get rid of Wood, they can definitely afford him because Walls is like in the 40s, and isn't Wood like close to 20?
Wood is getting paid
get rid of Wood, you
14.
get rid of Wall.
Wood has
But
one of the best
you-
contracts in the whole NBA. He's getting paid 14 mil.
You can't move
Yeah.
Wall's contract unless you're giving up first-round picks as
If
well.
you can move Russ's contract, you can move Wall's contract. He
They're
just got
two
moved.
two
He just got
different
moved la-
trajectories.
He just got
Two
moved.
different
No, he just
trajectories.
got moved.
Russ is a
last
better
year.
player at this point.
Yeah, it's
Sure,
That was
but
a
Russ-
fleece
but-
by Washington.
But Wall,
begin
but
with.
Wall played great last year, and if you can move Wall,
He did,
just
coming
last
off a
year,
torn
you can move
Achilles.
him again.
But
Did he
there-
play
Yeah,
great
he
though?
He
John
played great.
John Wall's game was predicated a lot on speed,
His assists went down.
and he is
he couldn't-
not the same guy he was before.
He couldn't sustain
assists
the whole
went-
season.
Coach, his assists went down because he's playing
Yes.
on the Rockets. Who else is gonna make shots like this?
Yeah, but he wasn't like you said. He was great last year. They won 15 games, 17 games, or whatever, and he couldn't finish the
I didn't say
season.
the Rockets were great. I said he was great.
He
played
wasn't
very
great
well.
though. Like if you compare what his
was
season
wrong?
compared to
What
what
was
Russell
wrong?
Westbrook did for Washington, it was night and day. What did he do
He
wrong?
plays- Russ
Durability
plays
is
with Brad Beal.
a weakness, and if you can't play, then you can't
This
trust that. And then
durability thing, man.
hey, I'm sorry if you can't play. That doesn't mean like the
I'm
18
talking skill
games that he
set.
did play, he was good.
Bro,
Like, I
I'm
don't
talking
care
skill
about
set.
that.
What about his skill set was not great? Tell me about his skill
He
set.
still can't shoot the three.
Okay. That's
Like
fair.
I mean, he's not defending the same rate. He's not blocking people the same way. Like I love John Wall, and I wish the best for him, but his better days are behind him. He tore his Achilles, and he's not the same step. He averaged 20 points, 6.9 assists. He's a 10-point game.
What did he average?
20 points and 6.9 assists on like
Oh,
40% from the field.
All right, Atlanta pick is in, boys. You can argue about John Wall's carcass here in a minute. They draft the most overrated player in this draft class.
I agree. I'm
Who's it,
not a
Garuba?
Jalen Johnson guy.
Oh,
Well, besides
He was a
You know,
top
Garuba.
10 pick like
Jalen
a year
Johnson
ago.
from Duke. I don't know if you can call him from Duke, but he played there for 9 games. Trying to find his highlight. Where'd you put it, Coach?
it's
Yeah,
right
man.
here. Well, look at the
was
steals
a top
1.2,
10
blocks
guy.
1.2, slow release on his 3. But he did put that one guy in the rim Just I think it was Clemson. He put 24 in the bottom of the ocean. He's 6'9". It kind of, to me, kind of signifies a future plan of moving some of those other wings that are in front of him, whether that's Hunter, whether that is Reddish. You now have a surplus of wing players that you could move on for in the future.
Don't they love overrated wings from Duke? Atlanta's just falling into that category. You got Reddish, and now you got Jalen.
You get enough
Johnson.
of them, you'll hit on them. It's Duke.
I'm not. I don't know. I'm gonna pull up his highlights here in a second once I get him loaded. But what does he do well? I mean, there's some real question marks about how much he hasn't played. I know we've talked about that in the past. His senior year, he didn't play much because of some transfer issues and some reclassification issues. Last year, he played, and then he said he wanted to prepare for the NBA draft after Duke wasn't playing very well. There's some real question marks with Coach K calling him out, and I'm not a Coach K truther. Like, I know he has some question marks too. I love him as a coach. I think he's fallen off a bit, but I don't really like. I know he had some intangible issues. I'm sure the interview process didn't go very well for him, so I could see him slipping. I expected him to slip into the 20s. It's a weird fit, I think. Like Coach was kind of talking about with Atlanta. I don't know.
And Hunter,
yeah,
and Gallo.
Where do you fit him in? He probably gonna go to the G League. When you think he's probably gonna have to develop a little bit in there.
Absolutely.
And then, I mean, Trae Young is so young. They have such a young core that I guess they're banking on, hopefully that he develops and he's a player going forward. Like, the talent is there. Like, the talent really is there. I don't think he's the most smartest player. And then for him to pull out playing midseason with Duke is worrisome. As far as character is concerned, but like 6'9", and then I mean, you look at those numbers. I know that they're just numbers, but he does showcase that he could be a really solid defender here on the next level.
I'm surprised Wieskamp out of Iowa and Petrusev out of Gonzaga haven't gone yet.
They're second round guys.
You really think so?
I both of them are going second round guys.
They're Brad.
Petrusov might not even get drafted. Petrusov might not even get drafted, honestly.
Really?
But I think he will late second round. But he doesn't have first round grades.
Man, Kevin laughed at me from the jump. As soon as I said Wieskamp, he just laughed.
I'm not a big fan of those guys that you are bringing up there.
I think about guys like Kevin Huerter. Like Kevin Huerter, he wasn't even. I was listening to a podcast with him, the Duncan Robinson one, I think, or the JJ Redick one, and he said like he only went to the NBA workout camp because he wanted to get more run in and see how he stacked up with those guys that were going to go in the draft. He tested really well, and he ended up being a mid first round pick. And
you see that with Wieskamp? Is that okay? Yeah, because he did do well at the combine. He showed that he could shoot the ball
46% from three. He's 6'7". Like, he's got all the tools.
Well, and he showed it all year too, because Luka Garza was not the only player on that Iowa team that made them really good.
It's hard for me to draft. It's hard for me to get excited about an Iowa player, Bradley. I don't know the last time I was like, yeah, that Iowa, NCAA basketball player that I got out there.
I feel like it's been a while since there's been a pick made. Did we miss some? No,
we're waiting. There's a commercial break.
It's the longest first round ever.
I'm having some technical difficulties with Jalen Johnson, but we will get it up. I promise my viewers in about 1 minute when it downloads.
Kevin, you honestly don't have to. He's going to the G League.
No, I'm going to, because it's about pride in this. Now, I will say while we're talking, we could talk about the Knicks' first pick of this since they traded their pick. Man, you would think that they got to get some Cam Thomas got to get picked at some point, right, guys? Like at some point, we got to see some Cam in there.
Yeah, but that's not Tibbs' build. He don't like guys that only play offense. He needs guys that are stalwarts on defense. And thus, my guy, your guy,
Jaden Springer.
We both clicked on him. It's got to be Jaden. Jaden Springer is a bulldog. He's a bulldog, offensively and defensively, tenacious. And the way he gets after it defensively, I think he would do great.
What about
as just a spot up 3-point shooter and a defender?
A guy like Quentin Grimes, a guy like Dosunmu, like a guy like I just think there's a lot of great guards that just haven't been picked yet. Like, I had Cameron Thomas at 20. I feel like he should be going off any time now.
How many point guards can the Knicks
Cam
fit?
is gonna come off sometime soon, and DeSumo, I do like him. I just haven't seen him like as
A
pegged
guy
for like the Knicks, but I love him.
A guy like Charles Bassey out of Western Kentucky. Like there's a lot of guys that just haven't been picked yet, and I think they have. I'm just kind of shocked at how some of these GMs are really ballsy. Like they're taking their guys when they want to take them, as opposed to letting them fall. And that's not the NBA's style, and that's what's happening today. And I almost respect it. It's making for a fun draft. We're not getting a lot of trades, but we're getting a lot of ballsy picks, and I'm excited to see how this shakes out.
So what do you see? What do you see from the tape, Kev?
No, I mean, like when you like a Jalen, like I think he's got to work on his shooting. To me, he's not very explosive. Like when I watch his tape, like he's okay, but like where does he fit in? Like I think he's a tweener. Like when I look at everything of who he is as like a prospect, I really find him a tweener. He cuts well. He does those like little things well, but there's nothing that stands out to me that says like, boom, like this kid's going to be able to play like explosively at the next level. He's got to put on some strength. I think to me, he's just that tweener guy that we see kind of bouncing around a lot. But maybe within that system.
The Knicks just got a scrub.
Ooh. Mr. I set the record for 48-inch vertical at the combine.
He's an athlete.
Keon Johnson will dunk on you.
He's an athlete, but he's not a hooper. Like he's
got Keon, huh?
What do you mean by that?
He's a 6'5" guard who shot 27% from three in college. Like, no thanks. He's not big on. I'm not big on drafting traits. Like, I want to see the skill set. I don't want to see an athlete. I want to see a skill set. And everybody in the NBA
gets after it defensively, and that athleticism is second to none in this draft.
The Knicks need shooting, though, right?
Defensively, but he's not a lockdown wing defender, and the Knicks need shooting. Like, look at them in the playoffs. They couldn't shoot. The Knicks need shooting, and they got a 27% shooter from the three. Like, this isn't the fit for them.
He's a freaking athlete, though.
He's Tibbs' guy. He's Tibbs' guy. He's a guy that's gonna keep. Yeah, he's a guy that's gonna run all day. He's gonna jump all day, and he's gonna play defense.
You talk about best player available as far as like big boards and drafts and everything. Like he's clearly fallen here. So I wouldn't necessarily like say that this is a bad pick. I mean, you still have RJ Barrett, Julius Randle. You're not in like a win-win now situation. You're still trying to build something going forward. So I'm not mad at this pick at all. Like I said, I would have went with his teammate Jaden Springer. But I see the upside here, and yeah, he gets after it defensively, and he's a go-getter. He played on that same USA under-19 team as well, so he's got some
game.
I don't think that it really matters for this year. I think this is a building block, but I think he finds his way in Tibbs' rotation. Spotty. I don't know if he's got a guaranteed
spot. How many minutes do you think he gets a game this year?
11. I think he's got a good fit with Quickly, though, if that's something that you're trying to build with.
You drafted a first-round pick, and you're going to give him 11 minutes. Doesn't that seem goofy to you?
No, not when you're in your Middletown, USA. It's different when you're in high contention or you're a bottom feeder. But the fact that you're a middler, and you're trying to develop a kid that's 18 years old.
This is a playoff team. They're not a middler. This is a playoff team. They were like what?
That's middler though. Like they didn't get out the first round. They're Pacer territory.
That's a result, but they got like the 4th or 5th seed, right? Like this is a team that was in the upper.
Do they have any threat of winning the Eastern Conference? No. They're many pieces away from that, and RJ Barrett is your franchise cornerstone.
So okay, do you think this is a piece that gets them to winning or to getting them to the Eastern Conference?
This year, no, but in the future, it could bode well for you.
I think it could. It just depends on how he develops his 3-point shot. If he can get to 35%, maybe
27.
Yeah, I know, Brad. It's tough, but if he can, maybe he gets that coaching that you would like there. He might be able to. But we should really be talking about your Wizards are up again, right? So they got the 22 pick from the Lakers. So this for the Russell Westbrook deal. So the pick is in. So Russell Westbrook got traded to the Lakers, like we talked about earlier.
I like Jared Butler. I like
I
Jared
was gonna
Butler right here.
Oh, that's so funny because all the mocks ever since like day one, it's been pegged that was the Lakers who that they were gonna get. But now that they have Russell Westbrook, there's not as much of a need to have a playmaking point guard. But that would be so funny that the guy that was pegged to go to the Lakers now fits in seamlessly with the Wizards, who now have a position of
Ooh.
void.
Can we get Cam Thomas? I'm okay with that.
I hate this pick for the Wizards.
If he does, we got to get David back on here. Bring him
I
up,
hate this.
'cause I know
pick
he's
for the
sleeping right
Wizards.
now.
Oh, I'm gonna let Coach hear this out loud.
Coach,
so
you're
he
gonna
can
hate
just-
this. Coach, you're gonna hate this.
Who is it?
Isaiah Jackson, University of Kentucky, 6'10", 206,
Bruh.
average 8 and 6,
Bruh.
0.7 assists. Field goal percentage is
Golly,
54. Free throws at 70%. Blocks 2 and steals.
The
What do you
Wizards
guys
GM
think?
is a disaster.
What do you guys
I
think?
hate this pick.
His
Tommy
his
Shepard
ceiling
better
is
than
New
Ernie.
Orleans Noel. This is Sky Labissiere. This is the bum
Gosh.
Kentucky guy that has defensive ability, can shut down, and can play you some backup minutes. That's his plus. Like that's
Tommy
okay,
Shepard's
but
gotta go.
I do not love this pick. I don't love Isaiah Jackson. I never did, but
We already have
you know.
Thomas Bryant.
He's
Like,
coming
what are
off
we
a torn
doing?
ACL.
Like I'm not big
Yeah.
on this Kentucky class. They were bad. Like Kentucky gets so many top prospects that they give their players to sacrifice, a lot of their games for the good of the team, but they did that this year and they lost. Like so not only am I not sure what Jackson can truly do, but I didn't see a
He's-
lot of what he does well. Like I
So-
think he's a little high.
he's
to
the
be taking
second
flyers.
best. He's the second best defensive big man behind Evan Mobley. So that is one thing that is going for him. He blocks. He has
Sure.
anticipatory skills. That is what his strong point is. And this is again, I'm very disappointed on the pick, but that is
He kind of
what they're
punched someone
thinking.
at the end there.
What's that? Was
He
that
kind of
Eric?
punched someone at the end of the highlight. Like he blocked it and he kind of threw a couple fists. Maybe it's the optimist
Hey,
in me.
we
It
do
was-
have Daniel Gafford. He's no Daniel Gafford. I'll tell you that.
I was gonna say maybe it's the optimist in me, but they didn't pick a
I-
foreign player so far.
No, man. Like between Daniel Gafford and Thomas Bryant, like I don't need Isaiah Jackson. Not in the slightest.
Who's the third big man we have? And don't say Bertans.
It doesn't. What do you mean? Who's the third big man? Like that's
For
not,
rotation wise.
If I
For rotation
if I
wise.
draft, if I'm taking a first round pick, I'm not thinking about the third big man. I want to think about a difference maker today.
Again,
Who
we
would
can't
you?
trust
Who would
in,
you?
in
What
Thomas Bryant. He
position do
just
you think
tore
that
his
they need
ACL.
to?
What did you What'd you say, Eric?
I was gonna say, what position do you think they should have gone for?
I wanted them to take Jared Butler.
Okay.
And if they didn't, I'd be fine with a Chris Duarte. I'd be fine with an Ios Dosunmo. I'd be fine with a Quentin Grimes. Like there's so many good guards that they could have.
So
taken.
okay, so you wanted them
Duarte's
to go
off
guard.
the board.
So yeah, Duarte's off the board, but Quentin Grimes, like Dosunmo, like there's so many guys that are guards. Like Beal's gonna be gone within. He's probably gonna stick around to sign the max deal, and then he's gonna get traded, right? Like he's not sticking around for this team. Like he doesn't want to be that guy that
He
is with
shouldn't
the
be.
Wizards for their entirety of his career. So we need to get somebody to replace him, and we need to develop him now. Like let's just get a guard that we like and keep it pushing instead of our third big.
You know what? I
I'll
am
get it.
looking at our roster now, and it definitely is lacking a guard. But
We don't have a single,
So
point guard anymore. Cassius Winston, who's a two-way player, didn't play at all last year. But
Cassius
we don't
Winston.
have a point guard at all. Ish Smith is a free agent, and Russ is gone.
yeah, why
So-
didn't they draft Ayo?
Harrison
there?
Matthews.
They could have
I
they
did-
could have taken Jaden
Hey.
Springer, like you guys have been talking about.
Vieto.
Ao would have been a really good fit.
So if we're looking at I know we'll walk you off the Washington ledge. So Houston's got 2 picks back to back, 123, 124. So 23rd and 24th pick. What do we think Houston does here? Me and Coach mocked Ao here. So if Ao gets picked with one of these picks, we were right
That's
on
a
our
great
mock.
that solidifies them as the best draft in the entire league. If they take AO.
I think they should. Do you think they maybe move one of these picks?
No, I think they take it.
This isn't
think-
one they gave to OKC, right?
No, OKC got
No,
a
this is-
future.
This
They
is
didn't get
theirs.
this one.
I
Houston
like-
kept both their picks. So
I like Sharif Cooper here. I know this is
I
my
think-
second time mentioning
think
well, they get
he's
back
him,
to
but
back. So
Houston's
if they
drafting
can get-
after this as well, right?
yeah, they get 2
Yeah.
picks in a row.
I think if
Yeah.
you go Cooper into him, like kind of learn from John for 2
I don't
years,
hate
because
that.
I know
I don't
everybody
hate
thinks
that,
that we
coach.
they can get rid of that contract. But I just don't see it. I think they're gonna die with that contract. 2 years left. Ride it out. Just is what it is. And then you have Sharif kind of learn underneath him. We've seen that Sharif is like a CP3 guy. That's kind of his mentor. He 8 assists a game. Like he's a dynamic passer and
like
kind of
that.
learn a little bit and get big burn in that Rio Vipers, which Kevin Porter Jr. and Kenyon Martin Jr.
Oh,
were
we have
lighting
a
up
trade.
before they got pulled up.
Coach, we
I
got a
like Quentin
trade.
Grimes too. Oh, we got a
So
trade?
the Clippers sent their number 25 to New York and a future second for Keon Johnson. So the Clippers grabbed Keon Johnson at the 21, and
Oh, that's nice for the Clippers.
so now
I like that. For the Clippers.
So the Knicks move back. So that changes some things, right?
It
Yeah, I
does.
like. I mean, I have to love his fit with Kawhi and Paul George. I mean, that's athletic, that's defensive, that's length, that's athleticism. I mean, they might
the better
know,
fit.
they might chalk up this year. Who knows? The ACL injury that might take a whole year to recover for Kawhi Leonard, especially the way he handles his injuries. You can develop Keon, you can get him some minutes, and then when you get Kawhi back in 2022, 23, I don't even know what year it is anymore. Then you might have something there, and you have maybe somebody that's coming off the bench. At the end of the day, he's going to give you energy and athleticism, and he's
Coach.
going to be wiping the floor.
Who do you think the Rockets take here? I like Quentin Grimes.
I don't see Grimes, especially when Cameron Thomas is on the board. I'm not against a Quentin Grimes player, but I think that Quentin Grimes kind of fits more of the not the rebuild mold, but kind of like teams that
boy.
like the Bucks and stuff that are like in contention.
You're gonna be
So maybe
mad.
later on in the first.
That is such a bad pick.
That's a bad pick. But he does remind me of Bam Adebayo.
Usman
Adebayo.
Garuba, coach. Usman Garuba to the Rockets.
After
mean,
they
they're
just
going
drafted
foreign.
the best center in the entire draft. A future Hall of Famer, if you ask me.
All right, so I know I've been-
Everybody keeps laughing at me when I say this guy.
I've been down.
So
on
he's 6'9", 230, 4-4,
It's
0.8
Bam.
assists.
He's Bam. He's Bam.
I'm down on him too. I mean, I'll pull up his tape and we can see what you guys like. If you
Yeah.
guys like, what
Wait,
he
wait,
has.
wait, 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 wait. We
highlights.
need to stop the Bam slander right now. Bam Adebayo is one of the best
no.
young big men in the
I-
entire
it's-
NBA.
Time
He
out.
is a
This-
great
this isn't-
defensive
this
player.
This isn't slander. I'm saying he could get to be Bam. It's a comp to Bam. I'm not saying Bam is.
But
as
you're saying
good
it's a
as this
bad pick and you don't
rookie.
like him, and then you're like, he's
It's a
Bam.
bad-
and
no,
like,
no.
as
It's a-
if it's a negative.
I'm sorry,
connotation.
Coach. I didn't mean it like that. I meant it's Bam as in like Bam is this guy's his player comp. I don't mean when I say it's a bad pick, I'm saying because they already have Chris Wood and they drafted Şengün, who I think is the best player or top 4 player in the entire draft. So they're drafting another big to play with them. That's why it's a bad fit. Not that he's a bad player.
It's the third. Now they have 3 big men. It's a developmental
Exactly.
thing. I understand the pick. I'm not mad at it. I'm not high on Garuba because I didn't want him to go to Washington at 15. But now that he's kind of fall back here, they some people really, really love him and they think that he is the best defensive player in this
He's
entire
Bam.
draft.
He can guard every
And-
single position.
That all right. So I see that part of that argument. I just think that Bam just offers so much more. But hey, let me take a step back. I like what you're saying as far as that defensive ability like aspect. Like he could do that going for the future. But he played 4 years in Spain and Real Madrid, and his averages 5 points a game.
Yeah.
He has nothing that you're going to bring to the offensive end. That's where it kind of it's different with Bam. Bam,
his
you can run an
highlights-
offense because he has good passing ability.
His highlights look better than his numbers, but if you look
He can
at,
guard
you know,
everybody, though. We saw that against
Yeah,
Team
he can
USA in
guard-
the exhibition. He was guarding
he can
Damian
guard
Lillard. He was
everybody.
guarding Tatum.
Yeah,
he was
we're
guarding
looking at the
everybody.
highlights right here. Like he can guard everybody, and if you look at Bam's, Bam's numbers out of Kentucky. Like, some of these guys sacrifice for the better of
Plucking
the
point
team.
guards.
Like he can guard every single position.
Everybody's
you're-
ecstatic about his.
If you're an NBA
energy.
team and you're gonna, dedicate and invest towards making sure a player does well and making sure a player grows, you do it to a guy like this who can guard every single position, and then from there you make sure he grows offensively, and he can do that. You've seen flashes of his 3-point shot. You've seen his touch around the rim. He's got nice moves. He's got nice post moves. Listen, I think this guy
he doesn't have that.
I just don't understand this pick in terms of you're still in the first round and you want to draft your third big. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Hey,
to me.
Kev, what do you think about this? The Houston Rockets drafted everyone that OKC should have drafted. Like, isn't this like what OKC wanted was Jalen Green and Garuba and Şengün? Like, I guess Houston just got there first and had a better draft capital in this draft. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sorry. I'm listening to Davion Mitchell talk about how when they asked him if they liked that he got picked by the Kings, he said, "I'm just glad to be here." That's a great sign. I think that they have. I think I like that ability with what Houston's done. If Garuba turns into being if he's anything with that solid guy, that kind of that rotational piece, I think it's a good pick. I definitely would have went in a different direction, but it'd be interesting to see where they go with their next pick at 24. Some guys that I like still that are on the board. What do you think of like Christopher or even maybe Sharif here? Io still there. Like, there's some guys out there that I think have some potential.
I don't think that you go wrong with those guys. There's other options that you could go here, because I spoke on Sharif Cooper. We like AO in this position, but maybe if you're and Jaden Springer, but maybe you're thinking about maybe the future and you're stashing and maybe somebody really hits, and then you think about, I mean, yes, this would be early for a BJ Boston, but like a Josh Christopher, who's a really good scorer, similar to kind of like that Kevin Porter Jr., and then maybe he really hits, because in high school, I mean, kid was lights out when he was playing with Jalen Green on the AU circuit. Like, kid is he's a straight bucket. He's just got pat that some of these other guys don't have, and maybe these other guys are sure things, but he has maybe a higher ceiling if he really develops those offensive skills, and he's got NBA game. So I think that Josh Christopher's game, if you're gonna take a chance, but they've been getting bigs. Maybe they get one more. Maybe they get Day'Ron Sharpe, which is different. Which is another big fella. Like, and you fill out that roster, and then maybe one of them really hits for the future, and maybe one of them plays really well with Christian Wood going forward. So,
no, I think that's fair. I mean, and shout out to us right now. We're going 2.5 hours strong, bringing you all the content. Brad's about to fall asleep. I'm worried about Brad.
I was on my phone.
This is way past Brad's bedtime. I'm worried that he's not going to make it.
Bedtime now, but I'm here. I love basketball. I love drafting. I love picks. I love making fun of GMs. I love being fascinated by GMs. This is
you love Seguin. You love them all.
I love Seguin.
So,
listen, who do you think's the best available?
I think Jaden Springer is the best available if I had to pick.
Okay. I think Schmidt's got it. It's Cameron Thomas. He's the best player available.
Schmidt.
I love shout out Mike Schmitz. Shout out Kevin O'Connor. Some of these scouts, they deserve some credit. They're awesome what they do.
I want to ask this to both of y'all before the Houston pick is in. What do you think is the worst draft pick of this entire draft so far?
I know mine.
Go ahead.
Spurs. At 12.
What about
getting guard?
Yeah, I was looking through it. To me, I'm not a big fan of Davion Mitchell going to the Kings. Like, that's kind of where based on where he's acting and stuff, I'm just worried about it.
Josh Primo went 12.
Oh,
and
we have a planned trade.
Well, some trade again for OKC. Back and forth.
Oh.
Wait, what?
We got a weird. Oh.
The Wizards? Wait, what? What's happening?
I got Wizards a delay over here. You got to fill me in.
Check this out. Okay, the Wizards weren't as stupid as I thought. The Wizards get Aaron Holiday in the number 31 pick. The Pacers get Isaiah Jackson. So
I like it. I really like Aaron
I
Holiday.
like that a lot. The Wizards got their guard. Aaron Holiday's
Oh, Josh Christopher. Bang.
That's a good pick.
I told you to take a chance on an upside
Listen,
pick,
man,
and he's got the highest ceiling. There you go. I like it.
Whoever's in Houston's front office right now, they deserve a drink.
Are we all like in favor that they have had the best first round?
Best
Again, it
draft.
helps when you have 5 first round picks, but still, it's like
Best draft.
wow.
Best draft.
They're
doing
crushing
a
it.
great job.
So
If you're gonna get rid of James Harden and then you replenish it with this roster, you're doing a great job.
Well, I know. So the question here is, what seed do you think the Rockets get next year? I know Brad thinking they're a playoff team.
Playoff.
I think that they could compete for that 8th seed in that play-in game. I really do. Like, I know Coach.
Why are you
is gonna
laughing
be
at
like,
me? You think they could compete for a playing game and they're like that's right there.
I didn't laugh at you. What are you talking about? I
All
said.
right, I guess Coach laughed at me.
Yeah, Coach laughed. Coach thinks.
I was
Coach is
willing
just
to make a bet. Yeah, I think they're a 12, like
Coach
top
is a-
12. I said
Coach is
they improved by 6-7 wins, which is a huge jump. But I don't see them as a playoff team. Brad does. He sees them in the top 10, and Kevin sees that there's an outside chance. Like, I don't think I'm crazy for saying that. Like that's
you're
still a big
No,
jump.
you're not crazy. I
Team that lost 45 of their last 50 games of the regular season. They have a lot to make up on, and these are a lot of young players. They're not going to just come in there and be like winning basketball players.
No, I was just gonna say about Josh. You know, when he had 14 and 4, you know, he great free throw shooter. I think he needs to improve that 3-point percentage. Something happened in Arizona State. It's hard to like say what happened with COVID, like because Josh Christopher came in as being one of these highly touted guys, and I don't know necessarily what went on, but I think he can score. He fits a role on this team. I don't think he's a G League guy. Like I think that he could play. Like they obviously have the areas. I think they move on from Gordon, right? Like at some point, I think Eric Gordon's going to get traded. Like I don't know when they're going to move in from him, but I think they just go young. They find that scorer. He can get to the line. Like he fits a need too. Like I love how they're building this roster. I don't like the Gruber pick as much.
Don't you see them kind of seeing it out, letting Eric Gordon kind of build his trade value before they do move on from him? I don't know necessarily see them moving him before the season. I think Josh Christopher, much like Kevin Porter Jr. and Kenyon Martin Jr., did have that great bump in the G League that really got their confidence rolling. And when they did get pulled up, they were ready to contribute and play. And maybe that's that opportunity where, like, at the trade deadline that they move on from him.
Yeah,
because contending teams would love to have an Eric Gordon coming off the bench and scoring.
We got the Knicks on at 25, even though it says the
finally
Clippers on ESPN.
maybe they're going to keep this pick. Yeah, it's the Knicks.
The Eric Gordon contract is very hard, though. The $20 million a year for the next 4 years.
They got my guy at 25. I like that for the Knicks, man. They don't need another guard, but they took one anyway, and they took the best one available.
Oops. We're waiting for
Is it
Coach
AO?
to hear it. We want Coach to hear it, so we don't want to be that guy.
Quentin Grimes. Maybe that makes up for Luke Kennard getting $60 million last year, and who?
Well, no, remember this is the Knicks
god-awful.
No,
pick.
this is the Knicks.
This is the Knicks pick. They traded this.
Oh, okay. No, I like it for the Knicks. He's proven shooter. I mean, really, really good last year, and the way that he really developed his game coming from Kansas situation when it didn't go too well. He's former All-American. He was a Player of the Year of this conference. He led Houston to one of their best records that they've ever had. I think this is solid. Grimes and just grimy Tibbs, good fit, good size. This is a good pick for New York Knicks.
What do you think, Kev?
Yeah, I like it. I think he's fine. 6'5", 205. I think this makes a lot of sense for the Knicks if they're going to actually, keep this pick. They've been weird at trading their picks tonight, but I like it. You know, when you look at his, I love his 3-point percentage. This is a shooter. The biggest thing for the Knicks that I said is they need to come out with shooting. Like they had to get some shooting. They had to get somebody that could score, because we saw in the playoffs, like you mentioned earlier, they didn't do that. And that's one of the biggest reasons why they lost in those playoffs. They couldn't score. And, as great as Randall is, and as he was this year, there are some question marks about Randall's ability to score in that half court. We all know we're hoopers. Like we're not casuals like the Mendelson brothers. Like we know in the playoffs, we know that basketball changes. It goes from a full court game to a half court game. And can you get buckets in that half court area? And I think the Knicks really struggle with that. So maybe, Grimes could be that guy that helps them with that. But what is your opinion of Barrett? Because for me, like as a Duke fan, I watched him obviously, and I've seen him play. I like him, but he doesn't. This is going to sound stupid because it just is, but does he have that it factor for you? Because he doesn't pop for me. Like, I don't know. Does he? Do you think he can be a superstar?
So for me, I do think he can be a superstar. The thing with me is, like, I think of him as a Russell Westbrook. I think of him as a guy who's never going to shoot 35, 40% from three, but he's going to get the boards. He's going to get the assists. He's going to get the hustle points. I see him as a guy who's just straight energy, and he's a smart IQ player. He just can't shoot, and I'm fine with that. I wish he could shoot, but he can't, and I'm fine with that. I think he's a guy that they can build around. He's going to be there for a long time. I think Quentin Grimes, he has the deficiencies of that Knicks offense that you talked about, where he can shoot in the half court, he can score points in the half court. But
now, when you say like can't shoot, like that, like Russell Westbrook or like Ben Simmons, I think that's not fair to RJ Barrett, who shot 40% from the 3-point line this year on 4.3 attempts.
Ben Simmons does not shoot. Russell Westbrook can't shoot.
Okay. RJ Barrett shot 40% from the 3-point line, which is a vast improvement, especially when that's the part of the game that he's being critiqued on.
40% from the 3-point line is very good. It's a 50-40-90 guy. Like, that's what you want. I just don't think that's him. I think he's a 35% shooter.
Well, for
him in college, you look at him in high school, he's not that guy.
The Maple Mamba. No, wait. Hey, whoa. High school, he was the best player in the nation.
But he wasn't a 3-point shooter.
Yeah, but he was a dog, and he led that team to Geico National Championship.
He's not a shooter. That's all.
Okay, but he's developing that. He shot 40% last year on 4.3 attempts. That's not a small sample size.
He
averaged 18.
He's a 40% shooter.
For his career, no, 40% is very, very elite. But 37, he's 37 for his career, which I don't think
he's a 35 guy.
His 3-point shooting, I don't think he's a bad shooter. Is what I'm saying there.
Okay.
And the kid just turned 21 40 days ago. So he's very, very young. To Kevin's point though, he's not a popper. He's not like an all NBA future guy. He might sneak in an all-star in the future, but he is a very smart player, and he was a huge part of this team being very successful this year, taking a big jump. I think that the Tibbs helped boost his confidence. He plays every minute, and he doesn't get tired. I think that durability is his strength. I know I talk about durability all the time, but I like him going forward.
Coach, you hit the nail on the head. Like, Tibbs played him a lot of minutes, and he didn't have to. He could have played a lot of different. He could have played Derrick Rose those Barrett minutes, and he gave it all to Barrett. Barrett was 35 minutes a game every night. Like, that dude earned the trust of Tibbs, and I think that means a lot. But Coach,
Denver pick is in.
Denver's gonna take care.
You know what's funny? I kind of have a strange feeling he gets your guy, Isaiah Todd. I think they might get Todd with this pick.
They love a big man,
and both of you two love him. And I'm not high on Todd, honestly. I think he's got a beautiful stroke, sweet stroke, off the dribble, off the catch. I think that as a big though, he doesn't provide enough rebounding or interior presence for me to bode for him in the future.
I like that analysis from you, Coach.
Is that why you didn't text me back when I was like, hey, I like Isaiah Todd. He's pretty nice. You're like, oh, I'll check him out. You bastard. You already checked him out. You just didn't like him.
I was going to save it. I was going to save it for the pod. But he did hit a game winner for the G League Ignite on like a 1-second inbound play. Like, he's got a smooth stroke. And he's young. He's 19.
Well, Denver takes
Coach. You're going to like this a lot.
Bones Highland.
Well, I knew he was going first round. Kid can really score. I love this pick.
To those Campazzo minutes. It's Bones Highland time.
What do you think of him? So let's take a look at his film. He was someone that I thought was
Nice.
interesting.
Smart. He's smart.
Yeah. He's got
I think he's
ugly
a bit of a
shot.
microwave. I think he really has a beautiful stroke, and look how deep it is. I think that he's a confidence player. I think he's your. I don't see him as a starting point guard. So I don't, even if you have Campazzo, I still think look how deep that is. That's crazy. I see him as like a 6-man scoring threat, and look at that. Just the confidence. I think he's just going to get better and better as he gets older.
He's Jamal Crawford, and that's fine.
Kev,
I draft Jamal Crawford in the late first round 10 times out of 10.
I like the comparison, but I feel bad for Jay Cross because he's like he's like the greatest 6-man of all time.
Come on, bro.
Everybody that can score off the bench is like, I'm sorry.
Anytime I name a player comp, I'm not saying that player comp is as good as a rookie player. Come on, bro. Stop doing that to me.
You deserve that.
I think he's like what Emmanuel Quickley should have been. Like, if I'm being honest, like I feel like maybe Emmanuel Quickley is kind of like a better version of that. Like if I had to pick,
Kevin. That's a good take.
But I think he, if he can, he can shoot. We're seeing that now. I don't know if that release. Like you say, you like the stroke. I didn't necessarily like it too much. He's got to put out a little bit of size, right? Like that's little.
Yeah.
Like that's little. Like he lays less than me.
Like Kevin Durant, when he was so skinny, he made it up with height. John Morant, when he was so skinny, he made it up with athleticism.
Yeah.
Bones Highland doesn't have either of that. He's just a hooper. I'd like to see him put on some weight.
So people were very impressed with his workouts. You see, like he shot. I guess, I'm gonna go on the record say he shot the most ridiculous shots. Period in NCAA basketball. I mean, averaged 20 a game, and he's got super duper range. He almost doesn't even follow through completely. I think he's got a really good touch. I know 37% is what it is, but that's VCU's on a high volume. I think he's an NBA scorer when he gets in there, and I'm not surprised that he went into the first round. Now, this pick coming up
fit with the Nuggets, though. Do you like that fit?
I do. Would I have gone somewhere else? Yeah, I like some of these other guards. I've put that on record, but I understand what they were going with.
Hey, the Nets have a lot of picks.
Do you think he takes those Austin Rivers minutes?
I don't think Austin Rivers is coming back. So yeah.
How is Austin Rivers still in the league?
Theoretically, do you think he's getting those 20 minutes a game in the playoffs?
Well, they didn't have Jamal Murray. It was an injury riddled Denver Nugget team into that playoffs. The whole reason why they got Austin Rivers to begin with was because of that injury. He was not on the team. That was Campazzo started starting and getting a lot more minutes. They really were just trying to find some. PJ Dozier went down. But Will Barton was in and out of the lineup. So I think Denver was kind of just fiddling together whatever they could to try to win. And they still beat Portland. And Damian Lillard is still hot about it. But Kev, you were saying like Brooklyn's got a couple picks here. They did trade in, and now they got the 27 and 29. Like their depth was an issue. So these picks could really help them, especially when you have James Harden, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie Irving. You just need guys that can fit around them and win now.
Coach, I'd like to see Sharif Cooper go here.
I wouldn't. I think you got to go Jaden Springer. Go with a defensive guard. They can't guard on the perimeter. You already lost Shaman. I know you got Javon Carter in return, but there's nothing wrong with getting another. Oh, they're taking a look at Cameron Thomas though on the screen, and bucket getter supreme. Oh wait a minute. I would be mad at that because that was Levert's kind of role before the whole big Harden trade. Go ahead, Kev.
No, I'm just surprised Jaden's still there, to be honest. Like, I thought he fit everything that, like, the NBA would like. He's young. He can fit that 3-and-D role.
Ooh. Jared Butler, though, is ready now.
Yeah?
Jared Butler is way more polished because offensively he can go get a shot. And he was I don't know how great of a defender he is, but he was all-conference defensively.
This is an underrated move.
Kind of question a little bit, but
to Kevin's point, like I like Springer better than Jalen Suggs in terms of skill set. You know, Suggs is obviously a better hooper, but in terms of skill set, I'd like to see him get minutes on a team that will
Coach.
actually give him starters.
What did
minutes.
Jalen sucks do to you, man? Or to
Bro,
one of
I
you guys?
just,
I'm
a
not a big
hooper,
Jalen
man.
guy either. I'm not a Jalen guy either.
I'm a hooper guy.
He was the alpha on Gonzaga as a freshman.
Bro, but look at his game. Like, if you look at his game, he doesn't impress me the same way Jaden Springer did. Like, I like to look at skill sets. I like to look at games.
He went undefeated, and he was the guy that they went to in a clutch and transition. He's unstoppable.
Teams. You're talking about teams. I'm talking about individuals.
He was the best player on the team.
If Jaden,
I know Kispert won the WAC Player of the Year, but Jalen Suggs was the best player on that team.
If Jaden Springer played on Gonzaga, he'd be doing the same thing. Like, that's just how I think of him.
But he can't get up and down the court. He doesn't have the same offensive package.
The pick is in.
D. Mendy's still awake. This is just in.
Yeah, his wifey.
Saying out there?
He said my Cam Thomas pick hasn't gone.
Maybe it happens now.
You know what? You know, the fact that the Nets have this pick, I know the 29 is to the Suns, I believe. Or did they get up to the Suns?
No, they got both. They got 27 and 29. Yep.
The fact that they got both those picks, that's amazing work by the GM to keep that and get Harden and have this options. Like, that's what you need with depth. I mean, that's what these super teams need. So let's see who they grab.
Uh-oh.
It's got to be a guard, though, right?
Wow, that's a great pick. You know what? I'm on board with that.
That's good for them.
Let me make sure I can get it up, and we'll.
I don't know how I feel about being the last one in the loop on all of these picks.
Born in Japan. I didn't know that.
Hey, D Manny, you gonna make a guest pop in?
Cameron Thomas.
I love
this pick. Have him do a guest pop
love
in.
This
talk
pick.
about this guy.
His woman won't let him. Cam Thomas, 6'4", 201, 23 points, 3 rebounds. He's a bucket. Like that dude just a walking bucket right there. I just saw 16 games at the SEC at 25 points. Field goal percentage 40%, 3-point percentage. He's a great free throw shooter. This is an interesting fit. What do you think of this fit, Coach?
Perfect.
I love it. I love any team he's on because now it's tailor made. He's coming off the bench and he's got one job to give you buckets. And he does it in a variety of ways that separates him from every single player in this draft. He takes some of the worst shots. That's why his field goal percentage was low, but like he still averages 23. Like he has zero conscience. He has zero conscience. He shoots every little thing the problem is he doesn't do anything else. But like on a team like the Nets, getting offensive production outside of the top 3, it's perfect. It's perfect. I mean, it gets it in every single way. Like I said, Oak Hill all teams.
Look at this stat line. Highest points per game last 25 seasons. Trae Young 27, Michael Beasley 26, Kevin Durant 26, Fultz 23, and then Cameron Thomas with 23. He was top 5 in scoring the last 25 seasons for major conference freshmen. That's incredible.
Freshman of the year, and you saw them win the conference tournament, and he was huge. He was the MVP there. Like, the kid is a bucket getter, a supreme. And so the background, the reason why he's born in Japan is his mother is a military lady, and she is everything. I saw a special on it where she comes into the practices. She's critiquing him on everything, and he's a mama's boy, but like with discipline. It's like with the military, she's taught me discipline, and they have a beautiful relationship, and you can see how poised he is as a young man. And I mean, he looks the part. Like you look at him and you're like, oh, yeah, he's gonna give us 40 tonight. So I love Cameron Thomas.
No, my favorite thing when I'm looking at a stat line in college, I had to bring it up again because I know we talked about it when we did our breakdowns with him. Like he's not afraid to shoot out of a slump. Like he went 6-20 against Texas Tech. Next game, 8-21. Next game, 6-20, 6-17, 7-19, and then he went 5-15, and then he went a good old 5-17 against Georgia. Like when we talk about like he has a terrible shooting percentage. He's got to bring that up. But then he bounced back, 12 for 21, 10 for 21. Like you see, at the end of the season, he definitely got his shooting percentage better. He took better shots. So you did see some maturity. And then when you look at what he did against Missouri in the quarterfinal, 69%, 9 for 13. Like he's done a very good job of getting better.
And he gets to the line, and he's a great free throw shooter, and he knows how to get
90% from the line. And also, Coach brought it up. He takes bad shots, but he had to take bad shots. Like he was the guy on LSU. If they were gonna win, he had to get 30 points, and that's just what it was. Like
I feel like he's a little bit like Nick Youngish with like maturity.
Yes,
which is scary.
Coach, what an incredible comp. He is Nick Young.
That just came to me because he can do every move. He can do everything, and he's a bucket getter.
Nick Young, like if you listen to Gilbert Arenas talk about Nick Young, he'll tell you Nick Young was the most gifted scorer he ever played with. He was just he had a role that wouldn't allow him to do crazy things. And Cam Thomas isn't really in that role to do crazy things with the Nets. Like he's gonna come off the bench, but his job at coming off the bench will be to simply get buckets, and that's what he's best at. It's gonna be great for his development. It's gonna be great for his self-esteem. I'm really excited for his fit, man. This is a great pick for the Nets.
And this makes me take a little bit of a step back real quick, just because I just kind of had like a calling of like something that I've noticed is like we have a really, like I said this at the beginning, these are really great character people from like a majority standpoint. Like I'm not worried about Cam Thomas, Jalen Green, Kate Cunningham, whether they're going to put in the work or have a strong motor like Scotty Barnes. Like these kids are mature beyond the years when I'm looking at NBA draft. And this is why this draft might go down as an all-timer because of that work ethic and character.
None of them like are obviously trying to get to the money. Like all of them look like they love basketball. Like it's a crazy. That's not something I can like. I'd love to play basketball, but if you told me like I had the shot to play pro ball for even like a season and get like $500,000, like that's what I would have worked for and then like stopped. Like there's nothing. The lifestyle of basketball these days where like your every move is watched, everything you do is on social media, everybody's judging what you're saying, everybody's talking about you. It's not fun. We talked with Matt Sullivan, about Kyrie and KD just recently, and those guys aren't loving their life. Like they're not having fun. A lot of them are depressed. Like this is a hard lifestyle. You have to love basketball if you're gonna do this. And all these kids love basketball, man. It's a beautiful thing to see.
Well, that's one thing Kevin pointed out to me at the beginning when we were talking about Jalen Green and how he's spending all the extra time, and then you hear it from Jared Jack that he's doing the same thing. And I mean, like look at Jalen Green. He's got he's got millions of followers on IG and Twitter. Like I'm sure that there's all types of everything going on in his DMs. He's got more hairstyles than anything. He's got the shortest little shorts. He's fresh as hell. Like I'm sure he's getting all this attention outside, but his comfort zone is the gym and is in the weight room where he needs to bulk up and
Sixers alert, coach. You're going to like it.
So they have the 28th pick in the first round. 49-23 is where they finished. Team needs shooting, playmaking, and guard play. But we'll see what they grab. We'll let Coach hear it.
Oh, wait. There you go, Maury. Knock this one out the park.
That's a great pick for them.
Jaden Springer, Tennessee Volunteers, 6'4", 204. We've been talking about Springer this whole night. 12-3-2, 43% three-point percentage. Doesn't shoot a ton, but I think that's something that's going to be developed. How do you like the fit, Coach?
Philly tough. He is Philly made. He has some of the most active hands that I've ever seen defensively coming in. He's a winner. I mean, IMG Academy, they won nationals, and in large part because he became this uprising junior that was a star. That's him defending Cade Cunningham. We just seen on ESPN. He's beautiful defensive game. I think this is a great fit for Philly. The backup point guard, and Maxi's not known for a great defense, but this kid is, and Maxi's going to give you scoring. So maybe you pair that up, depending on free agency. This is a winning type player. I like it for Philly. Brad, what do you see?
It's an echo for me, man. Like you said everything that I believe. You said everything that I agree with. And I think this also clears the way for Ben Simmons trade. Like I think this, to me, whether you trade Ben Simmons as a standalone piece, whether you trade Ben Simmons with, Matisse Thybulle for maybe a bigger blockbuster, I think Jaden Springer plugs a lot of holes that Simmons or Thibault would leave. I think this is a great move by Morey, and I think it shows that he's got his pulse on this roster, and it shows why he's regarded as the GM that he's regarded as. And I love this pick, and I don't know that he's the best player available, but he's the best player available for Philly, and that's what matters.
We see that right there. He just kind of backed down, kind of bullies his way. Like things in high school, I think he found out that within his freshman year didn't work the same. Kind of like we took this away from Kuminga, where the athleticism just prevailed in high school. You didn't have to have too many moves. You can just kind of dictate your own offense. So he's going to have to develop his ball handling skills, which are right now he doesn't have too many. He can't really shot create, and you want that as a point guard, but he can spot a shoot. Like we saw that was over 40%, and that was a question coming in, and that's big. And especially when you're a defensive stalwart like himself, if you can play defense and you can shoot the three, a la like a Pat Bev, like you have a spot in this league. And I think that he has a strong spot as a backup point guard in this NBA.
I don't like that Ayo hasn't been taken yet.
He's going to Milwaukee at 31.
You think so?
He's a winning player. He's going to Milwaukee at 31.
Man, but he's not going to get a lot of minutes behind Drew. I don't want him getting like Jeff Teague 12 minutes a game.
Why not?
Because he needs to play. He needs to get 20, 25 minutes a game. Like he needs to progress. He's not a bench player. He's a player. He's a starter.
I don't know. I mean, I love Ayo, but I don't know if he's necessarily. If he was pegged a starter, he would have gone by this point.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not pegged. No, you're right. He's not pegged as a starter. I just see him as that.
To Ayo,
he's gotten better. He's gotten better every single year. Of
absolutely.
His career.
I got some on that.
I got some on that too. Let me go first.
Yeah. Give me the gem.
So this dude shot 39% from three this year after shooting 30% a year prior. Like he averaged 26 and 5. This is a guy that came back in college because he knew that he had to work on some things to get to the next level. And you go from 30% to 39% from three, like that says incredible things to me.
In his 3 seasons at Illinois, he improved his points, assists, free throw percentage, and field goal percentage every single season. And he's consensus All-American, Big Ten tourney MVP. They won that championship. He put his team on his back, even with the mask on. So to that, shows his work ethic, shows his development. He's got great size. So like everything is all there that, this guy's going to work hard to improve his deficiencies.
Shit, man. Like Colin Sexton, since he was a rookie in the league, he's gotten better every single year. Like that's what Ayo's doing, and he's gonna be able to do that same thing if he's given the opportunity. I don't want him to go to some place where he's gonna, sit on the bench. I don't want him to go to like a championship team where, he's gonna get a ring, but he's not gonna play more than 20 minutes. Like I want him to get better every year because I think he's a true NBA starting caliber player. I just want him to get the opportunity. So much of this stuff isn't how good you are, it's where you go. What's your opportunity? And I want him to get his opportunity. Okay.
Jared Butler was a guy that came back and had some first round grades the end of later end of the first round. He bet on himself, and he's still on the board here. When he seems like he's one of the most polished players out here. If anything, he played even better. They won the national championship, and
he makes sense.
I mean, he's a good player. But this is the Nets pick. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
So just keep that in mind.
This is the Nets
Never
pick.
mind.
Sure. Hey, that's good that they were able to get these. I tell you, this draft capital is going to help them in a long run.
I'm going to guess Charles Bassey here out of Western Kentucky. He's a big. He doesn't shoot threes.
And
he's like a Jonas Valanciunas. We'll see.
Oh yeah, he's signed by Young Money, by the way.
No way.
Athletic. Yep. I was gonna say Rock Nation, but it's Young Money. So him and Lil Weezy.
The Suns took a center, but it was not Charles Bassey.
And again, this is the Nets pick.
All right, sorry, the Nets took a center, but it was not Charles Bassey.
Oh, Day'Ron Sharp.
Ah, nice pick.
Is it?
Yes, absolutely. You talk about a big physical player who has probably more upside than Bassey, based on where his trajectory is. He thrived in these workouts. He's going to give you his all, his everything. Again, he played on that same Mount Vert team with Scotty Barnes, Moses Moody, Cade Cunningham. So he's got some winning pedigree, and those two guys, him and Armando Bacot, by the end of the year for North Carolina, they were just thumping people. Took him a little bit of time to get used to it. I think it'll take him time to get used to the NBA game. Of course, he's your traditional fallback center, big bruiser, 6'11", 265. But you see he has anticipatory skills with steals and blocks. And look, he's gonna lay it all out. He puts it on the floor. He's got a high motor, so and obviously with Claxton and hopefully they get back Griffin. They got players that they need at that position.
Kevin,
so I'm not mad at this one.
Kevin, I'm not talking about like for over the long term of their career, but for a 1 year sample size, and that 1 year is next year. Would you rather have DeAndre Jordan or the draft pick that they just took?
Oh man, DeAndre just seems like a shell of himself, man. Like I just the thing with DeAndre is like, okay, so you got Sharp here. Sharp, we know, is athletic. He's young. He has that kind of motor. What is DeAndre right now? Like, why couldn't he even see the floor? Like, like where
that was a choice though. Like it's not like we saw him and he was bad. It's when we saw him, he was the same DeAndre we've always seen, to me.
But does he fit that roster, like with what they were trying to do? I think he gets the problem.
They were better with Claxton. They were better without playing him, honestly, and playing Griffin at the 5. Like,
it's the playoffs, right? I think the problem with him, he gets played up the court. Like when they go, like look at what the Bucks did. They couldn't play him against the Bucks.
But you can play Day'Ron Sharp off the court. It's not like he can shoot 3. He's not a stretch 5.
Yeah. That's why I feel like maybe this pick is just kind of, I mean, they get depth and they get a position that's there, but it's weird. I don't know. I like Jordan still. I still think he has a role, but it is weird. No, you're right. I mean, I don't know necessarily what to think of it. Like I like it, but where do they go? I think they get depth. Jordan, who is he as a player anymore? Can he get play? Can he still stay on the court? Do they move Durant maybe 4 or 5 and they go small?
Oh, yeah.
Like they kind of do that in the playoff. Not trade Durant, coach. I wasn't saying move him that way. Easy there. Do they move him to the 4 or 5 and they go small? It's kind of like with, I don't know. Like when you're looking at the East, they got to get by Giannis and the Bucks. The Sixers are making some moves now, but if they stay healthy, I still consider them the best team in the East. That's just my opinion on the Nets.
I do as well. I think this is a Nets Lakers finals championship next year.
We buckle up. I think that we're all in consensus on that.
That Russ trade solidified it for me. That's just absurd. I'm still very disappointed in the Washington Wizards for that.
As a LeBron fan, and I haven't even mentioned this, I'm ecstatic. I'm holding it in a little bit. Tonight's been one of the best nights for me in over a year as a sports fan.
Did you just get married? Oh, I was gonna say.
As a sports fan, you saw that save. Listen,
so we're looking.
Woj alert!
Memphis.
You got to update me.
Memphis is taking the 30th pick from Utah here, so we're getting Memphis at 30.
That's interesting. I don't even know if Utah has another pick.
They'll probably trade back into it, but for now, let's focus on Memphis. I don't think they need any guards. They got Brooks, they got Morant, they got Valanciunas. I don't know what it is they need. Actually, they're one of these teams that they overachieved, but there's nothing that they do that I'm like, okay, they need to get better at this.
Maybe and they did get Zaire Williams. Let's fix that up because we did think we dogged the Pelicans but it was actually their pick. So they kind of went developmental wing.
I'm not a
future
Zaire Williams guy.
What do you think about your boy Wisekamp on there or JT4?
They took who? I've never even heard of this guy. That means
Oh, let me tell you about him. Let me tell you
He's gonna
about
be a
him.
Hall of Famer. If
I
I've
can't
never
wait till
heard
I
of him.
find out who this is.
You're gonna have to say his name because I don't know how to pronounce it, Coach.
It's Rokas. Is it Rokas?
No.
Oh my gosh, Santi Aldemotta. How do you not know this is Loyola Maryland
I
University
see
right
that,
here?
but I've
The
never seen him play.
Spanish born, 20th. I'll pull up the graphic in a second, Kev. I
Loyola
don't think it's
Maryland,
even up there, but
He didn't
It's
even
not
go to
up there.
College Park.
what's that, Brad?
I said Loyola Maryland. He didn't even go to College Park.
No, and he was
brother,
there
I'm
for a
looking at
couple
his
years.
highlights right now. This guy is not.
It's filth. I thought he was gonna just be a surefire
No.
thing overseas, because he kind of has
He's got
that
a nice
game.
jumper.
Oh, the
Okay.
beautiful
All right,
jumper.
I like him. All right. I see it now. I see the
Oh
vision.
my! Look at these numbers. All right, 21 and 10, 2.3 assists,
He makes
5.1.
sense.
Look at this from
Go
the
ahead,
three.
Coach.
1.7 blocks, one steal. Like, okay, he was playing in a league that, I mean, he had ties with the certain coach that goes loyal. Man, I don't know the exact background on that, but this was a promising young Spanish player. You'll see him on the national team come next time around, since all those guys are aging out. This is a bit of a shocker, though. He was slated to go the end of the second round. For him to go as a first round draft pick at the end of the day,
Memphis.
is very shocking. But
makes more sense on
Utah likes foreign-born players, and
No.
this
He's
kid
Memphis.
is certainly
He's Memphis,
very,
Coach.
very skilled. Oh, Memphis. All right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he makes more sense on Utah with all the foreign-born players that they like, but he's going to Memphis at 6'11". He's more intriguing to me. His game is kind of interesting looking at these highlights. I don't know.
Valanciunas plays a lot of minutes, and so he'll hopefully back him up, and he's ready now, so he can play right now.
I don't even know that
he's slew-footed though. He can't defend in this type of NBA, but
Davis Bertans right here.
At the same time, man,
what do you think, Kevin?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. I saw some highlights of him, but coach is a little deeper than I am. He made the highlight. I didn't make the highlight tape. I guess at this point, if you're taking the upside on that, like I just watched the highlights for the draft show. Like if you're taking the upside and you're trying to go after those guys, I don't hate it. I think that's all right. As far as the fit goes, I don't know what Memphis is doing. I'm not 100% sure. Like, so they got Zaire too, right? Because that was that trade that happened.
This feels like a trade. This feels like something like they're gonna trade this guy for somebody later.
Like someone wanted him more or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, that was the first round. So I'm gonna go through the first round for everybody. We have a cap limit on our hours, so I don't know if we're gonna make it to the second. This draft's definitely taking a lot longer than we probably thought. Detroit Pistons, Cade Cunningham. Houston Rockets got Jalen Green. Cleveland Cavaliers, Evan Mobley. Toronto with kind of the first shocker on the board, and that was with Scotty Barnes. I don't know if people are over that one yet. Orlando gets Jalen Suggs, which as much as I don't like Suggs, I actually think that's a very good pick for them. Oklahoma City with one of my favorite picks, Josh Giddey from Australia. Golden State gets Jonathan Kuminga. Orlando gets Franz Wagner. See, I said it right. Sacramento gets Davion Mitchell, which I don't know how happy I am there. New Orleans Pelicans took Zaire, but that was going to the Grizzlies. So Zaire Williams out of Stanford, young kid. Charlotte Hornets, James Bouknight. San Antonio Spurs with the first reach of the night with Joshua Primo. Indiana Pacers took Chris Duarte. Golden State Warriors took Moses Moody. Washington Wizards, Corey Kispert. Oklahoma City Thunder, they took Sengun, or however you say it, from Turkey, but that was actually a pick for Houston. So Sengun. So Houston gets Sengun and Jalen Green, which we absolutely love. Memphis took Trey Murphy, but that's obviously the Pelicans pick for guard or 6'9" guard forward / guy. Oklahoma City, the 18th pick, that was Trey Mann. Did they keep that pick? I can't remember if Oklahoma City picked the 18th pick. We need coach here. New York, and then Kai Jones with 19th overall. Atlanta Hawks took Jalen Johnson. New York didn't took Keon Johnson, but flipped that to the Clippers. Los Angeles obviously traded their pick to Isaiah Jackson, but then they traded that. So that was that trade that we didn't really get to. So so Isaiah Jackson got picked by the Wizards, but then they traded who? Who did they trade?
They got Aaron Holiday.
Aaron Holiday. So that's a legit thing as we've been looking at their roster and what they have there. Then Houston grabbed Garuba and Josh Christopher. The Clippers then drafted Quentin Grimes, but obviously that pick was traded for New York. Nashawn Highland to Denver. Cameron Thomas to Brooklyn, which we absolutely love. Jaden Springer to the Sixers. Day'Ron Sharpe went to the Nets. And then the last pick of the first round was Santi Aldama from Spain. And he went to the Grizzlies. So, we already kind of talked about our worst picks in the draft. Any picks here stand out to you guys about being just a great pick? I mean, maybe not the top guys, maybe an underrated pick that you really like. Coach, do you have one?
At the top of my head, Jalen Suggs slipping to 5. Like, I know Orlando has Cole and Anthony in the fold, but they are still kind of lost as a franchise. I think this guy is the guy that you give the keys. I think that, to me, of anything that stands out, that this gives the Orlando Magic hope and future. And when they saw that they had 5 and 8, they weren't necessarily pegging a franchise cornerstone. And that's me. I love Jalen Suggs, and I believe in him 100%. And he's going to quarterback this team, and it gives them a great trajectory going forward. Now, this doesn't include kind of those contenders, but to me, that was my favorite pick.
I got to interrupt you, Coach. The Milwaukee Bucks, the NBA champions, have just selected Isaiah Todd.
Shooting big. Fit. Great fit with Giannis. I know I'm not high on him. He doesn't rebound well. Oh, he's Brook Lopez, a big guy that can't rebound but can shoot. So he's gonna plug in, and you can't pay Portis. He's gone. So if I see him go anywhere, this is a great pick for them. So
it's a fantastic pick. How you think it goes?
Not high on Isaiah Todd, but for this is a great fit, especially when you go into the Bucks and you play alongside Giannis. There you go.
I like Isaiah Todd. Like, I actually, Coach can say whatever the hell he wants. Like, I think he has upside, especially what are the Bucks taking here? They're taking an upside pick there, and Lopez is going to have to get moved on at some point. Do we trust Bobby Portis to do what Bobby Portis did for another year? I mean, I like Bobby, but if you look at him, I mean, he can hit open threes, Coach. I don't know if Coach has a graphic open for him, but I can't find it. I'm losing my mind. I've been on a stream for 4 hours, so things are starting to blur. But you see him here. I do like his upside there. I'm watching highlights right now, Coach. But I do like, he can shoot. I do like that. I like that ability from him. I think he's athletic. I actually, Bucks did a pretty good job of this pick. I think this is a great pick for them. Coach might be a little down on it, but I like it. And
I said I was high on it. I'm not high on Todd, but I like this pick. Like, of all the situations, this was the best one of all 30 teams. Yes,
that's fine. I just whatever. So yeah, I like that. I like that ability. I like what he's going to bring to the Bucks. I think it's solid. He's not going to be he'll be a back end rotation guy, but I mean, how many years does Lopez have left, guys? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Honestly, like, if you can replace those Lopez minutes with a high energy guy that can move his feet like Isaiah Todd, they might be better now. I don't want to be disrespectful. Like, Brook Lopez has the basketball IQ that Todd just simply doesn't have right now because he's played so many minutes in the league. Like, Lopez is a lottery pick that has been consistently getting starters minutes his entire career. He knows he's forgotten more than Todd knows. But, if Todd reaches his pinnacle, the Bucks just got better. So I love this pick. What
I like about Isaiah Todd in this situation is Giannis is 26 and it's a perfect fit, and he is already figured out how to shoot at an elite level. And so, like, we always talk about, if they develop their shot, they could be a 3D. No, this kid got it. He got a sweet stroke. Hit that game winner in the Ignite. And, they can't pay Portis because his market's going to get called. And Portis kind of He took a price cut just to go to Milwaukee and kind of win a championship. And I feel like that cup is filled, and now you got to move on. You got to find another big fella. But I don't see it happening next year. I think it'll take a little time. And imagine if he actually went through and went to Michigan, they would have been cutting out the nets because he was committed there, and then he decided to go to G League.
So the Knicks grabbed Jeremiah Robinson Earl from Villanova forward.
Yeah, I'll let you guys start because this is my favorite player. Go ahead.
Oh, really?
This is your favorite player? You're gonna let us start? Why don't you start, Coach?
Yeah.
Okay.
ahead.
All right. So what do I love about Jeremiah Robinson Earl? So IMG Academy is where I noticed it, and this is him playing with Jaden Springer and was the guy that got drafted for Dallas. That's from Australia. He just is a winning player. He doesn't make any mistakes defensively. He's got a great IQ. He rebounds at a high level. He's a very, very tough guy. He will dunk on your head if you give him a chance. He's not a polished shooter. He's got to develop his shooting. But like I said, he doesn't make mistakes. He's not a bad player. Like some people didn't even have him get drafted into the second round. It boggled my mind. I'm like, I loved Jeremiah Robinson Earl ever since he came out. I think that he's going to be another Villanova product that works out in the league, and this is going to be a steal of a deal. So you guys can go on, but defensively, he just has great abilities, and offensively, he knows how to use his rear to create position. He's just a smart ass basketball player and a winning ass player. Give me him.
Yeah,
JRE.
no, I
ahead,
agree.
Kev.
I mean, 15-8. I mean, he played very well. He's a very solid guy. This is a very Knicks pick, as long as they have this pick, because I don't trust the ESPN picks anymore in my life, but I'm pretty sure they have it.
This is actually a Knicks pick.
It should
It's
be
definitely
yes,
going there.
yes.
All right, so
it should be.
Tibbs. This is screams Tibbs. This is Taj Gibson plus. I love it.
Taj
Josh
Gibson.
Gibson plus.
I heard, man.
He's played
Yeah,
big minutes in the playoffs for Tibbs just this past postseason. Like he's the replacement player for that.
My boy out of Ohio just went to Orlando, Jason Preston.
Ooh, that's interesting. He's signed with Rock Nation. I thought he might have found his home in Brooklyn, but yeah,
I thought
Orlando.
so,
I
too.
don't understand. That's another point guard. I think that's
It's a little
a
high
little
for me.
question mark. Little question mark.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good fit, but I like his game.
They got Jalen Suggs in the first. Like, go get
He actually-
him a big
He
or a
actually
wing.
like Michael Carter Williams, which is a little bit triggering for me. But I think he's got a great game. You talk about a guy that's raw, a guy that he essentially didn't play in high school, and he came out and he put up the numbers that he put up. And look at him
trading
now.
Clippers. It makes perfect sense.
He traded Clippers.
Yeah, they need a point guard, so now it makes sense.
You think
Now
that
it
makes sense?
for the Clippers? Yes.
Uh,
Playmaking point guard that can rebound, versatile. He's got the closest numbers to I guess Josh Giddey as far as walking triple double.
I see him as like a
7 and
guy
7.
that should be on like OKC, where he can get minutes and just kind of play and just learn from his mistakes. And he's like a G League guy to me. I think he'll eventually be a starters minutes kind of guy, but right now he's not there. So to see him on the Clippers doesn't make a lot. He's not going to play.
Clippers are making some moves, though.
He's
I
a
mean,
smart
that's-
player. He's a smart
He's
player.
smart.
man.
He's smart. That doesn't mean he's going to play though. A lot of these guys are smart.
Well,
Wow.
this is
Wow.
the year that you're giving because the other trade was Keon Johnson, right? This is you give them some minutes without Kawhi, and then when Kawhi comes back, it's like
So who do
second
you
year version
If
of them.
Kawhi comes
Who
back,
do you
if
think-
Kawhi comes back.
Who do you think he beats out on the Clippers roster?
Hey, yeah, we got to talk about this, Coach, because Luke Kennard does not need that snide remark you made earlier when we were trying to
60
figure out
mil.
the trade.
He's worth 60
Hey,
mil.
Don't hate on
He
the man.
does
getting a
deserve
bag.
it.
It's not what he's worth. It's what he's got. He's got 60
He's-
mil. So do you think he beats out this guy? I do.
I mean, I don't think it's that cut and dry. Does he beat out? Like he's got games where he plays. He
don't
got
think-
games where he
well,
doesn't play.
It is going to be cut and dry because, like, I don't think this guy plays. Like, I think he's better served in the G League where he can get minutes as opposed to sitting on the bench for 82 games. Like, I don't think he plays.
Yes, he should. He should play in a G League and develop his talent and get brought up on the end of the season. And we saw that Nico Mannion didn't play on the team. But he has
the Clippers
really
are a
good
playoff
skill.
team.
But
getting brought up at the end of the season doesn't mean you play.
yeah, but they're not a
means you're still on the
championship
bench.
win team right now, especially with Kawhi Leonard's injury right now. Like that's why I think that like we're chalking this year. That's why they're getting Keon
So you
Johnson.
think-
They're trying to
you
get
think he's going to the
infuse
G
of
League?
youth. Yeah, he's going to lead. He's going to be the lead guard there and get some experience, and then get brought up in towards the end of the season. He's a little bit older. I mean, he's played some years, and he's like as far as like the raw thing. I think he's as raw. I just think that it took him some time to like get in the game, but I think that he's a little bit more polished than I think he can be like you're kind of your old school like true point guard where he runs the show. He can defend a little bit and get the other guys involved and play with Kennard. No, he's definitely he's a certified point guard.
I think
he's a lead guard. Yeah,
Coach, I'm gonna need you to pronounce this name that just got picked for the OKC. Just picked in the
all right the Lithuanian guard
round. How do you say his name?
I'm gonna go with Rokas, and I'm gonna leave it there. But
wow, not even an attempt.
Rokas Jurgubaitis,
left-hand Lithuanian guard from Zalgiris, which is that's the Arvydas Sabonis team of Lithuanian. You know, of course, Lithuania, that's their national sport. He shows some promise. He's got some guard skills, and this is not a swing for the fence because it was on. He was on someone's radar. He was on a lot of people's radar, but it's about who's gonna select to get that person. And so, let's see. I have his. I actually have to load it up.
Oklahoma City's doing this. I mean, you know, they have so many damn picks. They got to stash some size overseas. They got to stash some guys on their G League. Like it's essentially what they're going to be doing here. And that's just going to have to be how they do it there. But to the credit, I want to give a shout out to Tuesday Saint from the YouTube channel. He's on here. Clippers need guards. Reggie being out, Kawhi out. They just wanted to see if they can look up these circles trade beta players. That's fair. I mean, that's a good point. And you have seen the Clippers be making moves. Like with the Clippers making moves and doing this stuff, that's a great point there. But to get back to Oklahoma City, you see his stats here: 6'3", 190. You know, I don't know what you see out of that. I don't know if I have film on him. Let me check.
I think what you see on it is OKC like going for the future and risking and getting another Euro. That I think they actually got another Euro Franz from Belgium that they're probably going to draft at some point later today. But like this kid, he's got some moves. Like I don't know if you remember Jasikevičius. He played for the University of Maryland and he ended up playing for Indiana Pacers. Lithuanian guard, just kind of like crafty, not like striking athletically, but like has strong IQ, strong fundamentals, and that's what I look for from Rokas of last name. I'm not gonna try.
Are you surprised by the guys still left on the board so far? So if we're talking about best players available, I think so. Mike Smith has, just to kind of give what he has. He's got, Jared Butler's still there.
Absolutely. I think at this point, Jared Butler and Sharife Cooper. I love Sharife Cooper. I mean, yeah, he can't shoot, but he's probably one of the most dynamic playmaking guards in this draft. He passes better than most. He's a dime dropper. He's a Chris Paul protege, so like both of those guys, and then Brandon.
I like Brandon Boston.
And Ayo Dosunmu is probably the most polished product, and we've all kind of raved about him. I think that's like Ayo Dosunmu is like one of those like, why is Draymond going in the second round? Like this makes no sense. That guy's fucking awesome. He's good, and people are gonna be like, I went and got the Euro kid and never came over.
Wow.
So I shouldn't defame Europeans like that. There's a lot of good European basketball players, but you know what I mean. Like you draft for development. When Ayo Dosunmu was a consensus All-American, you could probably draft that kid.
You don't even draft European players for development anymore. Like these guys are starters now. But Herbert Jones out of New Orleans.
Yep. So Herbert got taken to New Orleans. We could watch the film here. I got it for him.
Defensive player of the year, man. He's a hooper.
This is an interesting pick for New Orleans. I feel like they kind of needed him, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I think he can provide a lot of what New Orleans was lacking. It's funny they fired Stan Van Gundy, but this is exactly the kind of pick that Stan Van Gundy would take.
Yeah.
I just think that young legs that are going to play defense are exactly his speed. So to see him get picked by New Orleans is very interesting. It's almost like the guy they're picking at in the second round is almost a better fit for them than their first round picks.
No. Well, they got Trey Murphy the third, so he's a 3-and-D, and Herbert Jones does everything except shoot.
He is
like he defends well. He can bring the ball up the court. He's got good vision.
Jackson Hayes just got arrested for he had cops like try to break into his or come into his home for domestic disturbance, and then they had to call more cops on him. I feel like they need a big that can play defense because Jackson Hayes' future is a little uncertain. I don't know what's going to happen there. I just feel like he's a great fit. They got a 3-and-D guy in the first round, and I like that a lot.
But they got another defender. That's the thing. It's like their defense was probably the worst in the NBA, and now you got two guys that are polished defensively, and then Herb as here Herb. I go making nicknames. Herb Jones. I'm sure. I mean, how many times does he get called Herbert? He's probably a Herb. In if you on the team, if you're Primo, if you're Josh Primo, you call him.
What name did his mother give him?
Unfortunately, Herbert. I got a Herbert buddy. He goes by Herbie or Herb. But he does everything outside of shoot well. Like,
he's call me
really
Herb,
he's got a good makeup. It's like a Jay Sean Tate in the way of the Houston Rockets. Like, even though Jay Sean showed that he can shoot a little bit, but this is a guy that does everything. And with his size, with his defensive ability, I could see him finding a role as a 10th man, 10th man on a roster.
Oh, you got him that deep, huh? I got him getting 15, 20 minutes a game. All right, it's quiet. I understand.
No, I was laughing at Coach's facial expressions. I love Coach's facial expressions.
I do too.
That's one thing that's hard. It's like, how do we figure out the minutes gauge? I hear that a lot of times, and I do it too. As a scout, or you're predicting we're not in the coaching. We're not in coaching staff. How are we going to figure out how many minutes they're going to get?
How many minutes do you think Russ Westbrook is going to get? All that he can handle. How many minutes do you think Kyle Kuzma will get on the Wizards? All that he can handle. It's how many minutes these guys are going to get. So
what's the number? What's the number? How many minutes is Kyle Kuzma going to get next year on playing on the Washington Wizards?
30 plus.
30 plus?
Yeah. Nah. They just traded him for Russell Westbrook. He's going to get all the minutes he can handle.
Well, no, I'm just sitting here. When I'm thinking about, it's 30. So you said 30 plus, but that's just my benchmark. Is
I don't even want him on the team, but he's on the team and he's going to play a lot. It's just what it is. It's not, it's not a personal preference.
You don't want Kyle Kuzma on a team. He actually does get an opportunity that he can play.
He's a solid player, but that's not. I don't want to trade Russ Westbrook.
He did average 17 a game before LeBron showed up.
He's in the NBA. Of course, he's not poop. I'm just saying, I'd rather have Russell Westbrook than to divvy up, Taylor Horton Tucker and Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell, or I don't even know Taylor Horton Tucker's in the deal.
Wait, OKC's pick is in. They get
they traded
Miles
McBride. They traded it to the Knicks.
Ah,
so the Knicks grabbed Miles McBride.
Another defensive guard. It's actually better offensively. No, but it's defensive. You see Timmy. He's got his hands on all of this.
I don't know who's gonna go. I don't know who's gonna go on the G League team for the Knicks, but whoever it is, they're gonna have the best G League team in the entire league.
I'm gonna be betting the G League team. That's what I'm gonna be doing.
It's incredible. They got so many good defensive guards. It's out of control.
But you watch him, he's athletic and he can play. I loved him playing at West Virginia. He's that West Virginia. He's that Bob Huggins prototype.
What does this mean about the NBA's minor league system that we've mentioned the word G League so much in these player
becoming-
developments. It's
becoming a farm
awesome.
system.
It's awesome, and like
it's becoming
it's
baseball.
a shame that not every single team has one. It's getting to that point. I
They
feel
will,
like it's
though.
at like
They'll get there.
20 to 22. I mean, I know the Wizards were late to the game when now the Bayhawks, but it really does bode well. Like you guys, like these guys are, you know, some of the top 2%, no 1% in the entire world at playing basketball. Like the G League teams, you throw them in Euro, like I guarantee you they're giving them some bump in a shot. So like
we're talking about the top one.
G League is
We're talking about the top 2% of basketball, right? Like these are elite players that just don't have a spot on, you know, a 15-man roster. And I honestly believe that, you know, the NBA is really creating
good size.
It's like NCAA plus, right? Like this is a farm league. Like this is what baseball is doing. Like they're putting players that could absolutely be playing in the league right now. They're putting them in the G League, so they're not sitting on the bench somewhere. They're getting they're getting reps. They're getting better. They're learning. They're learning how to travel. They're learning how to practice. All that stuff matters in terms of, you know, what a player is going to turn out to be. And they're getting to do that. Like I think this is only good, and I'm glad. You know, I'm curious what they do on the international side. Like when you see like NBA Africa and stuff like that. Like they're really trying to develop this out to have multiple leagues that can funnel NBA talent into their system.
Kevin, what'd you notice from the tape watching Miles McBride? Because I know we just played that and we spent time talking about G League. That I kind of started that conversation. But like, what stuck out to you about him and maybe his potential going forward, and what maybe the New York Knicks are looking at in him?
You know, he's gonna be G League, like we mentioned. I love his athleticism and what he can bring to the table. You know, I don't want to say this comp because you'll tell me I'm an idiot because there's no way. But Marcus Smart, like kind of that ability.
Oh wow. I think that's a little disrespectful to Marcus Smart, is what Coach would say.
Yeah, but I do think that like he has that ability to just
I only did that to you, Brad, not Kev.
Not going to be there. Like I could see that. I could see that being there. I did want to update the draft a little bit. So at the 37th pick, or you know, the second round or whatever it is, 7th pick, excuse me. The Detroit Pistons took JT Thor. So they grabbed a kid out of Auburn, 6'10", 205. I think this is a pretty good pick.
Yeah, I agree.
You take a gamble on a kid. I know it says, you know, 29.7. The kid has a stroke. He can really shoot the ball from three, and you see this upside. It's a top 20 player coming out of high school last year. It was just a freshman this year. He's got defensive abilities, as we can see. He's long. I think that this could potentially be a good pairing with Isaiah Stewart.
That looked like Kawhi right
there. Detroit needs players, and they've drafted well last year. And this year, they made the best draft pick in Cade Cunningham. And you can't make a better pick than that. But, you know, not bad. You see the stroke. I like the gamble here. I think this is the right pick for this situation, for this team. Oh, Ayo Dosunmu out of Illinois gets drafted by the Chicago Bulls.
Interesting.
What do you guys think?
You must have got ahead now. I didn't see that.
Nah. You're still way ahead, but I just peeped. I took a peek to the left where we are here. Illinois born, like you're from Chicago, Illinois. You go to Illinois. This is the Udonis Haslem. Like this is what we want. Like, and he goes to the Bulls, and man, that he seems. I think this is wonderful. We're gonna spend 10 minutes on this.
They were talking about bringing like Derrick Rose back potentially, and now you're getting Ayo Dosunmu. Not no more, man. Like this is the guy you're gonna give starters minutes. This is perfect. I didn't want him to fall to the draft, but now I do.
He can play with Levine. He can play with White.
Oh my gosh, this was a blessing, man. Like he just went to the best possible situation for him. Wow, I'm so happy for him.
Well, did we forget Kobe White plays there, or were you out on Kobe White?
Well, no, I said that I think he's a good fit with White. I think he plays with White. They both got some side, and he can actually defend which White.
Kobe White's gonna play the 2. I'm not worried about Kobe White. Kobe White will play the 2. Levine will play the 3. Everything's fine.
Hey, I was gonna be, Dosunmu was gonna be one of my favorite players, so I'm happy for him. I think that with where he went.
Kings are on the clock. Their pick comes in
great.
20 seconds.
All right. Well, I love this pick for him. Like you guys mentioned, he's a gamer. I think he's going to be fine.
Yes.
He'll be a rotational guy, but he's old. He gets it. He understands the game. He's pretty intangible wise. He's
Rotational
explosive.
guy. He's a starter.
I'm not ready to go there with a guy who just got picked in the second round. And I do think I like his size though. When you look at what he's able to do, like he brings that kind of versatility too. Because I think he can defend, like Coach talked about. Like White doesn't defend shit, but I think Dosunmu can defend. So we're gonna see that. I do think he can get to the basket and score. I think he's a straight line basketball player though. Like he's got a couple moves, but I really find him more of a straight line guy.
Coach, do you think he's a starter?
No, not right away. Not
Okay.
Absolutely not right away. Like it's gonna just like it took time for him to get adjusted to the college game. It's gonna take him time to get adjusted to the NBA game, and that there's no knock on that. That's not a problem. Like he's a guy that we marked down points, rebounds, assists, free throw percentage, field goal percentage, all went up from freshman, sophomore, junior year, and he got big minutes in those times. So, he's got to develop some more moves to get free in the NBA. He's got to get a better shooter. He's got a low release. It kind of has potential to get blocked, but no. Do I see him as a starter this year? No. I think that it's going to take a little bit of time.
Jared Butler and Philip Petrusev. Where are we thinking?
I mean, the way that the Kings have been drafting, they're gonna get Jared Butler. Like, there's another. Who's the top guard? Let me get.
No, they just.
The
Kings.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, Kev. I'm sorry.
Don't ruin it for me.
But Jared Butler.
God, of course they took that dude. I don't even know.
Namias Queta out of Utah State.
Oh my God. All right, I got to pull up the graphic again because we're digging deep.
Two-time defensive player of the year.
To be fair, I actually didn't mind this kid's tape when I was pulling it up.
He's good.
We need a center on the Kings. We've needed a center for a while. That's a travel, by the way. What the fuck? But I remember watching this. Isn't this a travel? So I was watching this, and this is the shit that drives me nuts as a coach. Like I see this, and it's just like, let's see. Because I whatever, not this pick. That's a nice pass though, but
he's a good player.
It's late here, we'll get to it. I think I'm
This is a good draft by the Kings.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You don't like the fits. You don't like the fits, but the players are very good.
I don't know. I think for me with what the Kings did, I don't know. I think it's okay, but I mean, we need a center though, so we're drafting for need, right? Like that's the problem with what our pick was in the first. If we would have went for best player, maybe we didn't have to make this pick. But we do need a center. We need that. We need that help in the front court. We do. So I don't hate it. Actually, I don't hate this pick that much. Go ahead, Coach. Do you have his highlights or no, or his stats?
No, I got his graphic, but I can't find it. What I do say is like this is a bit of a reach here. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't know what the Kings are doing, but like as per usual, franchises like yours and as Wizards fans, we come in similar. I would have took a gamble on Brandon Boston Jr. and try to see if he could develop in the future. Like I thought that like wing scorer. Somebody that didn't have their best but could get an opportunity here.
Hey, the Pelicans made their pick. You want to guess who they picked?
They picked. It's actually about to show up on my screen. Jared Butler.
Jared Butler. So, what do you think about the Pelicans with our boy Jared Butler? So, Jared Butler, 6'3", 195, 16 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. 41% 3-point percentage, 78% free throw percentage. I mean, he is, he's a very serviceable player. What do you think about that fit with the Pelicans?
All right. Well, so I love the fit. I like what they're doing in this draft here. You got Herb Jones because we call him Herb here. You got Herb Jones. You got Murphy the third. And now you got Jared Butler. All three players are known for their defense, but the thing about Jared Butler is he can go get his own shot as well. So, do I think that what are we doing here? We're building a bar on Zion, and this could be a foundational piece that comes in with a winning pedigree, He was ready last year, and then he came back and was better, and then won a national championship. So I think that was this the best player available? Yeah, probably for them.
Yeah.
So I'm happy. I'm happy for them, and I think that this helps with the whole Zion. Can we make him happy or not?
Do you think the Pelicans added any wins with this draft?
Yes. No. Well, I mean, that's loaded. We don't know what's going on with Lonzo Ball. You get Valanciunas, which should help your win total, especially with the Steven Adams fit. So yeah, I could see a little 4.5 push going forward.
I don't think they got better. I don't know. I don't think Zion's going to be there. Like if they can't make him happy.
What? Right
Just
now?
Shut up, coach. I'm talking about just in general. Like he's very unhappy. This draft's definitely not going to make him that happy. I don't know if Zion. See, the thing with me is I don't think Zion and Ingram can play together. They're not a good fit. I don't think they play together. And there's some weird body language thing that goes on with them. Have you ever watched their games when they don't interact very well together? Like there's something wrong with that team. I don't know what that team's wrong with it, but there's something wrong with that team.
Yeah, it was Stan Van Gundy.
Well, that's fair too. I mean, we both know he's a terrible coach.
I just mentioned it. I just think that these are players that could fit around Zion. And obviously, when you have a transition, a talent like Zion, you fit around that mold.
My
and
boy just went. My boy just
Joe
went to the
Wieskamp
Spurs.
just went to the Spurs.
yeah, Spurs. Man, the Spurs are the worst team in the draft. I think Pops lost it. Or
Man,
Buford,
Brad likes
apparently.
Wieskamp. Why are you hating on it?
Why am I hating on it? I feel like he's kind of a guard too. Like, I mean, I guess he's a good shooter. Like, I shouldn't.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You guess he shot 46% from three. 46% from three. Like, what could you possibly hate about him?
All right, so I'm not
He's
guessing.
white.
He's a
From
shooter.
Iowa.
He is a shooter, but like this isn't changing the franchise. I think it like at this point, like you're sort of in a rebuild. I feel like you go with someone with a higher upside, not somebody with a safe floor. So like I think that's what you're looking at here. It's like somebody with a safe floor as somebody in the high side.
It's the second round of the draft. They're not trying to change their franchise. They're trying to get somebody that will play a lot of minutes for them. And Wieskamp shoots 46% from three, and he's also 6'8". He's going to play a lot of minutes, and he's going to do well. Like, I think this is a great pick. I mean, like, think of a guy like Davis Bertans. Like, they developed him to do exactly what Wiesenkamp's going to do, but he moves a lot better. Like, I honestly think this is a perfect pick for them. This is a perfect pick for their system, except they don't have the guys around him that like they would have had in the past, like a Tim Duncan, a Manu, a Tony Parker. Like nobody's going to be able to feed him the ball unless we see, Derek White develop, unless we see Lonnie Walker develop, unless we see Keldon Johnson develop. Like, I don't know that the Spurs are in a place to kind of maximize Wiesenkamp's potential. But he's a great pick. I like that a lot. Yeah. Isaiah Livers in Detroit. What do you think about him, Coach?
Well, he's not a first-round talent, so I don't know if Coach is going to like him very much.
What's funny is
his name was good though at Michigan. Like I see the thing with me with Isaiah when I've watched his tape and stuff. I don't think he has the athleticism. Like I don't think
that's interesting. Yeah.
I don't know if he's athletic enough. Like he's okay, but like when I watch him, like that he's gonna struggle. Like that shit not gonna work. Like that'll work against Oakland University, which I don't know where the hell Oakland is at. 'Cause I know that's not the Oakland that's Oakland. I'm pretty sure that's a different Oakland. But like I don't think his game translates very well to the NBA level. I just don't see it.
He's a really good cutter. He's got some good instinct. I know that he had. I mean, I'm tired.
All right, cutter. put it
No,
on
no,
his- put
that's
it on his headphones.
I'm with Coach on that one. That's
No,
a
I
skill.
know. It's just okay. That's fine. All right.
He cuts well.
He cuts well.
I'm looking. I'm looking at the positives here. All right. He's a decent rebounder. One thing is he doesn't get lost in the game. Like he's always involved, and he seems like he plays well. But I saw like it went viral, like him and Juwan Howard like going at it, and then in the tournament, like he had an injury, he didn't come back, he didn't play. I don't know if there's some I think I'm the man type of thing, because like Juwan Howard is somebody that I stamp, and I want him to be a
I
future
want
head
that
coach.
though.
And
I
you
want
be
that in my
somebody-
players. I want my players to think they're the man.
I think you mentioned it last pick, Brad. We're in the second round, right? Like
so what?
No, I like it,
sometimes
you know.
it works, but
Doesn't
like
matter.
80%
Doesn't
of
matter
these
what you-
guys
no,
don't
no,
make it in
no.
the league past 4
It
years.
doesn't. It doesn't matter what your
fact.
situation is. I want you to have confidence in yourself to where whether you're an undrafted free agent or whether you drafted number 1 overall, I want you to think you're the man.
Hey, okay, so this is an interesting pick. Pelicans grab another athletic guy, Greg Brown. So they grab Greg Brown, the third from Texas.
No, this is to Portland.
Oh, it's Portland's pick? That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. How about now? Now you don't
Yeah,
like it so much, huh?
I think Portland always misses. It's like the opposite of the Grizzlies. It's like every pick the Grizzlies hit, whether it's Ja Morant or hey Dylan Brooks, hello, Brandon Clark or whoever it might be. These guys in Portland, ever since Dame and McCollum, they've missed every time. Whether that Simon, like Zach Collins, these guys have some talent. And you're like, you kind of see it, and then it's just here comes another guy that's super talented, that's not skilled. Like, okay, he's one of the best, most athletic players that we've seen, and he had big hype coming out of high school. But I think he was really exposed here in Texas, and that's why he's falling here. Because if you look at mock drafts just a year ago when he was in high school, he was slated as a top 20 pick because of that athleticism. I just don't think he has enough skills, and I don't think he's going to develop them. So it's nice. Maybe he wins a dunk contest like Simons does, but I just don't like him as an NBA pro.
See, to me, I'd rather have him than Livers, though, right? Wouldn't you?
I agree with that, but not on Portland. I wouldn't want either of them on Portland.
I'm just in a vacuum. I don't.
In
I'd
a
rather
vacuum,
take
I'm with you.
I'd rather take a flyer on BJ Boston.
I'm
he's
worried
still
he's
on
going
it.
to go undrafted right now.
No.
Hey, Sharif Cooper's still on the board, boys.
Yeah, he sure
I
is.
know. I've been trying to keep quiet about it because that's my
He
boy.
can't. That's his biggest flaw is he can't shoot the 3, but he's a hooper. He should be drafted right now.
Brooklyn Nets are on the clock, I believe, unless they trade it.
No, I believe that Brooklyn. This is their
Yeah, it's
legitimate pick, and I don't see Brooklyn getting him at all. I don't even know if that's a.
No,
What
they took Kessler Edwards.
So I'll say this over Livers and Greg Brown is going to make me sound like a homer. Oh, whose tape are we watching here?
Kessler Edwards. That's who the Nets took.
Oh wow, you're really ahead, Kevin. I didn't even
Well,
see him yet.
they got 2 minutes on these clocks. We're flying by the second round now. So what's your take on Kessler, Brad?
I don't have a take. I've never heard of him.
I'll tell you this.
he's-
I didn't hear about him before
me
the
neither.
draft process. He was not on my radar. I just saw him going in the late second, and the tape on him, it's a chance. I wouldn't go after him. And I got there was nothing
But
there. My take was nothing.
Sometimes it's these guys that like you've never heard of that end up being like amazing role players that you'll hear of for the rest of your life. So who knows? I don't know. Pepperdine, nice school in California. It's by the water.
Pepperdine. Shut up, Pepperdine. When's the last?
I love
Pepperdine
Pepperdine. Hey,
player.
Pepperdine is a beautiful campus. I'm going to tell you that right
Yep.
now. Like
That's
Pepperdine
right.
is probably one of the most his jump shot reminds me of a movie. There's what is it? There's a dude that shoots like that, and I cannot remember. I think it's Glory Road. I think it is Glory Road. But Kessler Edwards, 6'8", he averaged a lot of points at Pepperdine. They don't play shit out here in competition though, so you can't really use the points. for that one. But hey, you know what? Not a
Almost
bad
a 50. He's literally almost a 50-40-90 guy.
Yeah.
Well, you're taking a chance on a guy that could possibly shoot, right? That could find his way in the league. Like, a la, like a,
I mean, it's
Yeah.
not a possibility. Like 50,
Well, he's a
40,
big man,
90.
but
I trust
yeah.
you.
Hey,
Pepper-
Boston.
Pepper
Yeah,
done.
Boston's first pick on the board.
I'll say this: like I know we had mentioned earlier, or like no 2 picks ago, like Isaiah Livers, or like who would you rather have, Isaiah Livers, or like the guy that I would have taken chance on. Maybe I'm a homer pick here, but give me Aaron Wiggins. Like there's a reason why he didn't go back to Maryland. Somebody has
Maryland
guaranteed him that they were going to pick him. Like if he goes undrafted, I will lose my shit. Because
I hope he goes undrafted at this point.
when
because
Melo
he could
Trimble
sign
went
to a
out-
team that he wants to go to.
and Melo Trimble didn't get drafted, like, and he still had his senior year, and he could have like broken a lot of records for Maryland. Oh, I love Aaron Wiggins 3-and-D potential. Like, and I was waiting for this year to happen because he was going to be senior, and I was like, oh my god, we're going to take it to a whole nother level, and now Maryland's kind of in influx. But I think that Aaron Wiggins has potential. He just has a really, really smooth stroke, and he will dunk on you. I think like he could develop in the right system. He shows flashes. He's inconsistent. But if I was one of the teams and I'm like looking at a wing player like a liver, this guy has, to me, an upside that some of these other players don't have. So that was my little Maryland tidbit, and hopefully he does get drafted so I can talk about him a little bit more. Boston, only pick of the draft, I do believe, and it's so funny because of all the draft capital, this is the draft that they don't really have anybody, and this is one of the stronger drafts in recent memory.
This is our
Who do they
boy's
get?
first pick as a GM.
Oh yeah, Brad Stevens. Wonder where he's gonna go here.
I bet he goes Sharif Cooper.
Did you see that?
No, I haven't yet.
And yeah,
He's on ESPN, so I'm like, yeah, if he's gonna go Sharif Cooper.
I do want to give a shout out real quick to everybody on Twitter that's been watching us. I think at 4 hours it stops the Twitter feed. I think YouTube will stay and Facebook, but Twitter stops at 4.
Nah,
So-
stop.
Yeah,
We
Twitter
set
stops-
records here in Triple Play Fantasy. We've never done this. Please hit the
Fantastic.
subscribe button. We love you guys at home. We're gonna be doing this annually.
All right, Boston.
We could do a 4-hour basketball pod.
Oh, we could do.
Absolutely.
It'll probably do more numbers than our hour pod, right?
Johan.
Out of
Yeah.
Guadalupe. Begaron.
Stop it. Who?
No. He plays for France. He's good.
I got film on him. Let's pull it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he's a solid player.
He's not bad.
He's got really
When-
good size.
He does have
He's
size.
he's Frank the Tank, man. But he might play. All right.
That block right there was when I was watching. I was like, yeah, all right. Like,
Yeah.
there is something to say about these dudes that play overseas against grown ass men. And
Exactly.
you know,
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what you want. You want the guys who have played pro ball. Like, I don't want
Yeah.
the kids that have played college.
especially in the second round.
Yeah.
6'5", 192. Like he's
bang.
not
Bang bang.
like
Good
he's an
move.
athlete. The Boston is just in a weird spot, right, guys? Like we have to admit, like Boston's just in.
They've got so many holes that I don't know.
Yeah.
They have 2 cornerstones though, and they are
do.
very young.
Man,
Under
I was
25.
really
So-
hoping Beal might get traded to Boston for Jaylen Brown and something.
I honestly think Beal's staying here. Like
He's staying.
not-
He's staying until he signs, and then I'll leave.
even with this Russell thing, like he's here.
It's
and
not.
I think he
no,
kind of
it's- it
likes
has nothing
it.
to do. No, it's not that. He just wants the money of the max contract.
Yeah, the
And nobody else can offer that
32
to him.
mil that he's gonna get extra for signing the max.
Exactly. And once he signs that, he'll
And then he
demand
can
a
get
trade,
traded.
and
Yeah,
he'll be gone.
That's what I would do.
That's what I'm saying. So just trade him now before you have to sign that.
Kev, we're actually gaining viewership now that we're past the 4. So
Yeah.
That's one thing that we can put our hat on. But here is the statistics for
Oh, look at you! You got the stats. We got the film.
Yuhan
What
Bulgarian.
other? Hey, listen. What other YouTube channel out here is doing second round pick in the second and have film and highlights? We are here for the people. Like this is what we're here for. This is why we're building this channel is to do this stuff. Like we are grinding there.
You know what?
Coach made like 120 graphics. I made over 60 film breakdowns. Like we just hope you guys appreciate this.
You guys,
I will say
you guys have
the effort is
grinded-
there. Yeah.
You guys have grinded to the max, and the reason you grinded to the max is because guys like Nikola Jokic were drafted at 41st overall. Like we're gonna come across some players here that we're gonna be talking about for the next 10, 15 years, and this is why. So maybe it's Begarin out of Spain, out of France. So we'll see. Who's
So
up next? Pick us
what
in for
I was
Toronto.
thinking about here is because he is French, and then the other French guard that could have been drafted in this position at this point, in most people's boards, he would have got drafted already, and that's Gonzaga's Joel Ayayi, and maybe at France got something going forward. But
like
again,
Joel
another solid size, good defensive, all around guard. I mean, when you're a guard getting 7 rebounds a game and then still giving assists, and obviously your field goal percentage, you only shoot good shots. Like there could be a role for you here in the NBA. And what I was impressed with was his U19. He's the absolute bona fide star for France. So Joel Ayayi. It might get picked by Toronto right now. Who knows?
So the Raptors have 2 picks in a row. And then they took with their first pick here at the
This is the first draft that teams have either back-to-back picks or a pick, someone else pick, and another pick. Like I've never seen a draft like this.
Delano Banton from Nebraska.
Never heard of him.
Kev, this might be the first guy I don't have. I saw him on a top 70. I think maybe Kevin O'Connor's list, but he's really good size. He can't really shoot too well, but good vision. As you can see, led the team in rebounds and assists. Yeah, he's
204.
they compare him to Slow-Mo, Kyle Anderson.
Oh yeah,
the Grizzlies, and I mean he does have that size, but like
you just say you haven't heard of him. How you know what they compared to?
No, I didn't say I didn't hear of him. I didn't make a graphic for him.
Oh, okay.
No, I did say I did hear about him. I saw a little bit. I saw a highlight, but I haven't seen him actually play a game on
Do
television.
you think is he a G League guy, or you think he gets some minutes?
Kind of looks like Joakim Noah or Joakim Noah.
Does he get minutes? No,
It looks like
he does not get minutes, especially when they get Kyle Lowry coming back since they whiffed on Jalen Suggs.
Well, Kyle Lowry's probably going to Philly.
I don't know if they have the cap to do
Well,
that.
yeah.
Hey, that's a perfect fit. But
They took Scotty Barnes in the first, right? So like, where it's just gonna be, it's weird because I don't know how they passed on Suggs. That might be one of those picks they kicked themselves in the ass in later.
What do you mean?
Oh,
you're not a Suggs guy.
Well, I'm not, but based on roster, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, I like Scotty, but I feel like there's a tier break. If you're going to get rid of Lowry, or if you're going to do that stuff, why wouldn't you draft Suggs? I mean, I guess do you guys really like? Do you like Fred VanVleet? Do you like him? Because I think he's terrible.
I'm a big FEV guy. That's nuts.
Are you?
I think
Kev.
Man, I don't know. Maybe I'm a casual when it comes to Fred VanVleet. I just don't see it.
I don't think you're casual. I'm a big Fred VanVleet guy. Like he's
Canada does not have a championship without Fred VanVleet. Did you see he went bananas in that playoffs?
Like we're talking about now. I'm not talking about when he won against the Warriors.
Well, they got $100 million for it. Like we got to talk about the past. And then this year he averaged 19. Like he's still a dog.
Today, Kyle Lowry is a worse offensive player than Fred VanVleet, but Kyle Lowry is a better defensive player than Fred VanVleet. That's like kind of the only way I look at their two. The thing with Toronto,
Fred VanVleet is a sneaky good defender.
He's sneaky good, but he's not Kyle Lowry. Like they had two point guards that were very good, so they made it work and played 2 point guard lineups. Once Kyle Lowry's gone, they don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah.
That's why I thought he was a perfect fit with Suggs, and he's still only 26. He averaged
But Suggs
20 points
isn't-
per game, 6
Suggs not
assists,
a
4
defender.
rebounds. He can defend though. Like he's not
But
a bad, like
being
a bad.
able to defend,
defender.
can defend, and a defender there's two vastly different things in the NBA.
Okay, well, he's not a bad defender, so it's not like he's a liability.
He's
out
not
there.
somebody you're going to
He's not
talk
getting-
about.
He's not somebody you're getting picked on. No.
He's not somebody you're going to talk about. He's not going to be like, oh wow, he's got to match up against Jalen Suggs.
Well, he's
You're
not going to
gonna
get
do
talked
that.
about in the other end either, like by getting picked on, right? Where Dame and Steph and some of these elite point guards, like
I think
top
he might be.
3 in the league. Like,
I think you might pick on rookie Jalen Suggs, to be honest.
wait, we were talking about Fran VanVleet. Nobody ain't picking on Suggs. Suggs is about dog, yo. He's about to strap people up.
What is happening tonight? He's
sorry.
not gonna he's just,
Jalen Suggs about to strap some veterans up next year.
I need
It's about to be a problem.
No, that's crazy. I don't know.
He's gonna kill Gilbert.
I forgot
Nope.
they took Scotty Barnes instead of Jalen Suggs. So I was talking about when I'm saying like he's a bad defender. I'm talking about Jalen Suggs, but
Jalen
yeah,
Suggs is
no,
an
Fred
elite
Van-
defender.
Fred
And his
VanVleet is not
footwork
going
with
to
the
be.
deft one.
Oh my God!
Jalen
All right.
Suggs is not an elite defender. What are
You're
you
elite
talking
defender.
about?
crazy. All
Elite
right.
defender.
You are nuts.
It's
Right.
past. It's
It's
past
past your
midnight.
bedtime.
It's past
No, it's
midnight on
not.
the East Coast.
Have
It's
y'all watched
past
tape on
midnight
him?
the East Coast.
He's
Jalen
a
Suggs is
strapper.
not strapping
He's
anybody.
a strapper. Stop
You're
it.
crazy.
He might strap me at LA.
His
Fitness,
lateral
but he ain't
ability
strapping anybody.
is second to none. Like, I mean,
You're crazy.
it's
He's strapping
it's
no
top
one
tier.
up. He's strapping no one up, bro. But listen, Fred VanVleet, you're right about that. Like nobody's picking on Fred VanVleet. I agree with you there. I had Jalen Suggs in my head because it's past my bedtime.
I want to know who I missed because Atlanta's picking right now. Did they trade for this pick?
Did you know that Jalen Suggs averaged 2.8 steals a game?
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, but
steals isn't
that's not a
defensive
stat. Yeah, that's
It's not a stat.
Steph Curry-
2.8
Steph
steals is not a
Curry.
stat.
It's a stat. Don't be a douche.
not a stat.
What I'm saying is,
Coach.
it's not like a. It's not.
Coach, it's
like
not. That's not a measure of defense. Steph Curry has a lot of steals. He's not a good defender.
Well, I don't know who the second Toronto pick was, but Sharif Cooper, I think, just got picked by the Hawks.
He did.
Great
Yeah.
pick. He's going to run the show when Trey's off the court. I like
That's
that.
a great pick for them. It's a great pick for them. I feel bad for Sharif Cooper because he's never gonna get minutes there
Or shots.
or shots. But that's a great pick for Atlanta. They're not gonna miss a beat when Trey gets off the court.
Well, they just need somebody to run the show when he's not there and somebody to be
Yeah.
humble enough to accept that position, unlike Rondo. Like, spectacular what he
great.
can do.
That's great. He's gonna get minutes, but he's not gonna get starters minutes, which is
That's
you
fine.
know what you hope for
You're
a guy getting
deep in the second round. Like, what are
bro.
we
But
talking about?
he averaged 20 and 8 at Auburn. Like
Yes.
it's not his fault he fell. He just fell. Like just because you get drafted at a place doesn't mean you're that talent.
That's fair.
Well, you got to prove yourself. You're not expected to get started minutes at pick 48. You're expected to back up Trae Young, and he's going to do a good job at that. Whether he can shoot or not, Kevin Hunter can shoot, Gallo can shoot. So he's going to have enough surrounding pieces that he's going to be able to pick his poison just like Trae Young does. That's why I just like this. Like he does similar things. You put the ball in his hands, he makes plays. He's a great passer. He makes
Yeah, but
good decisions.
He's 22% from the 3-point land.
Yeah,
Like, you
that's
can't
why.
shoot.
That's why
You
he's
can't
falling.
shoot. That's not fine. You can't shoot 22% in the NBA right
That's
now. They have
literally
the
he's
point
a
guard.
fine, coach.
He's a freshman that averaged 20 points,
He has
8
shot
assists,
22%
and
from three.
4 rebounds, and you get him at pick 48.
That's the reason he fell is because he shot 22% from 3.
Okay, Josh Giddey can't shoot. He went like 7?
He didn't shoot
Okay, stop
22%.
it.
He shot
30. He sucks at shooting.
He
You see him
does.
shoot?
But if
Okay.
he sucks at 30 and average 10, 7, and 7, and
He's
this guy
6'8". There's a difference.
exactly.
There's outside.
Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're
That's
talking
all
about
right.
pick 48 and pick 7.
You're talking about things you can't. You're talking
Is
about
this
things
me?
you can't teach. You can't teach height, man. He's 6'8". That's what it is.
Uh,
If you're
I
gonna
don't-
be
I-
small, if you're gonna be
I'm not
small like
banging-
Sharif Cooper and you can't shoot a three to save your life, I don't
I'm
know.
not banging on Josh Giddey to be.
So the Raptors, they
big
grabbed
thing.
David Johnson from Louisville. That was the pick we
Okay.
missed. I liked his film. I thought it was okay. Like, he's athletic, he can get up. I think he's a streaky shooter. You know, he finishes around the rim really well. And you'll watch here in the highlights. Like, he does a pretty good job. 6'5", 203. He's okay. Like, I don't see anything like amazing about him. I know he came into Louisville pretty highly recruited.
Coach
but-
Kev, Coach James, my AirPods they're going out right now.
All right,
Peace
man.
out.
Let's go.
Appreciate
We'll hold
y'all.
out for you.
Thanks for
Great
hanging
work,
out.
great work.
So instead of Brad and Kev versus Coach Lewis, it's 1-on-1. We might have to combine forces here. I'm sorry, the graphics coming soon. All right, but one thing he is athletic. I mean, you think about Donovan Mitchell coming out of Louisville, similar measurements, and he was their lead player here. He's got a similar build. I think that this was a bit of a fall. I think the same thing with Sharif Cooper is two players that were kind of expected to go a little higher. So Sharif, of course, much higher. But you definitely have an athletic guard that has a chance to build out like this little all around, like really good rebounder for his size. And the players from Louisville, it's funny, like recently, like they've done pretty well in the NBA, and maybe they get their steal here with David Johnson.
You know, I like it. Hey, whatever. I mean, at this point in the draft, you're looking for that. I know Brooklyn's on the clock again, I believe, as long as they kept it there.
Oh, they got again someone that I don't have a graphic for, but this is Marcus Zagorowski. What you know about Marcus? All I know is my boy Kevin K got his Kevin OC has it on his top 70. I got nothing else out of that. I've not watched any tape, and this is my first. Hey, there's a first for everything, and this is my first with this kid.
Yeah, I don't know much about their Marcus. I know the Sixers on the clock next at pick 50 overall. It'll be interesting to see what they do. I think, you know what, with the Sixers and what they had, I think Brooklyn's done well, but I love that Sixers pick, Jaden Springer, coach. Like, you know, we're big Jaden Springer guys. Like, I think that he'll fit really well in there. And I like it. I like that idea.
Yeah, well, Jaden Springer, I love it. And when they got Javon Carter, I thought they were going to shy away from that. Or I'm sorry, that's Brooklyn. I mean, which has a similar fit. But Jaden Springer, the Bulldog to Philly, is a perfect point guard. I mean, hey, I even had this is my mistake mode, right?
If we listen, everybody, we've been on this for 4 hours and 15 minutes. We're tired, coach. It's almost like 12:30. It's 9 over here, but I'm usually in bed by now. I got kids and stuff, so just bear with us for this last few minutes here while we try to
drop a comment. Like, let us know how you feel. What's going on? Who made the most outrageous? Was when Brad said that Şengün was a future Hall of Famer. Is that outrageous? Perhaps.
Or when he forgot that they drafted him 5 minutes later.
And then 5 minutes later, did he forget? Oh, man. So I will.
And we need to crowdsource a GoFundMe for Eric Doc to get a computer that works. Like that's definitely another crowdsourcing opinion that we need.
I never thought that someone from our own team was going to give us the little eye, the little CVS eye.
Only Eric will do that.
Yeah, like as educators, we usually see this on the Google Meet. We see just like a letter representing the name, but we didn't expect that from our own team
or a fan. That's all I see.
So
all right,
pick
is in.
All right, Brandon Boston's still on the board. Charles Bassey, Joel Ayayi, like some guys that you think, hey, probably should have gone at this point, right? Oh, I do know that guy. I remember from the tournament.
Philippe. I got.
Okay.
How do you say that, Coach? Philippe?
No, that's Philip, man. That's Philip with an F. Philip Petrusov. And so he is somebody that's impressive to me as far as he's a very skilled big man, but he's kind of that traditional power forward. He was actually Serbia's leading scorer going into this qualifying rounds. That's no Jokic. That's without a lot of other players. He went over in Europe for this past year. He was playing at Gonzaga the year before, and I mean, just very impressive over there. Solid, like Gonzaga big man. He was the WCC Player of the Year just this past year. He took his talents overseas, and he competed over there. Look, he has all the skill to be an NBA player. I don't know if he fits in the modern NBA. If he doesn't make it in the NBA, he's going to be a great EuroLeague player for a very long time. He's physical, and like I said, he's very skilled. I see a team taking a chance on him. So
yeah, he's 6'11",
you can see that skill on the film.
Yeah, you see the skill, and I think this is a good, like we're talking about. This is a stash pick, maybe. Philly, could use that size. I think there's one thing that they're lacking is kind of that one different type of size that you would have there. I enjoy like watching his film from what I've seen. He's kind of athletic-ish, but again, playing overseas, playing against those people, like I'm good with that. So that's part of my ability there. Shout out to Brad watching now, but I like that. I like him playing Euroball. I can see him in there. They have that size. He's only 235 pounds. So you like to put a little bit of muscle, but he's a stretch guy, and that's what the NBA is now. It's all stretch. So, hey, don't hate a pick. And now we have Memphis. Memphis is on the clock, and they're back up. So hopefully we get this thing going, so I don't get divorced here in about.
It makes you. Yeah, how much was your allowed time? It makes you think about are they going back into the process right here?
Hey,
like that was a process aspect.
Brandon Boston Jr., coach.
Hit. They're gonna hit on him or Zaire Williams. I guarantee you. They got two teammates from Sierra Canyon. Look, the Grizzlies, like, go to Vegas, people. I don't know if there ain't no side bet on this one, but whoever they pick, it's probably going to be a hit the past 5 years. I don't know what they're on, but they just got two guys that I would have got way further. I know, Zaire was kind of a reach, but now one of those two are going to work. And then their teammates, like they know each other. They got that relationship. I mean, you think about it's one of these guys landing or both of them, and you pair them with Ja Morant. Like the Grizzlies are coming. They might be the next small market team to win a championship.
Jesus, coach, it is 12:30 over there in the East Coast. You talk about that stuff. I
mean,
will
that's
say
a 5-year plan, but
I'm surprised that he fell this far. To be honest, I thought he'd maybe go in the top 10 in the second round if he fell out of there. I know Kentucky was down though. That's the only thing. Like you see that Kentucky team was there. We put up his numbers, and you saw 11, 4, and 1. 3-point
percentage. It was a struggle. It was definitely a struggle.
Yeah, and he put some size on. He's definitely got to do that. He gets banged around a little bit, but he's athletic. I mean, this is a great pick for the 51st pick in the set or whatever. Pick 51 in the second round. So I think that with what the Grizzlies have, I thought they reached in the first. But if they get this and they have that ability, I don't mind it. I don't hate it.
Let me ask you a question, and I don't know if this happens before you get there with Coach Cal, but do you think he should have? He came back. I mean, you're 51. You were the number 3 player in the country at some point last year as far as like the draft class was concerned. Do you think about that? Like, should he have just invested to go another year and try it out again? And I mean, Terrence Clark, the late great, and we saw the tribute for him earlier. He didn't have a great year either, and both of those guys were supposed to be, lottos.
I will say, I know there was rumblings about Coach Cal wanting to revamp what he was doing and change his process. So maybe he felt pressure he had to leave because, Cal pushed him. And said those things. So,
the best player in college basketball just got drafted. we must
Detroit
talk.
Detroit Pistons just grabbed Luka Garza from Iowa.
We got tape on Luka. He's about to crush everybody. So this
I
guy.
didn't make tape on Luka. I don't need to see tape on him.
Well,
He's
another
trash.
Stop it. This is a local guy for us. I mean, I know he's.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Foreign born, but I don't know how your private schools rank up, but Maryland has some of the top tier private school basketball as far as high school is concerned, and this guy coming out was second to none, and he's developed his game. He took himself all the way up to 40% as a 3-point shooter in this last year, a player of the year. Like, the guy probably is going to get walked off the court for not being able to defend, but this is definitely, you take a late round flyer on this kid, and I am not mad at this pick. Whoever was going to pick him, I thought that this was going to be.
That's fine, but he's not going to be any more than Plumlee. Like, I don't see him being like, I don't know. I don't see that. We do have a question.
Which Plumlee? There's 3 of them.
Any of them. We have a question from somebody up here after you show this. 6'11", 265. He's got a very punchable face. 24-8-1, 55 field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, 44, 70 free throw. Like, he does have that. We do have a question here. Do you think Jose Alvarado will get drafted? A kid from Georgia Tech. He had strengths. His defense is probably his biggest strength. I think that passing lanes there. I don't think I didn't see him. Did you see Jose Alvarado on your list?
No. Well, he was in the combine. He was around. Do I see him getting drafted? No, I don't. And it's no knock against him. He's a 23-year-old senior. I see him immediately. People are calling him probably right now, teams that don't have a draft pick, to get him on their summer league team, and then he'll probably play large dividends and maybe earn a spot that way. Competitor, right? Like you said, defensive minded player. His size gives us questions, and like we see, like Sharif, smaller guy. I mean, not comparing the two, but I don't know if Alvarado gets his name called, but if he is, it's like, I mean, that's a championship for anybody. When you're a senior, you're older, and you've clearly improved, and you showcase winning ways on the collegiate level, which Alvarado's done. Like, you is a person like basketball truish, like our fans of and root for.
I didn't know if this guy's going to get drafted. So 76ers, they drafted Charles Bassey from Western Kentucky.
That's a great pick.
It's a phenomenal pick. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of his tape, to be honest with you. Like, when
McDonald's All-American.
That's great. But I just wasn't like, I always look at it like from an NBA perspective. You think he has an NBA impact? I mean, I know we're talking about late round. I know some people who were talking about him going a little earlier in the second round. I saw it late first too. So like there was some mocks out there that had him going late first. I know that people talked about him a lot heading into last season. I don't see him being a 3-point shooter at all. I guess, I mean, he shot 30%, but I don't know how many attempts that was. You'd probably know better than me.
Not many. He tried it out a little bit and he made a couple. But he's your traditional big. But like after the state, like you can see like some of that, like his physicality. He averaged 3 blocks a game. He much like Garza would probably been first round picks. So we're going in 1994. We turn back the clock a little bit. It's kind of unfortunate being in this day and age that you're a big, and if you don't shoot threes, or you're not an athlete as far as defending the rim and as far as switchability, being able to switch on defenders, he's going to get picked on. But like, that's what he did in college all year. He picked on other people. Here's his stats: 18, 12, 60, 3 blocks and a half still. Like, I ain't mad at that. And then you get him playing with Embiid, like another tough player. I love this draft pick. I like what Philadelphia has done with Jaden Springer and now Bassey with their 2 picks.
I
They
just
got
think
guys
that
that can contribute right away. I think he's a guy that you can plug in right now, and he's physically, you see him like he's a man. Like he can go out there and play. Personally,
Well, who do you think gets more minutes then between Petrusov and then Bassi? Like, who would you say? Because they just drafted both. So who do you think that they're going to grab there?
I think Bassi gets more of
Immediate.
those minutes. As far as I think we see maybe Dwight moving on, and you get Dwight going somewhere else. Maybe he's going back to LA. I don't know, but I think Bassi could fill in those minutes right now, and Petrusov is a little bit thinner, and so I would evaluate for year number 1 that Bassi gets more minutes.
All right. So the Pacers, they just they're on the clock. They had the 54th pick in the draft. They took Sandro. Coach,
Yeah,
you know how to.
I can't pronounce it. I know he's somebody that I also pondered on putting on the list. But this was another guy that I watched a short video of it that I didn't watch at Seton Hall. So
Sandro man, there's 6 people watching this. You guys are all gonna think I'm an idiot. Sandro M from Seton
It's the
Hall.
first time we look like idiots all night. Brad's off of here.
Yeah, I don't know. So just to go over him, 6'11", 240, Seton Hall. He was a senior this last year. He's a big man. He's skilled. He saw his role as a senior. He's averaged 17, 7, and 3 assists. 7'1" wingspan. So if you're out there still, take a shot for the wingspan. He held his at the decent size, I guess.
So for me, and I'm about to turn into a whole different direction, but Franz with a V, a guy from Belgium. He's been a comp to Pokachevsky from OKC. I'm surprised that no one is taking a flyer on him. This guy is on Twitter going crazy. You don't have me ranked higher, and like he's got this swag on the court where he just thinks he's a shit. And I thought somebody would take a flyer because he's like a 6'10" guard, and he's got shooting potential. I thought somebody would do, especially like a OKC. OKC pick is in, and if they pick him right now, I'm telling you, Franz with a V. Whoa, you ain't dropping any bombs since Russell Westbrook. Get me.
I have a question about this. Since what the hell, we ain't nothing to do. My wife's gonna kill me anyway. Who do you go to for? Are you still a Woj guy, or are you moving on to like for your NBA news, like that Woj versus
Woj just gets a lot of hate right now, and I think he's the best at what he does. Like I hate him for being good at his job. Like people are talking about muting Woj, why? So you don't get information? I don't get it. So Shams is obviously on the come up, but Woj
I'm not a big Shams guy. I'll be honest. Like I'm not a big Shams guy. I'm a Woj guy. I don't know why, but I'm not a big Shams guy.
Well, I mean, we're talking about a 1 seed compared to the guy that wants to be the 1 seed, right? So I hear what you're saying. I think Aaron Henry's still on the board. Austin Reeves still on the board. Like, what's up?
OKC picked Aaron Wiggins from Maryland. So
all right. Well, let me tell you about him.
Now go ahead. You can go ahead, and I'll throw it up there.
So as a Maryland fan, I'm a Maryland representative. I'm pretty disappointed that he did not come back to college. I'm pretty disappointed that Daryl Morey decided to take his talents to Marquette because this is our good team. But he, you talk about a kid with talent, you was just wait for it to explode with his little shorts like Jalen Green. But I mean, the smoothest stroke. Ever since our freshman year, I was just very tantalized by his ability. He gets lost when he gets going. Like he makes some of the most highlight, spectacular plays when he's on the court. He has ability with his length to be a decent 3-and-D guy, and that's what you look for in the NBA draft. Now, to go 55 in the second round and not play it out like another year. I think that if he would have went a year earlier, we're talking about top of the second round. So this is another Maryland gamble on not the right year and when to come out. Diamond Stone, we've seen it. Melo Trimble, we've seen it. players that went out too early or too late. Like Terrence Morris went too late. So like I can go through the whole damn Maryland pedigree, but Aaron Wiggins is a kid that I like. He was hardworking, and like he got better each year, and I thought that he was really going to explode this year. And I think that this is a good pick for OKC because it could work out that you got this 3-and-D dynamo in the rough, but I'm not going to pencil him, even though I'm a Maryland guy that like he's going to be like a star. But this is a guy that certified needed to get picked with 3-and-D being such a value in the NBA. Take a flyer on Aaron Wiggins. So what did you notice from him?
I liked his tape. I thought he's gonna do some nice things. Like he's that like just that energy guy. I could realistically, you know what? If he makes the roster, if he comes out and he makes a team, he's a dude that can come in and hit a couple threes and be that energy dude for the crowd. Like I don't see him being an amazing athlete, an amazing player, but he's that guy. You know, he kind of reminds you of those old Kings player, and now I can't think of off the top of my head. He was a Kings power forward. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Well, as you find that, things have just opened up, and we talked about Daryl Marcel going to Marquette. It was actually a team to watch because Justin Lewis, who's also from this Baltimore area, is a rising sophomore over there, and they are going to be dynamic together. Two Baltimore kids playing for Marquette. I don't know why they keep stealing our players. It just reminds me of all the kids that go to Duke, including Roach that's there right now. Like, why do you guys grab all our players? I know that Jamie Wright has done it. I know Nova takes a lot of our local players, but like I take pride in watching these kids in high school and like you see Garza, you see Hunter Dickinson for Michigan, like so many players that come from this private school system in this area and get picked up by bigger schools. But Aaron Wiggins was a kid we stole from North Carolina. So like, it was just like a little bit of a bite back. And I was hoping for another year, but I ain't mad at that. We got the pick in from the Charlotte Hornets, which is always eye gravitating because you have LaMelo Ball is so promising. Yeah, go ahead, Gav.
Well, no, it says, you know what? It's because my stupid YouTube, I think, got screwed up. Yeah, never mind. My YouTube TV gets all messed up sometimes because I'm broke and I use YouTube TV. Yeah, so Charlotte Hornets on here. So we have 5 picks left. We got Charlotte twice, New York, Brooklyn, and then the Pacers are ending us out. Best available left on the board. You know, for me, when I was trying to look at that, you know, I think, you know, with Charlotte, they need a starting center, backup point guard, shooting guard, which they've kind of addressed a little bit of that. Austin Reeves is still there from Oklahoma. Deshaun Nix is still there, who I actually kind of liked, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
He's a little like I don't know, if you're gonna go with like a non-athletic guard, like I guess.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying he's gonna be an all-star. I just liked his tape. And Knicks went to the G League, right?
Huh?
Did Knicks go to the G League, or am I mixing up players?
No, of course, yeah, he did. He played on the G League Ignite. He was Isaiah Todd. He was Jonathan Kuminga.
He might be the one guy that went the G League route that maybe shouldn't have, huh? Like we talk about, kind of like
should they have done that? Yeah. Well, I also don't think he took it too seriously. I mean, you saw the shape that he was in and the shape that he finished in. He finished a little bit slighter, but like it looked like he was a little happy off that $500K. A kid that I know that is hungry and a kid that I would take a gamble on right here is Aaron Henry. He just gets it. He's just a winner. And at this point in the second round, can I get a plug and play guy? Somebody like a Jayshawn Tate that may actually work out. He's got the size. He does everything, a little bit of everything. Look at those assists. It's like close to 4, 6 rebounds. 1.3 steals, 1.3. This is for Michigan State here. It's not a bum scrub team, and he showed leadership abilities. And Michigan State has a staple for having players that go a little bit later that are steals. So yeah. I would take Aaron Henry. I mean, unless I
So-
missed something along the line. Like,
So it
he
looks
should be
like-
drafted at this point.
I don't have a thing for him, but the Hornets took Scotty Lewis from Florida.
Wow. Okay.
6'5", 189, ranked in the top 10 in the SEC in steals. As a sophomore, blocks 1.2. He was an McDonald's All-American as a high school senior. He averaged 7, 3, and 1 last season. He had 16 points and 5 steals against Auburn. So they said his strengths: defensive-minded wing, plays above the rim, very easy, quick on the floor, has the tools to be a lockdown guy.
Very raw, but one of the greater athletes that we have. He was a former McDonald's All-American, and he was pretty disappointing in his showcase at Florida. It was pretty disappointing that he went pro, especially we didn't think that he was going to get drafted, but maybe he had gotten this guarantee, and that's probably the reason why he did go pro, and maybe the same reason why Wiggins went as well, is like that they're going to get guaranteed drafted a second round. I don't necessarily think that is, the best way to go about it, but Scotty Lewis is a straight up athlete, but very raw. Developmental plan, and if he does sharpen up his skills, and look, you're looking at somebody that can defend.
So the Pistons had somehow the Pistons moved up or got the 57 pick. They picked Balsa Kovacic.
Oh man, I like this. But what's funny is Joel Ayayi from Gonzaga has not got drafted yet.
No, he is not. And
he came out early. He was not a senior here. So that's
Sinclair. Yeah.
Something to look at. When you saw him, he just had a very strong year. He seemed like he's an all-around guard, and we thought that he was going to go in the top end of that second round. So you kind of feel bad. Like, this is people's livelihoods, right?
Yeah.
They live their whole lives, and they dream about getting drafted into the NBA draft. And for you to sit here at 57, like, there's only 2 rounds here in the NBA draft. To sit here and look at yourself, like I think about Melo Trimble from Maryland, and one of the collegiate best players, to not get drafted, and you came out early. You had another year. You had like Joel Ayayi as a junior, he had another year. It's like that's gotta hurt so hard, and I feel for him and his family back at home. Franz with a V still hasn't got drafted, but he's European. Like, I feel like the rules are different there, but it's crazy when I get to take a step away, because we've done this whole telecast without, I don't know about you, but I haven't listened to anything the analysts have said. I've only kind of had it on to the side just to see kind of the picks. And I love this perspective, because when I rewatch it and I can hear what they say, like what they have to say in comparison, but like, I've lived my whole life to like be in this position that we're covering the NBA draft, Kev. It's freaking cool as hell. And we got to thank Triple Play Fantasy, because we wouldn't be in this position without it. But our videos.
I'm not thinking, David. Nah, I can't do that.
Our videos have crushed it in the coach's corner, and we broke down these prospects. Something I look forward to keep on doing for the years and years to go on from this. But to have a video that's about at 11K, and then like 4 other ones that are at 2K, it's amazing. And here we are, and we're watching, kids live out their dreams, and at the same time giving our commentary. And we appreciate everybody at home that has taken.
So the Knicks, we appreciate it. Knicks on the clock with pick 58, and they are going to select
defense for the 3rd time tonight.
Let's see who they grab.
Scotty Lewis. I wonder if LaMelo Ball had something to do with it, because they've played on the AU.
Ooh, Jericho Sims from Texas.
What do I know about him?
No, he just got drafted.
Enough.
By the
No,
Knicks.
I'm just kidding. No, I know about him. What's weird is, like, there's been a lot of like light-skinned, bigger guys with big hair getting drafted by Texas within the last 5 years.
He's not very good. Well,
Jackson Hayes early. He's decent with college. I mean, he's a big body.
Shaka Smart had a type, that's for sure, at the center position. But yeah, I when I watch this tape, I mean, nothing really stands out to me. I mean, can he be? I don't know.
He's the third Texas big, and I thought Texas was
They weren't very good.
a strong team because of this. Kai Jones was end up coming off the bench, so this guy, Jared Cosim started. He's a big kid. He's all right. I don't think his game translates to the pros, but I understand why he got drafted. He's somebody that his body is NBA ready right now. He rebounds at a high level. He can defend a little bit. 6'10", 245. Like you see, like he's physical. He had a good year for Texas. Greg Brown was the superstar freshman that you're expecting that he takes this usually, and then he plays with Kai Jones, but he was like the reliable big man of the three, that he was always going to be who he was. And does that scream NBA potential? No. But can he give you like 5 minutes, possibly even his rookie year? Yeah, I mean that's 70% like from the field. Like he is what he is.
He is what he is. No, that's issue. I will say this: I was watching the broadcast for a second. They were talking about NBA free agency is coming up. They said only 4 teams really have cap space in the NBA free agency. So it's going to be interesting to see what teams do now that the draft's getting over and how they're going to maneuver a little bit. I don't think there's going to be a lot of free agent deals that we see. Like I think trades is really what it's going to be, right? And especially with COVID, people forget that the salary cap, everything kind of went down a little bit, and so teams have less cap room to work with.
And sign and trade has been more and more popular.
Yeah.
The rumor of DeMar DeRozan to the Lakers, I'm sure that's probably shot down now that Russell Westbrook's there, but like that was there when he was an unrestricted free agent for the Spurs, and a lot of people are kind of, what can they get, even though that their player's going to leave? Like we saw Kevin Durant go to the Nets per kind of choice, but they got D'Lo out the deal, which D'Lo turned into Andrew Wiggins. And we'll see what that turns into in the future. But
Raekwon Gray just got drafted to the Nets from Florida State.
I gotta pull up the graphic. Yo, this kid is like I don't want to say it's Zion-esque almost.
Oh God! Now it's time. It is time to get off the show.
He gets the ball and goes. The last pick of the draft. Raekwon Gray, what a hooper! 13 all ACC. What did he give you? 12, 6, 2. But I do like him as a player. That not necessarily like a future NBA guy, but New York, Brooklyn Nets seems like a good situation. He can fit around those players. Like look at that size. I think that he's coming from a winning pedigree, playing for Florida State. I mean, he's averaging more points and rebounds than Scotty Barnes. He went third overall, so fourth overall. It's getting late here, people. But Raekwon Gray is big body. He's like a poor man's Paul Millsap. Yeah, I know about everybody. Don't at me. I do feel bad for like a player like Aaron Henry, who I think that deserve to get drafted. Maybe they get drafted on this last pick, but yeah, that's my Raekwon Gray take.
Mr. Irrelevant Indiana Pacers. Who's it going to be so we can close this out, say goodbye? It's been fun.
It's proposed. It might go to the Bucks. It might actually be a championship worthy
proposed trade. Oh, okay. So picks are coming in. Just make the pick, please, because I told my wife I was going to be done at 9. It is now 9:46. It is our anniversary today, so that is, I'm here for you guys. I'm taking her out for the weekend, so don't worry. So Michigan State's Aaron Henry has agreed to a 2-way deal with the 76ers. So there you go.
Ooh, that's a nice spot.
So that's something to know about while we wait for this maybe trade to go through. And we kind of wrap this thing up.
I will say, Kev, this has been a pleasure. This has been fun.
Yes, it has been fun.
And all the work that we put in behind this, it's like it actually did pay off. Like this is a kind of cool way of being involved, but also like seeing it as it happens live. And then Brad calling Şengün a Hall of Famer for you.
Hall of Famer. We got to clip that, and we're just we're gonna play it on every podcast for the next 2 years. Shane
Thing is,
Grimes.
it's not the biggest like eye-opening statement that he's made on this cast.
He makes a lot of statements. Brad Kilgore makes a lot of statements on this.
It's my guy, man. I like it. It makes it entertaining. But that Santi pick in the first round, what a shocker. But it was from Memphis. Like, I ain't mad at it because they hit on everything. So, like, maybe they hit on this one.
I'm waiting for Woj to tell me. Maybe I'll look at Shams. I want to see. Oh, here we go. Your last pick. Oh, just announce it.
I wonder if like Spotify is going to be like, nah, you can't put a 5-hour podcast out. Like, I've never even seen something absurd like this.
No, it'll have to be like they'll have to split it up into 2. All right. I know who the last pick is. It's Georgios Kalos something from Greece. Do you know who that is?
That's my second. I don't know.
All right. Well,
coach has been stumped. But I'm gearing up for next year.
Georgios, we'll be better next year. We're gonna know obscure players from Greece.
Pancho Banchero, Chet Holmgren. We can't wait to see what happens next year. Hopefully Chet puts on some weight
But if you tuned in, we appreciate everybody out there. If you're watching YouTube or the playback, be sure to hit that subscribe button, that like button. We're trying to get you some valid content in the comments. What do you think of the draft? Who do you think was your worst pick? What do you guys see there? For me, I love the Springer pick where he got drafted at. Absolutely love that. I don't understand what the Spurs are doing. That was my biggest. I don't know.
Josh Primo at 12 was wild as hell.
Was a wild one. But Coach, I appreciate you hanging out with me for almost 5 hours. We are pushing almost 5 hours here at the NBA Draft. Film highlights. We got everything for you at Triple Play. We appreciate you guys being here on the forefront.
Absolutely. And on that note, we'll see you next time.